facts. I'm sorry, I'm losing the word, but the facts that were put forward that the state created, the state doesn't deny that they put those together. Mr. Wright's client, not even Mr. Wright. I think it was an officer position. It was so. As I said, all the evidence is out there. It's all before the jury. The jury can draw what they want from that evidence.
The final version that Mr. Sledge adopted, that might have been a fair statement to say, you know, they were put in his mouth, but these were not things that he ultimately adopted. So the state wasn't putting those words in his mouth. So I think it was a mischaracterization. Don't think it goes so far. I mean, you objected, I sustained it. It doesn't go so far as to warrant an admonishment before the jury. But let's try to be careful in our characterizations, even when we are asking questions. All right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What's your second motion?
First of all, Miss Love really just tried it. Did y'all see that? She's been rebuked, so now she wants somebody else to be rebuked with her. Girl, okay.
Adams' question to the same witness that the state objected to, but that the jury heard. Isn't it true? And I'm going to paraphrase that you knew that the state didn't want your client, the state wanted Mr. Williams.
But that's true.
That's been the lie that they've been, the narrative that has been promoted from the start. We don't agree with it or adopt it. And we certainly don't agree with the idea that we, do these things without a basis for them. So in as much as
she
Mr.
mad, ain't it?
Adams made that assertion in front of the jury, we do believe that that merits an admonishment and rebuke under 17875.
Everybody admonished.
Give him one.
All right. And yeah, that statement was essentially it followed upon another question that was not as objectionable in this way, but that had been sustained. And Mr. Adams, she pretty much doubled down on it and said something to the effect of the state wasn't interested in getting Sledge, they were interested in getting Williams. And that's inappropriate to have asked that witness. And I don't know why you thought that there was any basis for that being an appropriate question, because it would call for speculation anyway. So what's your response to the state's request that you be admonished with regard to that?
It was not a question it was a question that I believed was an appropriate question given the context of both this witness's testimony and his client's testimony previously. What we'd heard in the narrative that has been put forth, and quite frankly, I believe the evidence has been that the state has been mostly interested in Mr. Williams as a defendant as opposed to the co-defendants, particularly as regards this witness and Mr. Sledge. What has come out and what's been of importance is this meeting that they had on June the 9th, where this statement is made that is beneficial to Mr. Williams. The part about him advising Mr. Copeland or Mr. Sledge to take Mr. Copeland to the police. And that's left out of any questioning of Mr. Sledge. He is asked, or he is, however it comes out. There's no discussion about that. We're not going to ask you about that, whatever portion of it you choose to believe. And so there is this narrative that's out there that they appear to be interested in Mr. Williams, not so much in the co-defendants. And the fact that all of the co-defendants who took pleas were asked, made, or signed plea agreements where the bulk of the plea agreements, and the jury has heard at least 3 of them previously, the bulk of the plea agreements make specific
Come
reference
on.
to Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams as the head of YSL.
Come on now.
Mr. Williams did this. There is this narrative out there that and everyone has gotten probation. All of the people that the jury has heard from has gotten probation after they were denied bond, and the state took a harsh position that they didn't need to be out on the street. But the minute they entered pleas, they implicated Mr. Williams in some form or fashion in their plea agreements, then they were released. And so that narrative is out there, and I think that was an appropriate question.
Come on, Mr. Adams.
Who has some knowledge of that?
How does this witness have any knowledge of the state's desires about who they most want to get
Hey.
in regard to the 19 or so defendants that are indicted in this case?
Because he is a defense attorney representing one of the co-defendants who entered into assisted in entering into a plea agreement. He is familiar with the discovery. He made a statement in part of his testimony previously that he knew what the case was about. And he started going down the road talking about Mr. Williams before there was an objection made, and the objection was sustained. And so he does have knowledge of that. He knows about the case. He knows that Mr. Williams is alleged in this indictment and by the state's narrative to be the head of this YSL organization. And he knows that the plea agreements have been to the benefit of the co-defendants who have pled and to the detriment of Mr. Williams.
And every other defendant still on trial.
Well, but he also knows, as we
listen to Paige,
one
baby.
question
She
about
don't like my
was
booty,
he in
y'all.
court when he heard the statement that was made by the prosecutor before the plea, made by the prosecutor. It was Miss Lizzie Rosenwasser at the time, where the statement was made that we're interested in anyone who wants to make a deal, except Mr. Williams. We're willing to make a deal. And so he knows this. We're not doing this in the blind. He's aware of this information.
I'd like to respond.
What's that? Yeah.
I don't know of that statement that Mr. Adams is speaking about, except Mr. Williams. If he could point me to something, because I wasn't there when she said it. I wasn't even on the case, but
We don't believe
I
it.
doubt that she would have said it. But if she did, I mean, I can't speak to that. I'd like to see it since he's made that assertion. But the second thing
Baby,
is,
what's the
as it
email?
relates to his assertions regarding the plea agreement, Mr. Sledge, I believe, or either Mr. Wright or Mr. Sledge were cross-examined specifically on whether or not the state asked Mr. Sledge any questions about defendant Williams. And Mr. Sledge said no. And the idea that we're pushing the narrative when the state itself, as the record will reflect, elicited the testimony about Mr. Williams encouraging Mr. Sledge to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station, belies this argument that the evidence that has been brought out by the plea agreements and by the state's actions somehow or another support this, in my mind, baseless assertion by Mr. Adams. One person than another, but actually he was asked and he testified that
Where's she going with
the
this, y'all?
question and answer session was more of a kind of get to know you session, and that when Mr. Sledge began talking about Mr. Williams, the state said, the only thing he said about the state is that the state said, that's not the question I asked you. And when he said something about it appeared to be a hot button issue, he later said, there was nothing that you did that made me say that. I just, based on you not wanting, you not
She can't keep
asking
up.
him about that, I may jump to that conclusion. So putting in front of the witness, this assertion about the state's.
I'm going to pause this just to say, y'all know Paige is going to admonish him. When all of this is said and done, Paige is going to admonish him. And she's going to admonish him because, one, I'm not sure why she feel a way about Keith Adams, but I think she feels a way about him. And it's been more and more evident as he's been in court and been before her. She is she's going to admonish him. That's all I want to say. Let's get back to it.
Intention, because as if it's the state that's on trial and that the state is doing something that is just wrong. Is it your impression that the state don't really want your client? He wants Mr. Williams. It wasn't an effort to solicit an answer. It was an effort to put an assertion in front of the jury that was improper and that can't be taken back. And that has been the entire.
Well, they're going to make that argument.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Regardless, I'm sure they did in opening, and I'm sure they're going to in closing. But I don't believe, Mr. Adams, that there was any kind of a good faith basis to ask
Told y'all.
that question and to think that was a proper question for this witness
I told
to be
y'all.
able to answer. But Ms. Love, with regard to what you propose is any kind of curative or admonishment, I mean, I don't know what that would be.
I would ask that the court admonish Mr. Adams in front of the jury
Ooh!
that the statement he made regarding the intentions of the state as they relate to Mr.
Okay, time out. Y'all know that admonishing him in front of the jury, although it's not good, he probably doesn't want that. It's only going to bring attention to exactly what he said. Okay.
Sledge and Mr. Williams were improper statements by counsel, that in those types of statements, the jury is to remember they are not evidence, but that Mr. Adams should not have made that statement in front of the jury.
Okay.
And
So they weren't statements. It was a question. It was just an improper question.
it,
And 17.875 talks
Woo!
about statements of prejudicial matters not in evidence.
Now
And
he's
Your
teaching
Honor,
again.
it's not, there's nowhere in evidence. It was a statement that was dressed up like a question, but he made an assertion in the form of a leading question. Was it your understanding that the state really didn't want your client? He wanted mine. And the fact that he dressed it up as a question doesn't take, our position is it doesn't take it out of the realm of improper statements put before the jury that fall under 17.875 that merit admonishment at the very least, even if not rebuke, but that Mr. Adams should be admonished about that statement. It was improper, and
He's trying hard,
should
y'all.
not, similar statements, even in the form of questions or disguised as questions, should not be made about the state's intention, which one, no one else can testify about, and two,
He's working overtime, y'all.
it was just wrong to put before the jury, pretending it was a question to this witness.
Your Honor, if I may respond briefly.
Go ahead.
I have this witness on cross-examination,
Yes.
and I'm allowed to ask leading questions. I will defer to the court. If the court felt as though the question was an inappropriate question, there was an objection made, and the court sustained that objection. And I abided by the court's sustaining that objection. This does not fall under the ambit of 17.875. This is not tit for tat, where because Ms. Love was admonished previously, now she's trying to find every opportunity to get somebody else admonished. That's what this is. Now, I'll abide by the court's ruling, by the court sustaining the objection, but I've stated on the record what my belief was and what my good faith basis was for asking that question in regards to the narrative being put forth in the beginning of this case. And
Yo, Mr. Adams did not just pop off like that.
I'm trying to look back at the.
Miss Love, that's what it is, boo. Baby, clock that T. Man, these lawyers are tired of Miss Love, baby. April. Baby, did he not clock her T? Did he not clock her T? Because that's really what it's giving. She want everybody admonished today. Child. Miss, what that's Miss Love. I'm gonna sound like Moon Tune. Miss Love. Miss Love. Back well, y'all know what? Now we can confirm. Keith Adams ain't messing with Miss Love either. Did y'all see her turn around like Miss Love? Love is Luh. Miss Love. Don't confuse it, Miss Love. Miss Love. Don't confuse this Miss Love. Baby, shut her up because that's what it's giving. She's trying to be spiteful, and that's the problem with this case right now. Miss Love is like she's leading with her ego. Baby. Took it to hell, TT. Took it to hell. Oh, I love y'all so much. Oh my God. Y'all know the one good thing I like about streaming with y'all versus doing the uploads right now. I told y'all something going on with my hands. I'm not sure. I don't want to say it's arthritis or something. I really think it's my body is responding to my mom's passing, just grief and all of that. Girl, my hands be hurting doing all that texting on the front of that video. So this is great. This is great. And I get to talk to y'all live.
Sustained was, it was your observation that the state wanted this plea to go through as much as Mr. Sledge did. The state objected about on relevance and speculation as to what the state wants. Oh, I actually overruled that one. Never mind.
Ooh.
Oh, I made it a different kind of ruling, and I said re-ask your question. Based on your conversation with the state, your knowledge of the case, your communications back and forth with the state, your evaluation of the plea agreement you formed, or you observed that the state was just as interested in getting this plea done as Mr. Sledge, wasn't that true? Objection calls for speculation about the state as to whatever his observation is or belief was. It's not pertinent to any material I sustained. And then you followed that up with, was it your observation that the state wasn't really concerned with Mr. Sledge? I think it was with getting Mr. Sledge, but with getting Mr. Williams, which would also have been asking for, what the state wanted or didn't want, which I had just sustained, but asking in an even more pointed way. So it was inappropriate for you to ask that question. With regard, though, to an admonishment, any instruction I give is just going to highlight it again for the.
Didn't I just say that?
So is that really what you want?
Ooh! Pick your poison.
Why don't I just admonish Mr. Adams privately not to pull anything
Your
like
poison.
that again, or you will get admonished in front of the jury. Would that suffice for now?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Are there other issues we need to raise?
I just like to
I'll
say,
let Mr. Steele if you want.
Okay.
just for the court, or if you'd reconsider, Mr. Copeland made it clear in his testimony that the police
He did.
wanted Mr. Jeffrey Williams, that all of, he realized.
Yeah, that's
So-
a different issue though than the prosecution being just about Mr. Williams, which y'all can certainly argue all you want, but that doesn't make that a proper question to have asked this witness.
And just, okay, maybe you resolved it, but you said something I found interesting earlier. I found a lot of things you say interesting, but
Ooh.
Thrift, THRIFT versus state, seem to agree with the court's, what I think the court was saying, it's 310 Georgia, 499, it's in Division 7.
Mm-hmm.
like 6-7. It's a 2020 case. And it seems to say that a question asked is not contained in 17-8-75, but it says pretermitting. So I don't think they reached that issue, but they clearly didn't reach it, as a statement. I just wanted to.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I do think that's correct. And so I'm glad to hear that an appellate court also came to the same conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, Brian, still, you better
Yes,
say
sir.
your
Mr.
back.
Short.
Has not finished his cross yet. I
Right.
also have a short
Okay.
cross-examination. I wanted, and as you know, Mr. Botts was flying solo this morning, and I want to be clear. I'm seeking guidance from the
Okay.
court. There's an area of inquiry that I wish to get into,
Oh,
but I don't want to be accused of opening any doors.
Okay.
Mr. Come on, help me out.
now if you in the chat, you can't be ahead of us.
Attorney Wright, thank you. Attorney Wright
See?
has testified that there was one specific, and I'm going to have to go up there to see the number. There's one specific, no, not three. There's one specific provision that he asked to be removed, and the state did in fact remove it.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm not going to dispute anything like that. I do not plan on getting into the contents of number 8, but I do plan on asking Mr. Wright
Mm-hmm.
if, to his knowledge, from the review of the discovery, his client made any such statement to the police and any such statement to the district attorney. And the reason I'm asking that is, and then I'm going to conclude it, so this is not a situation where Mr. Sledge said one thing at one point and it was now disowning what he previously said, but rather it's just a situation where he's never said that.
Okay. So
And that's it. And I'm not going to get into contents of anything, but I just
Okay,
don't want to be
Max.
accused of opening the door to the contents.
I think the contents of number 8 are already in front of the jury anyway, because it's one of the factual assertions that Mr. Sledge disputed. And so those were read out, weren't they?
It's very confusing
They
because
were.
one prior version, number 8,
It's not the same as
is
the
not the
ultimate
same.
one.
So what I believe Mr. Wright what I believe him to have been saying, and perhaps I will confirm by having him point to it when I'm up there, so it won't be read to the jury. I believe he was referring to the part where he said he heard his client heard someone say, "We caught nut."
Oh, yeah.
And then that other number 8 was added in its place. So I'm referring to the original number 8.
Okay, I don't know if that was a number 8 or not.
Well,
You'll just
whatever
have
number it
to-
was.
Yeah, you'll have to, because I don't know if he even gave a number.
Okay.
But yeah, that's fine. But I mean, I think that y'all know from, and that's a legitimate question, but I think y'all already know from maybe our discussions up at the bench that I believe Ms. Love made an argument that his knowledge was based on their post-Nutt's death discussions at the condo. And and I may be misremembering it, but I think that was what Ms. Love at least indicated was her kind of basis for putting that in. So if you ask and no, he never made a statement to police, it's then possible that she gets into that. Although y'all, we are getting, I mean, could we focus on what the issues
Please.
are in this case? Please.
Please.
Your Honor, when the court permits, there's one more matter that I think I want to. bring
Okay,
to-
so do you have any issue with
Look.
if Mr. Short ends up asking, that line of questioning? You're gonna have an issue with that?
My response has to do with what Mr. Wright's answer has already been. And I actually didn't White understand what he's asking. If it'll open the door, I'm not sure what he meant. So if he could clarify so that I can respond
Okay.
clearly.
So Mr. Wright is being very clear, and I think the jury gets it, that his client disputed a fact and it was taken out by the state,
Yeah.
which I appreciate. But I think that
In a
heck,
conversation.
as an attorney, if I heard that, I would be under the assumption
Holly, you
that
don't need
it
to be
ended up
Louis.
in the first place. They're in the first place because he must have said that previously and is now disputing it. I'm not going to get into, oh, the state put this in there without ever hearing it out of your client's mouth. I'm not going to get into the dramatics of that. All I'm just going to try to establish is that, to your knowledge, what you asked to be taken out was something that he never
I
said.
think you need to move on.
Not just that he's denying it now, but he never said it.
Okay. Now I understand. So what my response is actually, I'm going to entail a question as well, similar. But so in states 452, while Mr. Wright was on the stand, I asked him about what we're discussing now, and he brought up himself. I don't know how number 8 got in there,
Right.
something to that effect. And he never said, obviously, I told you to check it out. He said it was an oversight on my part. But I asked him whether it preceded, whether number 460, that email that was sent at 8:43 on December 27, whether it was sent in response to states 452, which was sent at 5:06. He said, well, states 5:06 did not have number 8 in it, right?
Right.
And so that part
Please,
was fine.
touch her.
But then when he gets to, he said the next thing he sees is states 453, which does have,
Now she
it
lost.
has a version of, it has a version of 8 in it. But not that exact language.
Right.
As we went back and forth, and he told us what didn't apply and what did apply, what number 8 ended up being was a distillation of that original statement, that it contained only the part that he wasn't disputing. So it wasn't a matter of, and
Okay.
that's a matter
Now,
for
your version
argument.
is that's what he was saying. I think that could be interpreted more than one way. But what Mr. Short wants to ask is, to your knowledge, from your review of the discovery and knowledge of the case, did Mr. Sledge ever say, I personally know that somebody from YSL killed Nutt, right?
No.
No?
I'm-
Okay.
it- it-
No.
I'm
But that's a good
confused.
question.
I'm confusing
Confused.
everyone by
All right, maybe-
referring to numbers.
Okay.
I understood Mr. Wright to say, I asked, and this is what the state wanted out.
Mhm.
I asked the state to remove something.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and forget about the numbers 8 or whatever. What he asked to remove was the statement that someone said
We got him bad or something.
got Nut down
Okay.
bad.
All right.
Okay, regardless of what the number is.
Okay.
And I'm not going to ask him what he wanted to get removed. I'm not going to get into the contents. I'm just
Right.
going to say what you asked to get removed. To your knowledge, your client never said it.
Ooh!
And
Oh, that. Okay.
in the first place,
Look at Miss
and
Love.
when you were representing him, he never told the state.
Yeah, look at Miss
that,
Love.
Never told the state investigators that.
Okay.
Just so it doesn't appear that it's something that he said at one point and is now.
I understand.
So then the question then is not going to be whether or not his client ever said that statement that is now factual acknowledgement number 8.
Right. It's the quote that got taken out from some much earlier version. That is, I don't know where it is because
I had to pause it for just a second. Do y'all remember Montung telling Miss Love that the statements in those factual acknowledgments were not his words? And had she come and spoken to him, that he would have probably changed what was in the factual acknowledgments. Hence, he may not have the deal that he has. What Max Sharp wants to get into is how they initially had number 8 worded. And just think about this for a second. Miss Love ain't in the streets. Fonny's not in the streets. Hilton not in the streets. How are they wording these factual acknowledgments like they in the streets? Like that's got to be scary that they were wording these factual acknowledgments the way that they were wording them. Like Moontoon has stood on 10 that he never said lay low. I ain't gonna hold you, but that sound like some 50-year-old Fonny would have put in that factual acknowledgement. I ain't gonna hold you, but that lay low. Moontoon 43, but he not 50. I just think that was a word. But yes, I'm finna go back, but I wanted to point that out. That is why Max is trying to get this in.
There's so many different versions, but we got that somebody said we got nut down bad or something to that effect.
And of course, I'm not going to say what it says. because
Right.
that was-
Okay, but that's what you want to ask about. But you're okay.
And so, if the court could inquire, if Mr. Sharp, because we have labeled them all so that they're not confusing.
Do you know what
Um,
exhibit this is going to be on? I mean, I don't know that anybody.
Or just the date and time.
I don't know. Do you have the
I
exhibits
do.
available?
And I gave them
for
to Mr.
review?
Sharp,
All
but if
right,
he'll just
Mr.
tell
Sharp,
me.
can you review and see what
Y'all are tripping me out.
exhibit number that is? Because I don't know if it's on more than one. All right, and so if he asks that, he's going to ask, do you know of
I just
anywhere
think they were
from
reaching,
the
guys.
discovery that might have come from?
And we go back
Or,
to
or
Moontoon.
in his representation, Mr.
Okay.
Sledge ever telling someone from the state that
Okay.
prior.
Which one?
All of them, babe.
Whatever the quote is.
Not 2 o'clock, because we still going on, April.
Yes.
Brianna, what impeachment are you speaking about? And if you're watching on another device, I'm not going to be on the same timestamp because y'all know we starting and stopping and chit-chatting over here. Just to let y'all know. April, I don't know what's going to happen with this plea after this.
Of course. Okay. I know it's in Sledge Agreement Updated 2, sent 1:54 p.m. on Wednesday, December 28th.
All right, that's going to be, I think, 455Y.
That is correct. 455Y. And under number 8 in 4.
Sorry, but that is one, that is 453Y. 455Y was the one that was sent on December 28th at 1:54 p.m.
That's
Mr.
exactly what I just said.
I'm sorry, I thought you said 1:45. My apologies. Okay.
So it is 455Y.
Right. And I'm not saying it's not in other versions. I just know it's
I don't
in,
know whether it is
Okay.
or not.
I
but
just know
okay.
it's in that one.
All right. And what number was that, please, sir?
It's number 8.
So it's number 8 in 455Y. Okay,
Correct. But of course, not number 8 in the final version because it's not in the final.
right.
Okay.
Okay, so you understand what he wants to ask is that, and I don't know what you think that might open the door to or not.
I think it might open the door to the fact that Mr. Sledge has testified to the fact that he was at the condo with a number of people, one of which has given a statement that Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell both indicated that they killed Donovan Thomas using this language. We caught that in Nut Down Bad. And the fact that Mr. Sledge acknowledged being at that condo during that time,
Okay.
if he starts asking, and he being Mr. Sharp, asks, did your review of the discovery reveal that your client
What she said is
made this statement, then it doesn't have any relevance, given that one, it doesn't show up in the final version, but two, if his whole purpose is to find out the basis for the state putting it in here first, then I can inquire further about what his client did say and what his review of discovery did reveal, whether or not that statement was alleged to have been made during a time his client was alleged to have been at the condo with the person alleged to have made it. So if that's his only reason, then that's what I would offer up. It's opening a door into. That's just from hearing what I'm hearing so far.
Once again, I'm not getting into the contents, and Your Honor, to answer the question, of course it doesn't
That's
open the door, but I was just doing this out of an abundance of caution, and obviously the state is trying to jump through a door
And so
that's
is
not
your
open.
question going to be to Mr. Wright from whatever, however you phrase it, whether Mr. Sledge ever said he personally heard that?
I am going to say, I'm not going to use the words personally heard. I'm not going to use,
All right, what are you going to ask?
I'm going to say, Mr. Wright, on direct examination, you talked about requesting
Mhm.
that a
Something
part
different.
of
Yeah.
number 8 on 455Y be removed, and the state
Mhm.
removed it.
Right.
And without getting into contents about what it said, is this something based, and I'm going to get into, you're his attorney, you get discovery. Is this something based on your review of the discovery that he ever said
Got
to
it.
the police? And I'm not going to say what it is. I'm just going to say what you asked to be removed. Is it based on anything he ever said to the police? Is it based on anything that he told to the district attorney
Okay.
or any DA investigators?
Pausing. Okay. Do you guys hear what Max Sharp is saying to Miss Love? It's going back to what we just talked about. But it says something about we just got that N-word nut. We caught that N-word down bad. Okay. What Max Sharp is saying, where the hell did the DA's office get those words from? Did Moontunk ever in any police statement ever say those words? Is there any record or evidence in discovery where Moontung said those words to the district attorney's office? Where did they get that particular statement from? And keep in mind, that is the statement they had as a factual acknowledgement. Like, this is what Max Sharp wants to get. Like Attorney Starr said, she thinks that he's already said this, but I think it's gonna make Miss Love look crazy, because where the hell did y'all get that wording from? I want to know what attorney sat down together and said, let's let it say this. Like, what?
And I was just going to conclude it and say,
Yes,
Mr. Wright, so the thing that you asked to be removed, it's not a situation where Mr. Wright, Mr. Sledge allegedly said something and was now going back on it. It's a situation where Mr. Sledge had never said such. And that's it. And I'm not going to say, oh, the state was doing this and that.
Okay.
I'm going to keep it very simple.
Okay.
That's fine, but we've never alleged that.
Well, where you get it from?
Mr.
Okay.
Sledge.
I think they just want to establish what he just said as his final sentence, that Mr. Sledge didn't one time say it and then disavow it.
Right.
And given that it's not something that has been put before the jury, what it is, I don't know how it's relevant.
Well, I mean, Mr. Sledge's credibility is obviously at issue.
Right. And the
But-
state is
but-
putting it before the jury that Mr. Sledge has disavowed what's been put in front of him. And I'm just trying to clear it up in front of the jury that
It
he's
is,
not.
yeah,
This
I
is-
understand. It's fine for you to ask that question. Do not ask it in a way that suggests that the state has no factual basis for having ever suggested maybe that's something he could
I'm not going to do that.
agree to.
But, I
Because
mean, they
then
don't
I
have-
will let her get into, here's why we said this, okay?
Completely understand.
All right, everybody understand that? That's gonna apply to anybody that might examine Mr. Wright. Okay,
So,
all right, what else?
so Your Honor, once Mr. Okay, I'm not going to follow up. I'll just
I don't know, age.
redirect if necessary. But number 3,
Mhm.
Mr. Wright made a particular statement on cross, I think, as it relates to number 3, or it may have been on direct, but I think it was number 3, and Mr. Adams followed up on it. And the question was, you asked that number 3 be changed, and then number 3, the state refused to change it. Now, given that that assertion has been made and has been affirmed by the witness, we believe that the content of number 3, which I think has already been put before the jury because it was played, I think that the content, just number 3 alone, from Mr. Wright's December 27th, 2022, 8:43 p.m. email to the state, the statement that he makes, the video may have seemed like the issue was gang related, but it was actually about a girl that Sledge was dating, and Kel started kicking it with her. That was the real issue behind that. Not denying the video, but the real issue was the girl. I think that at this point, the language of what Mr. Wright responds with becomes very important because of the characterization made during cross-examination, which was that Mr. Sledge asserted that number 3 was false. And Mr. Sledge has stated that he feels like it was false. And then Mr. Wright asserted that it was false. But the language that Mr. Wright used to correct that assertion does not, it does not assert that Mr. Watts was not a rival gang member. In other words, it does not dispute any material aspect of it. So the only part that we would be asking to Mr. Wright to tell the jury verbatim is what his response was to number 3, so that the jury can fully understand and appreciate what it is that everybody is saying the state refused to change.
Very much
I'll read
delusional.
number 3 from Mr. Wright's email out loud to Mr. Wright on cross-examination, and the jury will get to hear it. I'm fine with that.
And on behalf of Mr. Williams, I don't have any objection to that. I asked the question, I believe, and it was specifically because Mr. Wright had on cross-examination said that on that one, number 3, he specifically asked that it be either accepted or changed. And so I don't think to that. I think the subject matter of that language is appropriate.
All right.
Okay, good. Then that means I can get, okay.
All right. Sounds good. Anything else?
Goodness, look, if they're not objecting, baby, that should scare you.
Let's get Mr. Wright and the jury.
They are not objecting. That's a little scary. Okay, y'all, course is about to start.
Mr. Adams, you
Jenna,
come on up too.
can we approach really quickly regarding a witness? Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay, they're about to start.
Hold on the jury.
You guys want to stay on
Mr. Wright can
like
come
another
on in.
30? We've been on almost 45 minutes. So we can stay on for like, I guess, another hour or so, or until the next break. Or y'all want to go watch the trial on y'all own. It's a small group of us on. I think it's only 100 of us on. So if you guys want to, Steph says stay on all day. Well, we'll stay on. We'll stay on to the next break. Baby Hilton's still looking for Lil D. I think that is why we're where we are, and why she won't let that man off the stand, because Lil D is nowhere to be found. Oh, thank you, D'Angelo. I can't put YSL Millen. Erica, don't get on here being crazy. Yeah, I think that's why she's stalling. Lil D is not ready. This is better, Ace. I love y'all over here. It's smaller too, so I can read the comments a little more easily too. Y'all think Lil D there? No. It's 2:00. I like it here, Arlinda. No, Arlindria. Alindria. I hope I said that right. Yes, Star. I can read the comments because when we're on TikTok, it's 700-800 people. I'm trying to respond because I just feel like I need to be, that's part of the communicating and interacting. It's a little hard over there. Oh yeah, she did say that, India. April, you are loved, girl. What do you mean? You are loved, Gina. I love it too. Y'all are loved. Y'all think I'm playing. I love it here. I think I talk to y'all more than I talk to my family right now. My god sister tried to call me at 8 this morning. Child, I called her back. I said, baby, what's up? You know I got court. I don't play about this, okay? India, I love it here. Lil D not there, y'all. Hey, Christina. So yes, definitely I'm where I'm supposed to be. I have found my tribe. Mel, not you go court. What you mean, Key? Oh yeah, Key, my entire family, my friends know I had to leave and then I went to the grocery store. My homegirl called me. I said, "Oh, you can." She said she had to call me back. I said, "Well, call me back. I got about an hour before I get back to court." Everybody knows, do not call me between 8 and 6. I'm probably in court. And probably from about 6 to 8, I'm streaming, doing live or something. I'm really trying to work this, y'all. I'm trying to work this. Yes, I do. I know. I like that it's smaller. And I think as my platform grows larger, I'm gonna figure out some kind of way to kind of still have intimate conversations because my customer service, it's not customer.
Thank you very much. Sean, be
It's
seated, and Mr. Adams, you can continue your examination.
Mr. Wright, welcome back, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I think when we left off, Attorney Wright, I was asking you, we had gotten to the point where I was asking you questions about the actual plea on the 28th of December.
Okay.
So I want to pick up there. All right. At the end of everything, all of the discussions, the plea agreements, conversations with your client, ultimately, Mr. Sledge entered a guilty plea, correct?
Yes.
And he was sentenced, at least in part.
Yes.
And he was released from prison, from jail, true?
Yes.
All right. Part of his sentence, requirement of his sentence was he had a curfew. Is that right?
Maybe so. I'd have to refer to it, but it sounds
Okay.
reasonable.
10 to 6 sound like what you remember, if you remember that?
Again, if the curfew was in place at the time he first got released, yeah.
Okay. It's fair to say that even after he had entered his plea and had gotten out of jail, he had conditions on him pursuant to his plea and sentence, true?
Correct. And it was always an unknown, is he going to have to appear, testify, and, go through this?
But that was, of course, something that was, and I'll use the phrase hanging over his head. That was a condition that was upon him.
Yes.
The possibility of him testifying, true?
Yes.
And of course, the discussions that you would have had with the prosecutor and with your client, and again, I'm not asking you specifically what you told him, but subject matter is that if he were to testify, it would be expected that he would testify truthfully and consistent with that plea agreement, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, it would be fair to say, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong, that you would, of course, make him available to speak to either the state and or the defense in preparation for his testimony.
Correct.
And previously with other clients, and I presume with Mr. Sledge, it would have been incumbent upon you, and you would have discussed with him the necessity of testifying if he were to be called in, testifying truthfully, correct?
Correct.
You've heard the phrase before. He's used the phrase, and it's been here in court, where he said he was of the impression that he would be able to get up and testify to, quote, his truth. You heard that?
Correct.
Okay. You knew and you understood, based on the discrepancies that you had with the plea agreement, that his truth might not necessarily agree with the verbatim reading of the plea agreement.
Objection
True?
vague as it relates.
Sustained.
Rephrase the question. You knew that he did not agree with everything that was in the plea agreement, correct?
I understood that he did have issues with some of the factual allegations that were contained in it, yes.
Okay. And so moving forward then from that period of time, December of 2022, to when the state made contact with you about speaking to Mr. Sledge in June of 2024, you made him available at that time, true?
Correct. Yes.
And if I heard your testimony and the testimony properly, this was a meeting that took place at the Starbucks over in Fayetteville, correct?
Yes.
Would have been yourself,
Mm-hmm.
Mr.
We've
Sledge.
gone through
Objection.
who it was.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
All right. You testified that the meeting that was had with Mr. Sledge at that time was approximately 40 minutes. Is that accurate?
Objection asked and answered.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to a thorough and sifting cross-examination. I'd like to be able to explore that because it has been made an issue by the state in their questioning.
Okay, I don't know that the length of time of the meeting has been made an issue. Just go on to what it is that you want to get to. with the
40 minutes out there, though.
and questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you describe in your previous testimony this meeting as a getting to know you sort of session?
Yes, it didn't seem like a detailed question answer preparation kind of meeting. Is more of a feeling each other out, getting to know you kind of meeting, and giving you a general idea of, hey, you're going to be testifying, and therefore, you know, I'll be asking you questions, and so we need to get a sense of each other.
Was there a discussion from the state of, did they advise Mr. Sledge of what they would be asking him?
No, there was general questions again, but it was not often when you think about prep, witness prep, you think, hey, I'm gonna got 20 questions here. The 20 questions on it wasn't anything like that. It was really more of a introduction to each other, get to know you kind of meeting.
It did not appear to you to be what you would consider a witness prep session.
Correct.
And that was on June the 9th of this year, correct?
Objection asked, answered.
Sustained. Mr. Adams, go ahead and just focus in on what it is that, I mean, we're all familiar with what he's already testified to.
At any time after June the 9th of this year, and when Mr. Sledge was brought in to testify, did the state ever, in fact, conduct a prep session with him where they asked him or discussed questions they might ask him on the stand?
Objection
No.
relevance.
Overruled.
Miss Love
No.
can object all day, child.
That was, like I said, we met the one time, and then we've appeared for trial.
Shane,
And to be clear,
sharpen-
we appeared to trial a
That's-
couple times, but we weren't called. But they did not ask questions or anything. We just sort of waited.
Mhm.
So again, trial was really the next instance of any communication between the state and my client.
Did Mr. Sledge at any time ever indicate that he would not comport with his plea agreement and come in and testify? Did he ever exhibit any reluctance to come in and testify?
No,
Did he ever attempt to avoid a subpoena or to avoid reporting when he was asked to
Objection
report?
relevance.
Overruled.
no. In fact, for us, in our posture, we wanted to make it clear if they need to meet with us, see us, when we need to come in, we were always going to make sure we are there and make ourselves available so that at all times it's clear we're fully cooperating.
During the course of that meeting, you described, and I'm going to use your words, that when Mr. Sledge started talking about what Jeffrey Williams had said about taking Woody down to see the police that, quote, the prosecutor didn't seem to like that topic.
What I said then were words to the effect, and I'll say it again now, that she made it clear that wasn't what she asked him, which is true. That wasn't the question that I heard her ask him. But ultimately, my observations were that it was a topic that she wasn't asking about. And again, it just sort of raised a red flag for me that, is this a hot topic? There's something to that.
When Mr. Sledge testified that the prosecutor said to him, quote, I'm not going to ask you about that. Do you have a specific recollection of him, of that being said?
What I can say is, again, I didn't hear Ms. Love say that, but I do know my client indicated that's what he heard. So we were both present, but we heard things differently. So yes, he has always contended that's what he heard. And again, to the extent that what I heard was not the same.
Did he contend that prior to him being put on the stand? Let me rephrase that question so it's clearer.
Okay.
You heard his testimony when he testified to that on the stand, am I right?
Yes.
Had he indicated that to you, that sentiment to you, that that's what he heard prior to him coming in here and testifying?
Yes.
I want to, almost done, just have one or two last questions for you, Mr. Wright. I want to jump back to early December of 2022, when you were having the back and forth with the state.
Okay.
In regards to the plea agreement. And I heard you correctly. Do you recall stressing to the state or sending them a message, specifically telling them that you were ready, he was good, Mr. Sledge was good to take the plea, he didn't want any media, and that he just wanted to get back to his family? Do you remember expressing that sentiment to the state?
I did.
One moment, please. Attorney Wright, thank you. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
thank you, Mr. Sharp.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Attorney
sir.
Wright.
Good afternoon.
May I approach to just see what the witness has in front of them?
You may.
This is 1AS, which was that final. These are just my own little notes. This shouldn't be. These are all just my own notes. Okay.
Just gonna put these in front of you.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Wright, on direct examination,
Mhm.
you made reference to identifying a portion of a certain factual acknowledgement that you and your client disagreed with and bringing it to the attention of the state, correct?
Yes.
Well, you mentioned several,
Mhm.
but there was one in particular that the state changed for you, correct?
I need you to give me a little more info
Okay.
on which one.
And I'm not going to get into the contents of it, but it's in what's been marked 455Y.
Okay. I'm not seeing 55. Let me, one more time. 6.
State's just handing it to me.
Okay. Gotcha.
It is.
Ah,
I believe
Okay.
that's 455Y.
yes.
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 Now, we're throwing a lot of numbers at the jurors.
Okay.
Just so we know what we're talking about, 455Y is not the final plea agreement with the final factual acknowledgements, correct?
No.
Okay. On 455Y, on factual acknowledgement number 8 on that document, not the final document, but number 8 on that document, isn't it true that you identified that factual acknowledgement and said that you had some problems with that factual acknowledgement? And I'm specifically the last part of it.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as the attorney in this case for Mr. Sledge, you received discovery, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to see what your client may have said or did not say to any police officers.
Correct.
Okay, and certainly you were representing your client and are aware of what your client may have said or didn't say to any district attorneys.
Okay.
And you're aware, you would be aware of what your client would have said to any district attorney investigators, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The part of factual acknowledgement number 8 that you asked to be removed, and the state removed it. Okay, you with me?
Yes.
The state removed it. We agree?
Yes.
Okay, that part that you asked to be removed, from your review of the discovery and from representing your client never said such a thing, correct?
I can say that my client never said or adopted that statement, and that was one of the reasons he asked it to be removed.
Okay, and I understand he didn't adopt it, but to your understanding, he never said it.
Correct.
Okay, and that's why I'm just trying to clarify. That portion that you asked to be removed is not something that your client once said and is now disowning or saying he's changed his mind. It's something that was never said.
Objection asked and answered twice.
That's correct.
Thank you. I just want to talk to you about the timeline of you receiving the plea offer and in actual pleading this case, okay? You received the first version of the factual acknowledgements, you would agree, at approximately 5:00 p.m. on December 27, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and that was the day before the plea was entered.
Correct.
And as I understand, I'm not going to belabor the point, as I understand, you went to 901 Wright Street, the Fulton County Jail, to discuss the plea offer with your client.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Sledge. And do you recall how long you met with him that day?
Now that I don't know. It would have been long enough to make sure we're going over things for me to get a good idea of what his response would be to our conversation and the things I was going over with him. And then at some point I would leave. And then, of course, as I said, later prepare a response email to the state.
And this meeting with your client, was this you were in the attorney booth at 901 Wright Street?
Yes,
Okay, and as an attorney, or when you met with Mr. Sledge, you were on one side of the booth, there's a glass.
Objection relevance is to.
I'm
Mr.
discussing
Sledge.
their ability to go over this document.
Overruled.
There's a thick glass barrier in between you and Mr. Sledge for this meeting,
correct,
and he's on the other side of the thick glass, correct?
correct,
And of course, you have to talk loud, but you
Yeah.
can hear each other, correct?
correct. And let me at least, so you know, because this is some time ago, I'm assuming I was, again, because we are almost always in the attorney booth. We get a little key, we can unlock it, we can go in. We can also hand documents back and forth.
Right.
That is my recollection of how I met with him, which meant I would have been able to hand him a copy so he can read it, I can read it, at the same time and go over whatever we need to go over. I'm sort of stating it because it's so long ago. Is it possible that I just saw him through one of the more window only kind of things where I could not have handed him stuff? Possible. I don't remember that. I remember being in the attorney booth.
Okay,
But
so
I just wanted to point out that, yes, we can talk as well as hand stuff to each other
okay.
to review.
Well, let's let the jury know what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
So if the attorney booth, if someone's in the attorney booth, if it's being used, if it's occupied, you can use a visitation booth, correct?
Correct.
And that also has thick glass in between you and the person you're speaking to, correct?
Yes.
And the main difference is there's no pass through in those
Correct.
booths.
We
Okay.
can, all audible stuff's the same, but you just can't pass stuff back and forth.
Okay. And of course, when you met with him on the 27th, met with Mr. Sledge on the evening of the 27th, you had whatever version of the plea agreement was in effect at that point, but not the final version.
Correct.
All right. Could you refer to 1AS
Okay.
for me?
I have it, sir.
Okay, thank you. You would agree that in the negotiations with the state, your client pled to count 1, which was conspiracy to commit RICO violation, correct?
Yes.
And he was facing 15 years to serve. He was sentenced, the agreement was 15 years to serve on probation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then count 30, he did plead guilty, and according to this agreement, sentencing was withheld
Yes.
and would be dismissed if he fulfilled the agreement.
Yes.
Okay. At this point, sentencing is still withheld, correct?
Correct.
And the maximum he's facing on count 30 is 15 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So right when he testified earlier today, he had a 15-year sentence hanging over his head as well as the probation.
Correct.
Okay. And so his maximum exposure is 15 plus 15, correct?
Yes. I mean, technically less, we'll say any time is already ticked off since the agreement. But generally speaking, it's 15 plus potentially another 15.
So, and at this point, if he's done a year on probation, it would be 29 years instead of 30 years.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated in your review of the final plea agreement, there was one factual acknowledgement that you testified you missed, correct?
Correct.
Number 8 on the final agreement, you missed.
Correct.
And, well, I'm not going to ask you to speak on behalf of your client, but you missed it.
Yes, I can always say that I missed it. And had I seen that, I would have immediately, because it was of a certain subject that from the very beginning, we had sought to exclude from this. But ultimately, for whatever reason, we missed it.
Okay. Can you, in sentencing acknowledgements, number 5 on that final agreement, defendant's sentencing acknowledgements,
Yes,
this final plea agreement between Mr. Sledge and the state, as reviewed by yourself and Mr. Sledge, indicates that your client is facing as much as 35 years in confinement. Isn't that correct?
correct,
That's what the agreement says.
correct.
Okay. In fact, he's facing 30, maybe 29.
Correct. It would have been a max of 30. I'm not, so 35 was incorrect.
Okay. So,
Your Honor, I object to the characterization. The language, I'd object to the characterization, and I don't want to speak further, but the question was posed whether it said he faced 35 years, and that is an incorrect characterization. I can,
Okay, do you want to rephrase?
does the document say that if your client does not fulfill the obligations of this agreement, it may result in defendant being sentenced to serve as much as 35 years in confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections?
That is what the document indicates.
Okay, is that your client is facing 35 years?
I think it would be a more correct statement to say 30, but
Well-
point is 30 or 35, a whole lot of time.
Well-
But yes, I think the correct number is 30.
All right, you're making my point for me.
Gotcha.
You signed an agreement where your client was facing, you and your client signed an agreement
Mhm.
saying that your client was facing 35 years.
Correct.
And he was really only facing 30 or less.
objection, asked
Okay.
and answered.
Yes.
Your client on that final agreement, there's a word that's crossed off and initialed by your client, correct?
Yes.
Okay, begin was changed to being. It's just switching the letters, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was crossed out and written and initialed by your client, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you've reviewed the video tape. You were in here when the video was played
Oh,
of your
yeah.
client taking a plea?
I was there.
Okay. That was something that Miss Love caught and instructed Mr. Sledge to cross out an initial, correct?
That sounds correct. Yes.
All right, that wasn't something that was caught by your client.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Wright, you, in addition to what I first asked you about number 8, the portion of number 8 that you pushed back on the state and they changed, you also pushed back to acknowledgement number 3 on the final plea agreement, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I go back first?
Yeah.
Okay, and number 3, which you pushed back on, regarded the video that your client made with Quindarius Zachary, where he was, we'll say, threatening a gentleman by the name of Kelvin Watts, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you're aware that the factual acknowledgement indicates that your client, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, made this video.
Correct.
And it indicates, the acknowledgement indicates that the video was made on behalf of YSL, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to a characterization.
Sustained. I mean, if you read it carefully and then rephrase.
On behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person named Kel.
You can ask that.
Okay, but the acknowledgement indicates that on behalf of YSL defendant, that would be your client, Mr. Sledge threatened to harm a person named Kel, correct? That's what the acknowledgement says.
Yes,
Okay, and you pushed back on that and you sent Ms. Love an email, correct?
correct. Actually, we began taking issue with that characterization from the very beginning. And this was, I think I testified an example of where we felt one way, the state felt another, and that was one of the examples where it was not changed.
Right. Okay. Do you have the emails? Actually, this might be.
460 is right here.
Do you have 460 in front of you?
Yeah.
No.
362, 361.
He-
One moment.
This is the only 460.
Ms. Love gave me this one.
Oh,
I'm going to
okay.
approach if Your Honor will allow. I'm handing you what's been marked as 461.
Yes.
Going to read to you from your email what you said about acknowledgement 3 to Ms. Love. And this email was sent on December 27th at 8:43 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the night before Mr. Sledge entered his plea, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You wrote regarding number 3, the video may have seemed like the issue was gang related, but it was actually about a girl that Sledge was dating and Kel started kicking it with her. That was the real issue behind that. Not denying the video, but the issue was the girl. Is that what you
Yes.
wrote? And is that verbatim?
Yes, that was verbatim.
Okay, so the point you were trying to get across is you're not denying that your client, Mr. Sledge, made the video,
Correct.
and you're not denying that he had an issue with Kel,
Correct.
but that issue was about a girl.
Yes.
And you ultimately, the state was unwilling to change that factual acknowledgement in the plea agreement, correct?
Correct.
They were unwilling to take out that it was done on behalf of YSL,
Correct.
and they were unwilling,
Your Honor, my objection is vague when the question is they were unwilling to take out that it was done. And earlier, Mr. Sharp referenced video, if you could just clarify.
Sustained.
okay, they were unwilling to change the factual acknowledgements on your client's plea that he was to sign the next day, right?
Well, again, some changes were made, but as to that specific one,
I'm talking-
that was one example of where they were not willing to change it, even though we had a difference of opinion as to what it was about.
So the it is still unclear. So
In
if you-
factual acknowledgement number, I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, my objection was to, could they specify what it we're talking about?
And it may help.
Factual acknowledgement number 3, which relates to the video that was made
Yes.
with your client and Mr. Zachary in it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The state was unwilling to change the language that it was done to support and express loyalty to YSL, correct?
Correct.
And they were unwilling to change the language that it was done on behalf of YSL.
Correct.
And Your Honor,
Yes.
again, I object.
You can
as to
clear it back
characterization.
up on redirect, or are we already? Yeah, that was,
I haven't
you
done a
still have
redirect.
redirect, so you can clear it up then.
They were unwilling to change the language where it said, wherein on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person named Kel because of that individual's association with a rival gang. They were unwilling to change
All
it,
right,
right?
all right. I think that the state's objection is a valid one, and I don't know if you want to, if you need direction, but why don't y'all approach?
Okay, so while they at the bench, where did I miss y'all? It seems like Max needs to kind of finish this up because it seems like Paige is kind of getting a little tired. Miss Love's best suit yet. Now I'm gonna tell you, Miss Love, y'all talking about Miss Love's clothes. I think Miss Love does a pretty great job on how she presents herself in court. She really, she gives me that. She definitely gives me that. She is presents that she is an attorney. You can tell. So yeah, so has he still just been asking him about? Is he still around the same thing? This I just don't know when we're gonna get off this plea agreement. She said he got his hand on the doorknob, but some of the colors. I think people tired of the pink. I think on her skin tone, I like the fuchsia on her. It looks really good. This is they're working on clarity for number 3. Okay. Yeah, I think we like that type of soft pink is good on my skin, but I'm darker than Miss Love. I think Miss Love's skin, I really like the dark pink on her, and the red doesn't look bad on Miss Love either. When she said, "Do you need direction?" I said, "Okay, Paige." Not to say anything. Oh, I got you, Alexandria. Thank you for that. Okay. Thank you for that, India. I agree, but I agree, Tina. So I think the jury, I think Miss Love should have never opened this door because what we got out of all of this is that they definitely what Montunku said was true. I think did y'all hear the judge? Thank you guys. Please like the live. Did you guys hear the judge say that his credibility was at issue? I don't think there can be any dispute that Moonsung and Attorney Wright both have admitted to the fact. Let me see if they're back. Both have admitted to the fact that they did try to have things changed. The state just didn't change it. That the wording that they received were not Moonsung's word. These are words from the state. So I think we should just move on. Yeah, I think we should just move on. Oh, Railroad and Moonsung. I think that's it. So y'all hold up. I'm gonna see if they're back.
Actually, in my email, the way I even described I put, here are recommended changes, and then I went number by number, all the way 8 through 13 for
Okay.
the agreement I had at the time.
I get it. It's not like you went through it like you do in Microsoft Word and mark it with red or anything like that, like an editor would, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but the point you were conveying in that email was it was not gang related, correct?
Correct.
And it was over a girl.
Correct. As to that issue number 3.
As to number 3. Okay. And ultimately, the final version of Mr. Sledge's plea agreement includes language. You would agree that it includes language that indicates that the video and the making of the video and the threats were gang related.
Correct. That number 3 is an example where there was not a meeting of the minds with the state, and that's where they did not remove the information, consistent with what we were suggesting be removed.
And the gang-related versus a girl was where the meeting of the minds was not happening, correct?
Correct. I mean, ultimately, the state included sort of both things in there where we were saying it was really about the girl.
Right. And you told Mr. Sledge that he could explain this later to a jury.
Objection, Judge. One that asked, answered, and province of attorney-client privilege.
Then attorney-client privilege.
Okay. Mr. Wright, from your dealings with Mr. Sledge, you are aware that Mr. Sledge did not completely agree with factual acknowledgement number 3.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
On the date that he pled, he did initial that factual acknowledgement, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, this is the first time I'm questioning this.
I
witness.
know, but lots of other people already have, and we've gotten that information at least a couple of times.
Okay.
I mean, you're welcome to ask whatever it is that you were leading up to.
I believe on cross, you indicated that in negotiations, you can't have everything, and sometimes you have to live with some things, correct?
Correct.
And your client initialing number 3, even though he didn't completely agree with it, is an example of having to live with things, correct?
I think I previously did state that number 3 was an example where there wasn't a complete meeting of the minds, but his choice was to either walk away and proceed with trial or enter into the plea agreement.
To go home, Mr. Sledge would have to live with that as part of the negotiations, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that part is asked and answered. and-
Sustained.
All right, here's my question. Is it fair that Mr. Stillwell would have to live
Objection,
with your
Honor, asked
client?
and answered.
No.
I'm sorry. That is not what I meant to add. Objection, relevance and improper question. Is it fair that Mr. Stillwell will have to do anything is an improper question for this witness. So forgive me for
Sustained.
Was Mr. Stillwell a party in these negotiations?
objection. That is, again,
I'll permit that question.
Was Mr. Stillwell a party in these
No.
negotiations?
And-
Was your client signing a factual acknowledgement that wasn't true? Is that something that Mr. Stillwell should have to live with?
objection, one,
Sustained.
The signing of these incorrect factual acknowledgements, you would agree that it affects more people than just
Objection,
Mr.
Your
Sledge,
Honor.
correct?
Overruled.
I will state this: any person in a case where there are multiple defendants, once they enter into a plea agreement that includes certain factual stipulations, that can impact all the defendants, not just themselves. So to your point that yes, when Mr. Sledge was completing his plea, his focus was on him. However, there are effects or ramifications that could affect others.
And your
And-
focus
and
was,
Your Honor,
and
my
your focus
objection-
was
Hang
on
on just a
him.
second. Hang on.
and my objection was to the characterization of the incorrect or improper factual acknowledgement. So the answer, I think, sort of dealt with, but my objection was that that was a mischaracterization or improper characterization.
Was
All right,
factual,
well,
was-
the jury's heard the testimony, so.
was factual acknowledgement number 3 completely correct from
Ma-
your client's perspective?
We indicated that we took issue with some of number 3. Some of it we were acknowledging and some of it we took issue.
And he initialed it and he got to go home.
Correct.
Objection. I
And
didn't ask and-
it affects these other gentlemen back here, correct?
ask and answer.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Okay, does any jump questions? Questions, Mr. Williams or Mr. Harvey? Okay, all right. Anybody need a break before we do redirect? Okay, let's take a quick kind of 10-minute break. Try to be back here close to 3. Yes.
Okay, I'm paused. Child, Miss Love refuses to let them talk. India, I think Paige is turning into Glanville because she's tired. She won't be quick, Icy, so you can hang that up. Holly, I think you make a great point. Redirect is going to be hell. I just, y'all remember when Paige first started this case, she really wasn't taking breaks. She slowly turned into Judge Glanville with those comfort breaks because it must be tiring. It's tiring. It has to be tiring. Listen, Prissy, make sure it really just popped it just now. Make sure it really just popped it. He popped it just now. He said what he had to say and said no further questions. He popped it. I love that for him. I love that for him. Listen, I love that for Max. Max said, wait a minute. Let me say what I got to say. I already know she's going to object it. Dropped the mic and went back to his seat. Listen. And she aggravated. Let's see the question. She's aggravated because the witness don't even matter. This witness does not matter. This is why I think it's a stalling tactic. Why are we focused so much on this man deal? Remember, Woody. Supposedly, Woody was the star witness. Monto been up there just as long as Woody, him and his lawyer. It feels like it. Oh, Ariel, I told you when we were on live, I was coming to YouTube for a little bit. I'm about to get off though, because I was only staying to this break. She is stalling. I was staying till this break is over. Baby, Lil D is somewhere trying to be secure because she said they needed to secure Lil D. Listen, they needed to secure Lil D. Remember, y'all, he was supposed to be on the stand almost 4 weeks ago. Woody has been up there for months. April, you said I can keep the stream going. Listen, Miss Ariel, I don't think it's helping her case. I really have not understood what Miss Love's rhyme or reason is for this. Are you going to go over to, no, so Gus, they want me to keep the stream going. I'm going to keep the stream going. And when I just do my updates for TikTok, I'll just make sure it's muted and I'll just stop the camera. That's a good way to do it. Didn't even think about it that way. Because I actually am having a great time chatting in these comments with everybody. Ariel, you think so? Oh, Bart, you don't start. Hold on, y'all. Bart, someone's getting in their car. Because Wright, he gonna get a good old text from her later. Listen, D'Angelo. Okay. I'm gonna have to close my blinds, y'all, because this dog, y'all, hold on, let me close my blinds. Y'all know Barty does not act right when she see people walking outside that window. She's gonna be so loud. Yes, Ariel, he did admit that, but he's also an attorney who should have looked over that information. Still trying to figure out why it's okay. Brianna, I don't think this is normal. Listen, Barchi is annoying, child. Barchi is annoying. She does not stop. She does not stop. You might want Zachary, Maryland, but I don't think you're going to get Zachary, Maryland. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to get Zachary. If you can't secure him, Miss Fabulous J, she said something about a lieutenant that will be next. So that's who will be our next witness. Prissy, she might be sick of it. Barchi probably sick of me in this case at this point. I just don't know what Miss Love's game plan was here. But I'm going to tell y'all this. I don't think Miss Love thought the rest of her emails were going to be brought up. I don't think she thought that. That's why you have to be careful what you ask for. Be the point of having it. Steph, I don't know why this lieutenant is coming up here. I do not know. I'm gonna be finding out with y'all. They would need like DNA. Brianna, this case from what I've seen is primarily social media, which is why I saw Moontunk on live. I thought he'd grown up, guys. I thought he was done with his shenanigans. I thought Moontunk had turned the page. I thought he was a new man. You think, remember we had this conversation? You grow in 10 years, you're not the same person. Child, I saw him on live and I was disappointed. People sent it to me on TikTok and I was like, so you ain't learned a bit. You're actively on probation. You have gotten on that stand and said stuff you know the state is mad about. And you showing what you're doing live? Like, baby, I don't get it. I don't get it. Yes, Key. I said, what is wrong with this man? What is wrong with this man? I was so upset. Like, baby, they're out to get you. Like, I know you see us on TikTok telling you they're trying to take your plea. I know you see us on here. We are telling you this. Lawyers have told you this online. Tighten up, sir. Watch what you're doing on live. India, they knew it. They knew it. D'Angelo, clock it. Clock it. I was very, very much let down by seeing him on live doing those things because I really did like, let me tell you something. That man's a totally different man on those lives than he is. Well, let me say something. Those little spurts, he showed us a little bit. But on those lives, I was disappointed because, you know, tighten up. So, Keisha, they were saying that in his comments. Hold on, y'all. Let me make sure we're not back. They were saying that in his comments that you're not Woody, you're not going to be him. And honestly, none of us are God. We don't know what's going to happen in his life as a result of this trial. I think he's just being himself, honestly. He just probably wasn't popping out on social media as much, but he's just being himself. Miss Sheila, I think I saw that. Holly, you saying delete my page after this trial? Yeah, I don't think he's trying to be Woody. I think he's being himself. And first of all, if you see that you may have an opportunity to capitalize off of something, why would he not do it? We forgetting that this man has a 9th grade education. I don't know this for certain, but it sounds like no, I believe he is a convicted felon. What? He don't have too many more options, y'all. Oh, I got y'all. He doesn't have too many more options. So, baby, I'm all for him trying to move and groove, but be smart. You gotta know they looking at your page. You gotta know they looking at your page. Oh, India, I hope not. I got what you were saying, India. But I just want him to be smarter. I don't care. I hope Woody's being smart. Be smarter about it. Like, don't make them work for it. Don't make it easy. I hope somebody did talk to him, Ariel. I've never seen that before, Direct. I just want him to be smart about that because I was telling my sister, I said, because of the trial, people send me stuff all the time. I don't follow Moontoon. Well, I follow him now. I followed him back the other day. Last night, I think. But I don't catch the lives because honestly, I don't have time to scroll a lot anymore. But the stuff that I do try to, so if you guys message me and it takes me a minute to respond, it's because I have so many DMs, but I do try to go through them and respond to everyone. So I thank y'all for sending me those lives because that's how I saw all this stuff about Moontoon. Oh, you're right, Brianna. Alindria, I think it's a little bit of both. In terms of your question, I think I blame him and Miss Love. Ariel, no, I'm just kidding. If he ever messaged me, I definitely would speak back to him. I would definitely speak back to him. But I do think y'all, bringing that up, I do think Miss Love may have snuck some stuff on him, but I also think he had a duty to his client to read that paperwork. He missed it. I don't think anyone asked him, when did you catch it? Okay, y'all, hold up. They said we back. And I'm staying on mute while trial is going on, guys, because I think you guys said there's an echo. So I'm going to just stay on mute. That's why I'm not saying too much. And when we go on breaks, and I also don't want to interrupt it because I know we all watching court, but I'm going to go on mute and I'll shut my camera off when I'm doing videos for TikTok so that everybody on here knows, but I'm keeping the chat going. Hey, Miss Sheila, I didn't notice that you were in here. One thing of... I think so too. Kid, we had him a therapist last night on the live. Hold up. Hold on. I had another comment about Mr. Wright. Ms.
Love.
Thank you, Judge.
Before we start, what the hell Moontoon needs?
Mr. Wright, you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Shart, I believe, regarding factual acknowledgement number 3 that was contained in the final plea agreement that your client signed. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to ask you whether State's Exhibit 452 Yankees, which was sent at Tuesday, December 27th, 2022 at 5:06 p.m. as indicated by its label was...
Here's the thing, aging begins in your cells. Start supporting your cell health today.
Soccer players, they don't make great futsal players. Futsal players make great soccer players.
2022 at 8:43 p.m. I'll let you look at that. paying particular attention to number 3 and it states 452 Yankee.
Yes, it does appear to be number 3 in exhibit 452 Yankee is what my email note was referring to.
All right. Would you please read exactly what number 3 in State's Exhibit 452 Yankee says that was sent to you before you sent the email in 460 Yankee?
While associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, defendant and co-defendant Demikian Garlington and Quindarius Zachary appeared in a video with another person, AS, wherein the defendant brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting, and wherein, on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person named Kel because of the individual's association with the rival gang.
Now, exactly what did you respond with relation to number 3 when you sent that email in 460 Yankee?
Objection. That's
Your
been asked and
language.
answered.
What'd you say, Mr. Adams?
Asked and answered.
I'm gonna allow some leeway.
Go ahead.
In 3, I said the video may have seemed like the issue was gang related, but it was actually about a girl that Sledge was dating, and Kel started kicking it with her. That was the real issue behind that, not denying the video, but the real issue was the girl.
On any part of 460 Yankee or any other communication you made with the state, did you ever assert on behalf of your client that Kelvin Watts was not a rival gang member?
No, I did not go into, no.
Okay. And
He can explain his.
I don't, Your Honor, I don't mind explaining, but I wanted to ask, with the court's permission, certain questions.
Now, didn't Tom just tell her yesterday he's not her child? Did y'all hear the Who is this lady talking to?
Questions that are frankly binary questions, yes or no, and then if he could be allowed to explain, I would
Okay,
just
well, he
like.
said no, and he was
Okay.
about to explain, so you may follow that up your no if you want to with something else.
Go ahead.
I was simply going to say no. But again, the whole point I was trying to make is that it wasn't, from our perspective, a really a gang-related issue. It was a girl-related issue. And then ultimately, you did change it. However, the change ultimately sort of included both. That it's a girl issue, but you also kept the fact of some of the YSL and gang contention. And that was just what I would say is sometimes in negotiations, you agree to disagree about, what was at issue.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the next question. Did you ever indicate in any way on behalf of your client that your client was not associated with YSL as stated in the first part of Section 3 of 1AS, the factual acknowledgement?
There has never been a time where I've ever contended or represented to you that my client was not YSL.
Okay. And is there ever any indication from you through your client, from your client through you to the state, that the portion that says where a defendant brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting is incorrect, inaccurate, or false?
The answer is no. And further, again, we took no issue with the video. The video is what it is. The issue was just, we were saying sometimes what the motive was. The motive was a girl-related motive, not YSL. Yes, he may be YSL, and yes, the video he does.
Hang on just a second.
I'm gonna object to the response that he may be YSL, that invades the province of the jury.
Your Honor, we're talking about his.
Overruled.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe, again, it's contended he's YSL. Maybe, and the video is what the video is. We were simply taking issue at the motive or why the video ended up being created had more, it was focused because of this girl situation between two guys. The fact that Kel or my client or whoever they are was a secondary and what we said not the primary issue.
Okay. Did you ever indicate on behalf of your client in any fashion, whether in 460 or some other way, that the portion wherein on behalf of YSL defendant threatened to harm a person named Kale was false?
No.
All right. All right. So is there any statement contained in State's Exhibit 1AS, Section 3? Is there any portion of 1AS, Section 3 that your client, through you, contended was false? At any time that you conveyed to the state?
The part which says that ultimately his actions in the video.
Wait a minute. Where's the word ultimately in that?
Okay, well, no,
Sustained. He's
Okay.
trying to explain it.
okay, I'll just start by reading and then I'll pause and explain the part. While associated with YSL, comma, and then here's the part, and to express support and loyalty to YSL. That part is, again, it was not a gang motive. That was the part that my comment would take issue with, that he wasn't shooting this video or making any comments or doing anything. This was about the girl, not about trying to support or express loyalty to YSL. Now, the rest of the, quite honestly, the rest of it is essentially just describing the video. It's correct. And then ultimately at the very end where it was added, had begun a relationship with defendant's ex-paramour. That was correct. So the only issue was an inference that it was in the furtherance or in support and express loyalty to YSL. That was the only part that we took issue with. So that's where, when I say sometimes there's something where we agree, but also part of it disagree. That was the part of disagreement.
And to not split hairs, but did you at any point say in your email or anywhere else that that part is factually incorrect?
No, but also understand my email came the day before. As we started getting into these later versions, I was here in court. I wasn't sending emails. At that point, we were communicating verbally back and forth because we were sort of both here. So but the point being is, that was something that my recollection is, hey, we changed it to the extent we're going to change it, and that ultimately you weren't going to change it further or, eliminate that. So my client, as he, I think, testified to, would say, look, some parts I may not have liked, and guess what? When asked, I'll explain it. But ultimately, I don't want to not do a plea. I want to get the plea done so I can move forward. And that's that point of compromise.
Thank you for explaining that. All right. Your Honor, I would also at this time ask the court to conditionally admit 452, 460, and 453, not for publication at this time, but subject to additional restrictions as the court sees fit. And we can discuss off
All right, well,
outside the
it's not gonna
presence of the jury.
conditionally admit them. If we want to talk about them more, we can talk about them more.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. While you were on cross-examination, you testified that some of the factual allegations that were contained in the final plea agreement were not ones that you had agreed to, but on direct, am I correct that you said number 3, you asked to be changed and it was changed, but not exactly like you wanted?
Mhm.
And then number 8 was one that you said today that you missed back at some point when you were reviewing the document.
That is correct.
Okay.
I have said today that number 8 was missed.
Okay.
And a review of it versus our earlier comments to you, they can't be reconciled. I mean, in other words, it's clear that that was not something that we would have anticipated. In other words, it was something we objected to and wanted removed. Ultimately, it reappeared in that final version. We did sign it. Again, I'm not taking issue. We missed it. And unfortunately, had I seen it the day of, I would have paused, stopped everything and said, this is a hard stop. We got to figure this out.
We'll come back to that in just a moment, okay? Other than number 3 and number 8, do I remember correctly that everything else your client through you acknowledged was
Objection, Your Honor, asked and
accurate?
answered.
Sustained.
When you spoke of some of the factual allegations, were number 3 and number 8 the only 2
Asked
you
and
were?
answered.
Sustained.
Outside of what's contained in the final 1AS, is there any other thing that you asked the state to change that we
Objection,
did
Your Honor,
not?
asked and answered.
I think that was also asked and answered.
I did. Okay,
Objection.
we'll move forward. Now, as I said, when you mentioned number 8 being something that you had not seen before, are you able to tell the jury the first time that you can now recall paying attention to number 8?
Number 8, when you were questioning my client and number 8 came to light, one of the first things I started to do was go back to read to figure out where that came from. And of course, my reasoning without going into the content was that was one of, from the very early things that we said, hey, this is not accurate. And then I'm thinking, where'd that come from? But I went back, I realized it was there. How we missed it, how I missed it, I don't know. But apparently I did.
If I show you number 8 on 455 Yankee, an email dated December 28th, 2022 at 1:54 p.m., are you able to recall whether this was a document that you reviewed while you were actually in court?
I believe that was one that I did review while in court. I think you said 155?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
455.
455.
I don't know.
455, yeah. Now, without reading out loud number 8,
Okay.
read to yourself number 8. And after you've done so, would you please tell the jury whether number 8 under factual acknowledgements under 455 Yankee is something that you asked the state to change?
If we,
With, just,
okay,
because I can't have you read it.
no, I'm not gonna read it.
Okay.
But what I was gonna say is, having read it,
Mhm.
ultimately, only the very final part, the last sentence,
Mhm.
really the and then everything after that is the only thing we would have asked to be removed from this paragraph. So essentially, you could say almost the last 2 sentences.
And so $455 number 8.
Yes.
I'm going to object under 403, misleading the jury. Mr. Wright has been referring to number 8 on the final agreement. Now we're talking now. Ms. Love is trying to talk about number 8 on a prior
Okay.
version, which is not the same.
I hear you. I think she was maybe about to ask some questions to clarify that.
I was, Your Honor, and just to be clear, because there was this cross-examination about what was agreed to, what the state refused to move.
Right.
So this, we believe, is a proper line of inquiry, and we'll try and keep it as concise as we can. So, may I continue?
You may.
So, Mr. Wright, when you speak of the change you requested on number 8 of 455 Yankee, does number 8 on 456 Yankee, is that the difference, and is that the line that you're referring to that appeared in the final version?
Well, they are 2 completely different statements.
Right. And does 456 Yankee contain the line that is now contained in the final version?
No, what I can see is that in 455 Yankee, where item 8 in that document was the one we had been talking about, and we took issue with the last couple sentences of it. When it becomes 456 Yankee, that is moved to being now number 9. The lines in question were in fact removed, but a new number 8 is inserted, and the new number 8 is what I said we missed. We didn't see that because it had not been part of the prior version. So, but you can sort of see by comparing the 2 that what happened was it got kicked down to 9. A new number 8 was put in, but number 9 does in fact remove the line at issue in the old number 8. If that wasn't confusing.
Not at all.
Okay.
And what I was asking you is that in 456, that line in 456 Yankee, is that number 8 the line that appeared in the final version?
It did.
Okay.
And again, I'm not sure how we missed it. I think because I'm thinking, and again, I can't speak for my client, I can only speak for me, that we were still going off the last thing we had seen. Honestly, I know this final version got emailed to me. I'd be interested to know, just to be sure, what time the plea happened versus this email. Because that would make sense as to if I didn't see this last version email before we ended up taking the plea. And again, I'm not saying it did happen. I'm just saying I'm trying in my mind to figure out how we missed that. How did that happen?
And as you were asked on cross-examination about your understanding and your client's understanding or initialing of each of these acknowledgements, was there any acknowledgement other than 3 or 8 that you ever felt you needed to explain?
I don't think this particular question's been asked before.
That you ever felt you needed to express to the state, my client may need to explain these further?
I know that I expressed to the state that at some point my client.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm going to object because I believe that answer calls for something that invades the province of the attorney-client conversation relationship.
Not when he expresses it to the state.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
But she indicated.
I believe, because at some point it was stated to the state that explanation may be necessary. I don't recall whether we itemized exactly which items were going. I think it was a general statement that, hey, we're signing it, we're agreeing to it, but some of this may require explanation. And at the proper time and place, i.e. if he's called to testify, he's going to want to be able to explain the answer.
Okay.
So I think that generally, without going into any detailed conversations with my client, but that's generally what I recall we were communicating with the state to say, we're signing, sign us up, we're initialing, we're going forward. But some of these things, because there are a couple things in here, may require further explanation. And when asked, he'll have a chance to explain.
Were any of those things inclusive of any other acknowledgement or understanding besides the 2 that you already pointed out? And if you need,
Could
here
I
it is.
have the final initialed?
I think you.
Because I think your question is going to that. I just want to.
Do you have 1AS in front of you?
455.
1AS.
No, this is 455Y. I think at some point. Okay. Reviewing this, 3 and 8 would be the only ones that I believe he would have, I'll strike that. 3 and 8 were the ones that there seemed to be issues that may require explanation.
Okay.
Just 3 and 8.
Did you were asked on cross-examination whether at any point the state asked to sit down with your client. Did you perceive the November 20th, the November 2022, the November 30th, 2022 email from the state as a request to sit down with you and your client?
Well, it was a proffer offer. So yes, that would essentially be your communication to see about having a sit down with my client. And I think I indicated I received it, but we did not respond until middle of December.
Okay. And that response, did it include any agreement to sit down with the state?
No, it actually was simply saying, why don't we talk about a resolution?
Okay. And as it relates to the questions on cross-examination about the November 27th email and the November 28th emails and where you were when you were able to review them with your client.
You mean December 27th?
Did I say November? Yes, I did
Okay.
mean, thank you. The December 27th and 28th correspondence. At that time, were you and your client aware that you all were not the only people who had yet to resolve your case?
Correct.
Well, the question, having known me personally for as long as you've testified you have, did you feel that comfortable enough?
Hang on. Relevance as to what he felt? What are you, finish your question so I can,
Because the question,
what was the other one? I'm sorry. Do you
I don't have any.
maybe rephrase?
All right, I'll rephrase. Did you were asked on cross-examination about receiving communication and plea offers, plea agreements on December 27th and 28th and meeting with your client at the jail and in court. Do you
Okay.
recall those questions?
Yes.
At the time that was going on, did you believe or did your client indicate to you to express to the state that you needed maybe any additional time to go over those agreements?
No, at that time, we were very eager to ink a deal and resolve the case. And ultimately, that's how the 27th happened in the evening, as well as once we show up to the courthouse, how on the 28th, we were trying to iron out an agreement, which we ultimately tendered to the court.
Were you or your client through you ever given the impression or led to believe that if you did not ink a deal on December 28th, it would go away?
No, I don't think there was ever a sense that we were given a deadline. It was, hey, now or never. I think it was just a matter of he's expressed. He had different concerns and different motivations. So again, not speaking for him, but he seemed very eager to ink a deal if a deal could be had on the 28th.
And you were also asked about your desire or willingness to go to trial. If your client chose to go to trial rather than ink a deal, regardless of the financial arrangements that you had made, would you have continued to represent him?
I hate to say I could not have afforded to stay on the case and to go to trial, because a trial of this length would have bankrupted me.
Okay.
I mean, there's starved me. I don't know what's the word, but ain't no money being made when you're in a courtroom. And if you're not getting paid for being in the courtroom, there ain't no money.
Understood.
that's something that would have come later, depending on the choices my client made.
Okay.
And because his choice was to get this plea done and to execute it, that never became a ripe kind of consideration.
You were asked on cross-examination a number of times about your client's sentence. I want to show you what I've marked as states 463, and a copy of which has been, not as it's labeled, but the certified has been provided in discovery. If there's anyone that wants to see it, I'm just giving the copy to the witness.
Okay.
463 Yankee. You were asked on cross-examination whether count 30 was held open until the end of this initial trial. Do you remember that?
Something to that effect, yes.
And do you have any memory of it being necessary for your client to be sentenced on count 30 as a result of the way that that particular count had to be filed with the clerk of court?
Actually, we put creative language in there where if he sees his cooperation through, we could actually be in a position to withdraw his plea on that count, and then it would be null pros. So one of the benefits is count 30 will go away, and then he'll just be on probation for the primary count. So that was, I guess, one of the incentives in this agreement was, I guess you now have both ends. The incentive that that count could go away, or the deterrence that, hey, there's a hefty sentence if you go afoul.
And does 463 accurately reflect your client's final sentence that he was given that day, in addition to or under the restrictions of 1AS, the plea agreement?
It does.
Okay. And so would you please tell the jury what your client was actually sentenced to on that day?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's actually been asked and answered previously.
Well, I haven't seen the document to see what it says, but it seems to me, at least the implication is, no, it hasn't. So I don't know. Do I need to see the document?
I can show it to the court. Now, passing to the court, 463 Yankee, I ask the court to pay attention to the sound. I'm going to walk around. You're welcome.
Okay. Not it. Overruled.
Would you please tell the jury what your client's ultimate sentence was?
Ultimately, the sentence that I'm looking at now indicates 15 years to serve on probation to count 1, and then 15 years to serve on probation to count 30, consecutive to count 1.
Okay.
Which would be 30 years of probation. And once this, going to the third page, which is the continuation,
Please do.
that if the special conditions outlined in this sentence are satisfied, and I won't list them, but there's a few of them, but ultimately he would be allowed to withdraw his plea as to count 30, and count 30 would be null pros. That's a Latin way of saying dismiss, so that he would only be standing on his sentence for count 1.
Okay.
And I know someone had, since I'm here, had asked me about whether there was a curfew, and I do see where there's a curfew as part of this sentence.
Thank you. Wrapping up with the last three questions, you said that you were asked on cross-examination, you testified about whether or not your client initially was charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas and whether the police dismissed those charges. Do you remember that?
I remember
The question.
the topic, coming up, question coming up. Yes.
And do you know whether it was the police or the district attorney's office that declined to charge your client?
Yeah, I can't say I've known police to ever have that authority or make those decisions. It was my understanding it was the Fulton County DA's office who made the decision not to pursue those charges any further.
Okay. And the last question is, you spoke earlier about representing your client in his 2015 case.
Okay.
And entering that plea in his best interest under Alford. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And at the time that you represented your client on 22 SC 183.
Yeah, we can't really hear you. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm going to object and we can approach. If
All right.
Why y'all think they're at the bench right now? Yeah, this is so crazy to me that we're doing all of this for a plea deal that the state signed almost 2 years ago. Baby, this is too much for me. Listen, Key, a 3-for-1, because I'm gonna need to come with y'all too. This is insanity. Why are you scared? Exactly, Isis. They wasting our time at this point. And I'm Miss Love. Did y'all hear her try to say last question? Girl, hurry up. Miss Love is doing a lot. And I don't believe that she's done anything to further prove her case. Tell me this. Let's do this. Let's play a game. I'll go fast forward it. I want you guys to tell me one thing you've learned from Wright's testimony. One thing I've learned, Moontung may have lied about some things, but he didn't lie about this. Tell me what y'all learned. Let me see if they're bad. They still up there. Exactly, Daisy. She's digging a deeper hole. What time is it? It is almost 4 o'clock. It's almost 4 o'clock. Isis. Did she prove that, Isis? Tell me. Hold on. I've learned to read the terms and conditions. Hold on. I want to pinpoint that. Exactly, Holly. I'm going back on mute, y'all. You mute so it doesn't echo, guys. But I'm still in the chat.
All right, so Ms. Love, my recollection is that the issue of the 17 plea having been an Alfred plea came up during your direct of, I don't feel like it was this witness. I feel like it was Mr. Sledge.
Because it was initially what happened is that
My memory that it did come up with this witness.
Also,
Yes, it was
Okay.
asked. by-
okay. It originally came up with Mr. Sledge on your direct because you started reading the factual basis.
that's what I was about to say.
Okay.
So what I was about to say was initially it came up with Mr. Sledge
Yeah.
because of
Okay, we all remember why, but then how did it come up with this witness?
on cross-examination, the question was asked, if, I think something along the lines of it, and it may have been by Mr. Adams, what is an Alfred plea? Do you do that because you feel it's in the best interest
Right.
of your client? And does that consist of certain things?
Okay.
And so because Mr. Adams got into the questioning of whether, what's an Alfred plea? What does it consist of? Why do you do it? And then there was, I believe, according to my notes, there was questions or there was testimony about Mr. Sledge's mother being ill
Right.
and him expressing stress over that.
Right.
My notes then.
I mean, I remember now. Thank you for recalling it to my recollection. So what is it that you want to ask?
At any time did he request that this plea be made simply in his client's best interest?
Okay.
Did his client ever request of the state to enter this plea in his best interest?
Okay.
And given that, of course, since now everybody knows that his client knows what an Alfred plea is, it's important that this plea and these statements weren't given or made simply because they were in his best interest.
Okay.
Understanding his testimony today, that wasn't something that was ever conveyed.
Okay. Well, those two questions, did he at any time request it and did his client request it? Seem like they would be appropriate. I don't know if you intended on some kind of third question or if that was just your argument, but did you intend a third question after those two?
No, my
Okay.
last question was intended to be, was this plea made under offered, or was this plea, did your client ask us to allow him to make this plea under offer. So
Okay,
there's two
so we
questions.
know it wasn't under offered.
Right.
So did he at any
Well-
time request that the plea be a best interest / Alford plea, and did his client ever
We
ask?
we know, the jury doesn't know. That's why I was saying that. And I believe that it's,
Well, yeah, they do, because I instructed them already that for the one, they could not consider anything, and for this one, they could if they found inconsistent statements.
Okay.
So, yes, sir, Mr. Short. So as to those two questions,
I am not going to pretend that I was in the middle of their plea
hold,
negotiations.
hold that closer.
I am not going to pretend I was in the middle of their plea negotiations, but I feel that many of us know that the only individual that was allowed to plead guilty under Alford is Mr. Sergio Kitchens, who had zero evidence against him, quite frankly. And so I don't think anyone would have perceived that as an option to even ask.
Okay, well, that's not an evidentiary objection.
Well, I would
Well-
object to those questions being asked, because I believe any discussions that he would have had with his client about Alford invades the province of the attorney-client relationship. Can he be asked whether or not the plea was entered under Alford? Sure, that's how the plea was entered. But whether or not he had any discussions, or whether his client asked him to approach the DA's office in regards to an Alford plea, I believe invades the province of the
All right, if
attorney-client
you were to make that objection, that would be sustained, but that objection would not be valid with regard to whether at any time Mr. Wright requested that the plea be permitted as a best interest plea. So you can ask that question.
thank you. And Your Honor, as Mr. Wright has already testified that if his client asks for something from the state, he's obligated to convey it to the state. I don't believe that asking him whether,
All right, well, that's already before the jury, so.
thank you.
Okay, let's get Mr. Wright back in, and hopefully the jury will be ready to come on back in too. I wonder, I don't know whether he heard that or not. Can somebody see
You want
whether
me to
the
get Mr.
jury's
Wright?
ready? No, I know that, the jury. Mr. Wright's on his way. Yeah.
Okay.
Is the jury ready? Great, they seem to be. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. Just two more questions. You were on cross-examination. Did you testify that you were not certain that your client would have to testify
It was
on December 28, 2022?
correct. That the point was, if you need him and you want him to testify, he will. But it wasn't set in stone. It was going to be a game time decision once you made the decision.
And was your client served with a subpoena by the state on December 28, 2022 to testify in the trial of this case?
I don't know if he was served a subpoena that day. I mean, we were served a subpoena recently and we've never taken issue with service or the fact that he will appear whenever the state wants him to appear. So we've never made issue of service.
And finally, you were asked on cross-examination about an Alford plea, and it revolving around somebody saying they're not guilty. Was this one of those pleas?
This plea, no.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
All right, thank you. Is there any recross from any of the defense attorneys?
Mr. Stillwell.
No recross on behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Wright, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Judge.
And remember, your client is excused but not released. So if he comes back, we'll see you again, but otherwise.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
All right, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Mr. Thomas Burnett to the stand.
Thank you.
State, spell your first and last name for the court, please.
Thomas Burnett. Oh, THOMAS BURNETTE.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burnett. How are you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Mr. Burnett, did you drive or fly here today?
Fly.
You're from another state?
Charlotte.
And what do you currently do for a living?
I'm a service consultant at an Infiniti dealership in Charlotte.
And what was the first year that you began working for Infiniti?
1997.
What did you do when you first began working for Infiniti in 1997?
I was a valet. I was a valet while I was going through college.
And in that capacity, would you drive Infiniti cars?
Yes.
After that, where did you end up? Did you ever end up getting a degree?
Yes.
Where did you get your degree?
DeVry University.
And what was your degree in?
Business administration.
Did you get that here in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Now, after when you first were working as a valet, what was the next job that you had after getting your degree?
With Infiniti or just the next job period?
Next job period.
I was in furniture sales.
What did you do after that?
I went back to Infiniti.
What drew you back?
Oh, shit. Hold on, y'all. Y'all, this is the man who has the 20 years of experience working for Infiniti. He is the expert witness that they're using to say that the car in the video was a freaking Infiniti. I just want to let y'all know why we're here with this man. He better not be on this stand long. Okay, we're going back.
Back to Infiniti. How did you end up back working for them?
Just a familiarity. I had a relationship with the manager at a store, and they kind of asked me to. It was opportunity, so I went back.
Now, when you went to Infiniti this time, what was your job position?
Currently, what I do now, service consultant.
Now, can you explain for the jury what is a service consultant? What all do you do?
I meet with the clients or customers that come in for maintenance or repairs on their vehicle. I assess what the vehicle needs, whether it's check engine light on or a leak or no starting issue. I basically get the information from the client and put that in a manner so where the technicians can properly diagnose the vehicle. Once it's diagnosed, I reach out to the client and let them know what repairs are needed and gain the authorization to fix the car, and then basically handle the client throughout the process on updating them, let them know when the car is ready, payment, etc.
Now, as a service consultant, with what all you just described in terms of your job, what all you do in that job, do you have to have familiarity with the makes and models of Infiniti?
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury how you gain familiarity with Infiniti makes and models as a service consultant?
Well, we have to do certification tests quarterly to make sure we're certified, and then, also just being around the vehicles, you learn and pick up certain common things about the cars, and you have to identify certain things with them to know what year it is, what kind of type of oil it takes. When you're quoting prices, you quote them accurately. So.
Now, as a service consultant, is your primary focus, is it true or false that you're focused on the clients that come in?
Mainly, yes. Yeah.
Now, to be an effective service consultant, with Infiniti, do you have to understand the technician side of the business?
Yes, because I have to basically interpret as far as what the client is saying, as far as sometimes help the technician understand what the issue is. And then there's a lot of terms and expressions that technicians will explain to what's wrong with the car. And sometimes that's not customer friendly for us to understand what actually the issue. So sometimes I have to do some interpretation as far as making it a little easy to understand on what actually is going on with the vehicle.
Now, Mr. Burnett, jumping back to after you got your degree and you worked when you first went back to Infiniti, what location were you working out of?
South Atlanta, Infiniti of South Atlanta.
Is that the one on 4201 Jonesboro Road?
Correct.
Now, what year was it that you?
2005.
And how long did you work at that location?
Till 2020, 2021, I'm sorry.
So roughly about 15 years?
Yes.
Now, over those 15 years, how often would you drive Infiniti cars in any capacity?
Every day.
Would you drive them in both daylight and nighttime?
Yes, I currently own Infiniti, and I've also owned Infinitis from like 2007 on. So.
Do you get some perks working for Infiniti in terms of owning an Infiniti or buying one?
Yeah, we do get some discounts or consideration as far as it.
Now, what kind of vehicle do you currently drive?
Q50, Infiniti Q50, 2020 Infiniti Q50.
Now, since you've been working for Infiniti, when did the Infiniti Q50 first come on the market?
2014.
Now, when it first came on the market, how would you describe an Infiniti Q50?
It's a sports sedan built on performance. It was pretty unique in design as far as at the time, as far as it had distinct features as far as the headlights, tail lights, the front grille were pretty distinctive at the time when it first came out.
Now, is there any Infiniti model or make that is similar back in 2014 when the Q50s first came on the market?
No, there was a G37 sedan, but it looked completely different than the Q50. It wasn't really. It was a whole different design. So
now, is there any significance to the G37 in terms of the name of that car versus the Q50?
No.
In terms of the lettering or numbering?
Oh, well, like as far as the G37 was basically named after the engine size. So the 37 is how Infiniti used to distinguish what size engine was in the car. When the Q50 came out, it was the beginning of the rebadging to where all the same models basically had the same. So a Q50 is the sedan, the 4-door sedan. A Q60 would be the 2-door car, and then they identify the engine size by the decal that's on the side of the car, whether it's a 2.0 engine or 3.0 or 3.7 back when it first came out in 14.
Now, you have described a decal on the side of the Infiniti Q50. Is that unique to that make and model?
Pretty unique. You don't see it a lot on other makes. Most makes don't identify what engine size is in the car by any type of badging on the side.
So previously, Infinity, you would know the engine size based on
The name.
the name,
Yeah.
and then after that, they put a visual indication of the engine size.
Correct.
There are those who skip dessert, but when Ghirardelli chocolate chips make cookies this irresistible.
So it went from like G35 to G37, and then it stopped, and then they just changed the badge on all the cars to Q.
That makes sense. Now, are all the makes and models in the Infinity fleet start with Q?
Correct. Yeah, the cars are Q, and then the SUVs are QX.
Now, you were working for Infinity in 2014 when the Q50 first came out.
Yes.
Has the Infinity Q50, does it have a sunroof?
Yes, pretty much probably 80% of the models, or maybe even higher, have a sunroof. The only ones that don't have a sunroof are the Q50As, and that's on the back of the car. You'll see the A, and that was kind of like the base entry level car, which we didn't sell very many of those cars because dealerships wouldn't order them because they knew they wouldn't sell them. So
Now, when you said when you went back in 2005, you worked till 2020. What did you do after leaving the South Atlanta Infinity in 2020?
I moved a few dealerships around. Initially, I took a job as a service manager at a Nissan store in LaGrange, Georgia. That didn't quite work out, so I worked at the Nissan in Morrow. Then I went back to Infinity, different location. I was at the Cobb County location, Nally. And then I worked for Lexus for a short period of time before the Infinity South Atlanta store asked me to come back. And that was in last year.
So you kind of went full circle back to that
Yes,
South Atlanta
I did.
Infinity?
Yes.
How did that come about?
I was up there getting an oil change on my car, and the manager that was kind of like a consultant there at the time, he was just working part-time, he was retired. Him and the current manager asked if I was interested in coming back. I had still a lot of clients that would come through the store asking for me and stuff. So they asked if I had any interest in coming back, and it lined up with what I needed at the time, so I went back.
Now, what do you like about working for Infinity over these years?
I like taking care of customers. Also like the product.
Hang on just a second. If you hear somebody say objection, will you just pause for a minute while I deal with that?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, yes, Your Honor. Mr. Burnett, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 459 Yankee and 459 Yankee Alpha. And again, defense counsel, it's
Sure.
Your Honor, handing the witness both 459 Yankee and 459 Yankee Alpha. Mr. Burnett, what are 459 Yankee and 459 Yankee Alpha?
Both pictures of a Infiniti Q50.
How are you able to recognize them?
The shape of the vehicle, the headlights are pretty distinctive. The front grille, and the tail lights are also pretty distinctive. And it also says Q50 on the back of the picture there as well too.
And for your testimony to the jury, would using 459 Yankee and 459 Yankee Alpha aid you in describing a Q50 for the jury? Aid your testimony?
Do you mean that he's helped with this?
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is tendering 459 Yankee and 459 Yankee Alpha for demonstrative purposes.
All right, those are admitted as demonstratives.
Publishing State's Exhibit 459 Yankee. Now, Mr. Burnett, earlier when you were describing a Q50, what is it? What is the most significant physical aspects of this make and model?
You mean like what makes it stand out the most?
Correct.
I'd probably say the headlights and the front grille.
Now, currently, so you've also had an Infiniti Q50, you said since 2020?
Correct.
How has, since it came on the market in 2014 to present day, has the shape or the vehicle itself changed much?
Not much at all.
Overruled.
Now, Mr. Burnett, does your Infiniti Q50 2020 have, how does the front emblem look? Is it any different in terms of lighting?
There's some options on the newer versions of it, like 16 and up, where it lights up at night when the headlights are on.
Was that a feature when it first came on the market in 2014?
No.
Do you know when that lighting first came into the Infiniti fleet?
In 2016, when they changed the engine sizes in the car. It went from a 3.7 to either a 2.0 or a 3.0.
Now, is in 459 Yankee, are the rims on the tires, is that standard, not standard? How would you describe those?
Those are standard wheels on it. There's two options. There's the 19s and the 18s. And some have, it's three. So 17s, 18s, and 19s. Looking at it, those appear to be the 18-inch wheels that are on.
Now, Mr. Burnett, earlier you'd mentioned about when Infiniti got away from naming the cars off the engine size, that they had a decal. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you show the jury, if you see it, is that decal visible in 459 Yankee?
Yes. If you go just slightly back from the front wheel, you can see a silver kind of spot or kind of there. That's actually the decal that's on it.
Mr. Burnett, I'm gonna move this mouse. You tell me if I'm getting closer.
Keep going.
Okay. Same direction?
Yeah. You're right there at it now.
That is the decal that indicates the engine size?
That's correct.
Now, turning to 459 Yankee Alpha, can you describe for the jury what stands out to you in terms of it is different about the Infiniti Q50 compared to other Infiniti makes and models?
Just the shape of the tail lights are a little different than some of the other models are. They kind of mirror the headlights where they're kind of a little more kind of sunken into the body of the car.
And what do you all have certain naming conventions for the colors that the cars may come in?
Yes, this particular color is diamond graphite.
Now, when did you leave what was your last job in the state of Georgia before you left?
I was service consultant at South Atlanta, the Jonesboro location.
And when you moved to North Carolina, did you work with an Infiniti company
Yes,
there?
same role, yes. Just in Charlotte, yes.
Now, back in March of 2016, what location were you working in for Infinity?
Union City, the 4201 Jonesboro Road, Infinity of South Atlanta.
Now, do you recall a time where any law enforcement personnel ever came by that location when you were working to interact with you?
Vaguely. There was, and I don't remember the exact date or time, but there were some officers that came in. They were directed towards me. At the time, I was like the assistant manager or lane manager, sometimes we'll call it. And I think one of my other employees pointed in my direction. They had some photos or like a poster board of a car, and they just kind of asked some questions about what type of car it was. And there may have been a few other questions. I don't recall what they were. And then they were like, hey, it's part of an investigation. We'll probably be in contact at some point.
Now, Mr. Burnett, do you have any independent memory of what kind of car the vehicle was that they showed you in those photographs?
Not in 2016. No.
Okay. Now, I want to publish, Your Honor, what's already been admitted as 296 Yankee. And the state's going to start the publishing at 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right.
Mr. Burnett, while that's getting set up,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
in
Didn't know you-
preparation for your testimony, have you?
Hang on
Oh,
just a
sorry,
second.
Your Honor.
I don't see anybody waiting.
Have you more recently than 2016 reviewed some surveillance video and photographs for your trial testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, publishing State's Exhibit 296 Yankee at 8 minutes and 29 seconds.
All right.
Ms. Burnett, if you can, just watch this screen.
Okay.
Pausing. Now, Mr. Burnett was, I know that clip was quick. I'm going to publish 292 Yankee Hotel, which is already admitted. Now, is that surveillance video clip that you just watched, have you reviewed that before testifying in court here today?
Yes.
And what vehicle was depicted in 292 Yankee between 8 minutes and 30 seconds and 8 minutes and 40 seconds?
It was Infinity Q50.
Now, I'm going to briefly on the screen, what's going to be published is 292 Yankee Hotel. Let me know when you can see that. Is this a still frame from the surveillance video that we just watched a moment ago?
No. Yes, it looks the same.
Now, can you describe for the jury what stood out to you about being able to identify this as an Infinity Q50?
The headlights, the way they appear, you also can see the black grille, and it's kind of hard on this one, but as it gets closer, you can see like a little bit of the logo, like the silver reflecting in the front grille area.
And when you mean when it gets closer, you mean when
As it starts to come, I guess, closer to where before it goes off the screen.
Publishing, Your Honor, what's already been admitted as 292 Yankee Indigo. Now, Mr. Burnett, is this also I know it's currently blocked, but still framed from the surveillance video that we just watched?
Yeah, that still seems to be the same car, the Q50.
Now, what I'm gonna do, Mr. Burnett, is I'm gonna replay 292 Yankee at 8:30. You tell me when to stop when you had mentioned the silver emblem, right, as the car gets closer, in your words. So I'm going to play 292 Yankee, start at 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and you just tell me when to stop when you think it would be helpful to see that.
Sorry, it's real quick.
It's all right. I'm going to publish 292 Yankee Juliet. Which already been admitted as 292 Yankee Juliet.
You can almost see the reflection of it right in that screen there.
And when you had described by the reflection of it, do you mean, what do you mean by that?
It's almost like where I guess the lights or the street lights or whatever are reflecting off of it.
And
you can kind of, like, if you look in between the headlights, you can see there's something there. It's not black like the rest of the grill is.
And you mean the front part of that Infiniti Q50?
Yeah, the logo that's in the front of
it. And when you had mentioned is this almost basically, when you said as the vehicle gets closer, as it's driving off screen, when you reviewed this surveillance video, is at what point from where the car currently is to when it's off screen, did you notice that?
Originally, right, well, when you originally played it the very first time we spoke about it, I noticed it pretty quickly. Honestly, the very first time I looked at it, I was just looking at the car. I didn't even see what was going on the side. And then the second time you read me back, I saw all the other stuff that was going on with it. So, I mean, as you recall, when I first saw it, I was like, well, that's a Q50. And you were like, how do you know that's a Q50? And we kind of went through the same. I was like, headlights to the grill and same thing. And then also the tail lights, you can kind of see as it's taking off.
Now, thank you, Mr. Burnett. Now, since March of 2016, when law enforcement came and spoke to you, to present day today, do you have any other knowledge or information or any information about this case that this surveillance video is involved with?
No.
Mr. Burnett, I'm also going to publish 292 Yankee starting at 10 minutes and 40 seconds through 10 minutes and 47 seconds. It's gonna, it's close. Mr. Burnett, that surveillance video that we saw, have you seen that angle before?
Today, I saw it.
Okay. In preparation for your testifying. And in that what car do you see in 296 Yankee between 10 minutes and 40 seconds until when we paused it at 10 minutes and 48 seconds?
It's the same car from before, it's just a different angle. It looks like we're seeing more of the back end of it.
Earlier, you had mentioned the quarterly training that you've gotten since working in Infinity. Can you describe what that entails for the jury?
So anytime there's any new models or any new features or anything that's been added to cars, they will have to go through certification tests on them. It could be modules, so where we have to do like interactive videos and answer questions at the end, or it could just be an article that we have to review and then go back and answer questions. It just depends. Usually on a brand new model, it's more interactive stuff because they want make sure that you're following along and know what's going on. You'll just skip straight to the test. But sometimes on some of the refresher stuff, like if it's just a specification change, like the engine size or new wheel package or something, it'll just be like some articles that we just read and then answer the questions based off of that.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Ms. Burnett, when the Infinity Q50 came out on the market, when was the first time that you drove it? Did you ever drive a 2014 Infinity Q50?
Yes, it was, besides customers coming in, we also had them as loaner cars. So that was one of our main cars we used as loaner vehicles. So we were constantly pulling them up, getting customers in and out of their stuff. Yes, I've driven them a lot of times.
And what aspect of the Infinity Q50 made you choose to buy it in 2020?
The size, the performance of it. It's a pretty fast vehicle. It has a lot of power. And from my standpoint, it's also pretty reliable because, again, I see what goes wrong and with them. So that's what kind of drew me to it.
Now, the dealerships or the locations you've worked at for Infinity, have those all been classified as dealerships?
Yes.
And is your customer either primarily or exclusively people buying a car for themselves? Or brief indulgence, Your Honor.
All right.
In terms of, do you have any familiarity with Infinity vehicles being sold to rental car companies?
So they would buy directly from them. So they buy Hertz Enterprise, they buy directly from the manufacturer. Now we do see them when they come in for recalls and that sort of stuff. So they do bring or if there's warranty repairs that need to be done on them, Hertz Enterprise, they do bring cars to us for us to service. So, but like far as purchasing wise, they buy them directly from the manufacturer.
And Mr. Burnett, what is your favorite physical attribute of the 2014 Q50?
I'm going to object. That's too relevant.
Sustained.
I would too, Your Honor. That's why I asked. With that said, Your Honor, the state does not have any more questions for Mr. Burnett. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Are there any defense questions for this witness?
Yes, sure. Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I am fabulous. Fantastic. One of the last things you said was that the rental companies, I think Hertz, you mentioned, sometimes brought their cars in to be serviced at the location that you worked at, correct?
Correct, because we were close by the airport, so we would get a lot of their cars brought in, so.
Do you have any personal interaction with any car, any Q50 that would have been brought into your dealership back in January or February of 2015?
I wouldn't be able to recollect that.
And you would not have been the one to observe or look at or inspect any vehicles brought in from Hertz anyway, would you?
Only thing I would do was check it in, which basically would mean getting the mileage, then plate off of it, and doing like a walk around on it for damage. That would be my end as far as inspecting it.
Okay. But in 2015, was it 2015 or 16 when the Atlanta police came to talk to you about Infinities?
I don't actually remember the exact date.
You have no real memory, no clear memory of when that was, right?
No, not the date, no.
Is it fair to say that when they came to see you, though, they didn't bring an actual vehicle with them for you to look at or offer your opinion on, right?
No, they were like photos.
They were photos.
Yeah.
The images that you just saw, I'm going to ask the space indulgence in a bit to put some of those back up again. You would agree with me, though, that those photos.
We're good.
Those are black and white images, right?
What's that? The photos they brought in, or?
Yeah, well, no, the photos that you were just looking at, the video you just looked at, still shot, and then the two videos, one of the car rolling forward from the front, the other one from the back.
Well, the photos here are color. The ones that they.
Now step up.
You may.
Right, so these, and I'm going to reference for purpose of the record, 459 and 459A. These are the photographs that were presented to you from the state a little while ago, right?
Correct.
Right. Now, that's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about the video that you were looking at, that the state played. Would you agree that was a black and white video?
I don't know if I would classify it as black and white. It wasn't the greatest of quality of video, but I would say it was black and white.
Okay, let's look at it again. Tonight, would you be kind enough, please, to put up what the stage is marked as 292YI, Yankee Info, I guess. All right. Can you see what's on the screen in front of you, Mr. Burnett?
Yes.
All right. Now, you read 292YI, that's the image that you looked at before, correct?
Yes.
You're not able to tell what the color of that vehicle is, are you?
I can tell it's a grayish color. I mean, just like the car that's behind the white one appears to be like a reddish color.
Okay. So let's see. Are you going to tell me that that vehicle that you said is an Infinity is a, what did you say was a diamond graphite color vehicle?
Could I say it from the picture? No, I mean, from this, no, I couldn't say it was diamond graphite, but I could say it's grayish in shade, though.
Okay. You said that you recognize this as an Infinity because of your familiarity with Infinities, correct?
Correct.
Now, to be clear, you're not a scientific expert, right?
No.
You've never been qualified as an expert in Infinities or identification of vehicles, true?
No scientist, no.
Okay. You've never been qualified in a court of law as an expert in identification of vehicles.
Never been to court before or anything for it, but as far as an expert in knowing Infinities, I probably would say, yes, I know all the models.
Okay. Tell me whether or not that vehicle that you're looking at, the one that you've identified as an Infinity Q50, has standard size wheels or non-standard wheels on it as you described earlier.
We're talking about the screen, not the pictures, right?
So on screen.
You can barely see the wheels from this.
All right. Looking at that image that the state showed you that's on the screen right now, tell me where you see on that there is an Infinity emblem or insignia on the front grille.
This one doesn't capture it. He tried to roll it forward to where you could see that there is something silver in it, but technically they couldn't stop it at the right time.
You said technically, you don't see it at all, do you?
Not in this frame, no.
And in fact, when you were describing the image you said earlier.
One reason to try Zaxby's new chicken finger tacos? We'll give you two: Chipotle Ranch and Avocado BLT.
Looking at this vehicle on the screen, are you able to tell whether or not there's any damage to the front bumper or fender of that vehicle? Is those in some sort of accident of some sort?
Not on the screen, no.
Are you able to see anyone, if there's anyone hanging out of the sunroof?
Not from this angle, no.
I'm curious, do you know whether or not the 2014 Infiniti Q50s have, I'm going to use OnStar. I don't know if there's another name for tracking.
It's Infinity Connect, yes.
That's a tracking system.
Correct.
Do you know whether all of the Infiniti Q50s have tracking software in it that would allow you to track the car and tell you where the car is at a given time?
They have the capability, but there's a subscription that has to be paid for it to be able to do it. So if the subscription isn't paid, then it's not active for us where you could track it at the time.
Okay. You testified earlier, and I'm still referencing the images up on the screen, right? You testified earlier about there being an emblem on the side of the Infiniti Q50 that's a little bit behind the front wheel. Right? You remember that testimony?
Yeah, but that was off of the picture though.
All right. So putting the picture aside for right now and just looking at the image that was shown to you by the state, and this is the same image that was shown to you back in 2015, right?
No, they just had pictures. They had like pictures that came back in, and there was no videos or anything then.
Okay. So APD came to see you in 2015. They didn't show you this video?
No.
Okay. So look at the video that you're seeing right now that you've identified. Looking at that car. Point out to me where that emblem on the side of the vehicle is that tells us it's an Infiniti.
You can't see it from this angle. Not on the video.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. I understand your testimony correctly. 2015, APD comes to you and they show you some still shots of a vehicle.
Correct.
And they ask you to tell them whether or not it's an Infiniti or not.
They asked basically to identify what kind of vehicle it was.
And just so I'm clear, were the still shots that they showed you still shots from this video?
I honestly don't know where the pictures. I mean, I was 15, 16 when they came. I honestly don't know where they got the pictures from.
And they never told you, right?
No, they basically said that there may be some further questions they may ask, and they'd be in contact, and that was that.
Was that the only time that they came to ask you anything about any Infiniti?
Yes, I didn't hear anything about it again until April or May. I think they reached out. I guess they still have my number on file from when initially I did the interview, and they called and asked if I remembered it. And I honestly didn't remember a whole lot of it at the time. As we talked further into it, some of it started to come back, but I didn't remember what kind of car was involved or any of that until I actually saw the video that they played for me.
When you say they called you, talking about the DA's office? Or?
Yes, yes.
You didn't talk to anyone from the DA's office back in 2015?
No, I would assume it was just a local police. They were in uniform, so.
Police officer?
Yes.
that video, and when I say that video, I'm gonna refer to 292YJ. I think that's the one that you said you saw from, it's the back view of the vehicle.
Yes, the store or whatever. It looked like a store or something from what I could see.
Ms. Knight, would you be kind enough, please, to put up 292YJ for me? Yes. There's a video. Actually, no, it's not. I'm sorry. Let me correct that. That's 296Y at timestamp 840 and 847. Let me correct that for the record. That's exhibit 292 Yankee Delta. Did you see the image that went across the screen there, Mr. Burnett?
Yes.
And it's kind of run that one more time, please. Before you fast, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Would I be correct if I were to say that back in 2015, no one ever took you to an actual first location to look at any Infinity?
No.
I think we're almost there with our image, Mr. Burnett. Mr. Burnett, I want you to pay attention to the basically between 840 and 847, okay?
Okay.
See that car driving past?
Yep.
That is the car that you took a look at today. Today was the first day you saw this video, right?
This one, yes.
Okay. And then your testimony is that based on that vehicle passing by in the video, between 840 and 847, you can recognize that as an Infiniti Q50, as an Infiniti Q50, all right?
Correct, yes.
And then you agree with me though that even that image, as it went by, you didn't see any Infiniti emblem on the side of it.
No.
You didn't see an Infiniti emblem on the back of it, right?
No.
You didn't see anything that looked like damage to either the front or the fender or of the vehicle, right?
No.
You didn't see anybody hanging out the sunroof or window, right?
No.
So the lights on the car.
Yes.
And you saw that it was the car.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. That's all.
Any other defense attorneys have questions for this witness? All right, is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Burnett, when law enforcement came to meet you, did they ask you if it was Infinity or ask you if it was what car it was that you were looking at?
They just asked me to identify the car, the vehicle.
And since you and I have spoken or met, you always lived in the state?
Yes,
And previously, were we able to speak or Zoom with one another? It was the first day we met in person, you flew in today.
correct.
Ms. Burnett, I'm gonna try, so to slow this video down. So the state's going to publish 292 Yankee Alpha. It's gonna go at a slower pace, and if you see, Mr. Burnett, where you want to freeze it, or you spot the emblem in the front grill, just let me know.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, for the purposes of the record, we're starting at 8 minutes and 32 seconds
Okay.
on 292 Yankee Alpha. Ms. Burnett, did that help any slowing it down, Mr. Burnett?
Not really.
That's fair. It's fair. Now, some of the questions, do you remember being on cross-examination, you were asked questions about, can you see the decal or can you tell about the tires? Do you recall that?
Yeah, the jump with questions you just asked. Yes.
Yeah. And with this surveillance video that you've seen, is it that they don't exist or you're unable to give an answer on those questions because of the surveillance video?
They
Objection
exist, I'm
calls
just
for
not able.
speculation.
Overruled.
You may answer, Mr. Burnett.
Okay. Of course, the wheels and those things exist on it, and you know it's a Q50, so it's kind of hard to. Being that I know the vehicle, it's kind of hard to know. Okay, that's a Q50, and I know where everything is on it at. But trying to necessarily make it fit into the video where I can say stop right here, I see it. It's kind of a little hard to do in real time. And for the court's time, I don't know if we got this time to start just dissecting and stopping it every 2 seconds to see if you can get to there. But again, I've seen the pictures. I drive a Q50, so I know what actually is on the vehicle and where it's located at. But as far as trying to using this quality of video, as far as to stop it, is kind of hard to do.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. The state has no further questions for Mr. Burnett.
All right. Mr. Adams.
They may have a couple more questions for you, sir.
Oh, sorry.
They're almost done, but not quite.
So, Ms. Burnett.
Yes, sir.
So even though in the still shots and the videos that we see, right, we don't see the identifying item that you mentioned. You don't see a decal, right?
Not in the video, no.
You don't see the emblem on the Infinity emblem on the front.
Not in the video, no.
You can't identify whether it's standard size wheels or what kind of wheels you referenced before, correct?
Not in the video, no, sir.
So even though we can't see any of the things that you say will identify something as Infinity, your testimony is that you know that it's an Infinity.
Well,
Q50.
right, so this is not the same car? Like,
You tell me, is that the same car?
it looks like the same car in the video. It's a Q50.
Yeah.
You may.
So you're thinking that 459 and 459A, which has been given to you by the state, you believe that this is the same car that's been shown in that video?
The video is definitely a Q50, yes.
Okay, you think it's this car?
It appears, as far as the color and everything else appears to be, but
does this,
again, these are all standard things. It's not like this it has custom wheels on it or it has a custom grille. Those are all the standard things that's on the car. So every Infinity has the grille, has the logo on the grille. Every Infinity has a badging on the side. Those are the standard headlights. Those are the standard tail lights.
right?
So if it's a Q50, then it has those things.
So every Infinity has that emblem on the grill that we can't see on the video, right?
Q50, yes.
Every Q50 has that emblem on the side that we can't see on the video, right?
Correct.
Every Infinity has maybe standard, maybe not standard wheels that we can't see on the video, right?
Correct.
But your testimony to this jury is that these pictures given to you by the state, the same vehicle that's on that video.
Correct.
All right, that's all.
All right, now you're free to go.
All right, thank you.
All right, and it's just about 5 o'clock, so I think we'll break for the day. And I'm going to remind y'all, sometimes I give you a longer reminder, that you need to decide this case based only on the evidence that's admitted inside this courtroom. So please don't use the internet or any other source, electronic or otherwise, to get any kind of information about this case or about concepts in the law. Don't read, watch, listen to any accounts of this trial that might appear online, in print, on television, on the radio, or otherwise, including social media. Don't discuss the case with anybody or allow anybody to discuss it with you or around you, including don't discuss it amongst yourselves. Leave your notepads, notes in the jury room. And remember, for y'all tomorrow, it's a non-jury day. We'll be working, but we'll see y'all back Thursday morning at 9. Thank you. Okay, Miss Love, you had wanted to, I guess, tender for admission 452, 453, and 460Y.
So, Judge, they were all referenced, and by conditionally admit, what I was asking for permission to do, since they had all been identified by a witness as a particular thing and true and accurate reflections of them. And because they had been referenced so much during the testimony, my request was to tender or admit rather for as evidence 444Y, since 1AS
You
was
didn't
not.
even mention 444Y.
I didn't mention all of them that I wanted to. I
Okay.
started, but then when the court seemed
Okay.
inclined not to
Okay.
entertain that.
Deal with it right
Right,
then? Yeah,
right.
Since I didn't know what you were really
Right.
talking about in terms of conditional admission. Okay,
Right.
so 444Y is
Yes.
one of them.
So
Okay.
the state tenders a 444Y conditionally upon any redactions that we either agree on or the court simply instructs have to be made. 450Y, 451Y, just 452, 453, 454, and 456Y, as well as 460Y. And we have not tendered 463, which is the certified, which was used to refresh Mr. Wright's recollection. We're just adding that to the record because it was a document that had been referred to. So for conditional admission, we were tendering 454, 450. I'm sorry, 444Y, 450Y, 451Y, 452Y, 453Y, 454Y, 455Y, 456Y, and 460Y, to the extent that those reflect the emails from Mr. Wright to the state. So there
And
were,
then what about 463Y?
that was just the last.
Right, are you tendering that one?
No, I have
Okay.
it in my hand. I was about to hand it to Ms. Winfrey because it is a document that needs to go as part of the record, as something that was used to refresh the recollection. I had it, and while I had it, I just referred to it. It's not being tendered.
Okay.
It's just certified of Mr. Sledge's conviction.
Okay, and tell me what you mean by conditionally admit. Do you mean potentially redacted in some way?
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
do.
All right. And are there objections to the admission of any of these in any form
All of them,
whatsoever?
all of them.
Okay. yeah.
Now, if the point is they were referenced in testimony and therefore for the purposes of the record, not to be
Well, I wouldn't consider that admitted.
right. But
I mean, I assume every exhibit that is utilized, whether tendered and admitted, tendered and excluded, or just used with a witness, is going to be a part of the record. Is that y'all's understanding as well?
yes,
Okay. So, in terms of admitting them,
so okay. The emails,
yes.
450 was admitted. That was not.
Yes, 450 was, you're right.
the emails, we had lengthy discussions about the emails and about the objections and about the problems with some of the things that were discussed in the objections. Miss Love indicated that she wanted to talk about number 3, which seemed pertinent and wanted to get the wording exactly right. I had no problem with it. The other defense counsel didn't seem to have a problem with it. So we read exactly what the wording is. There's no need to admit that. And there's still problems with the other email, the other factual acknowledgments that are discussed in that email regarding the prior versions of the agreement. I went through great lengths to preview what I was going to ask so as not to open up any doors for quote unquote statements that were never uttered or adopted by the witness to be admitted into evidence. The state is now asking the court to just admit documents into evidence that have those statements on it. Those statements provide nothing to the jurors. I don't know what conditionally means. I'm never going to agree to admitting things subject to redactions when I don't know what those redactions are. And it's completely unnecessary. We have read from the documents to get the words correct regarding specific things from those documents, specific acknowledgements from those documents, and both sides have done that. And that's what the testimony is. The proposed documentary evidence is full of inadmissible hearsay and other things, and also provides nothing to the jury at this point. So on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I should say, oppose the admission of any of those documents into evidence at this time.
On behalf of Mr. Williams, I'm going to join in Mr. Shaw's response. We've already objected to the admission of any of those documents, and we would, I also do not know what a conditional admission evidence is,
Well,
so
I
I'd
guess-
oppose.
Right, so I guess she means she wants to, if possible, be able to come to agreement about redactions of them, and if not, then present them to the court with her proposed redactions, which, I mean, maybe y'all can get together, and since we have a non-jury day tomorrow, we can deal with that tomorrow, but I don't mean y'all figure out what the potential redactions are tomorrow. I mean, have something ready to present.
Yes, and so, Your
tomorrow.
Honor, in as much as the tendering was done today, I'll withdraw that request until I have a redacted version to show counsel for defendants into the court.
Okay.
And the court had it exactly right. It was until there was either an agreement or something that the
Or
court
then you
deemed.
can present it to me and I'll make a decision.
Yes,
Okay. All right, well then have those ready first thing in the morning.
we will, along with the other additional emails that the court told me to have.
Right, for me, for an in-camera inspection. And then I would like for us tomorrow, I know that a couple of people have forwarded some things for our task list for tomorrow. There's a motion in limine filed by Mr. Ryan about autopsy photos. There is a motion in limine by Mr. Williams that provides some law and argument on an issue that we had raised our last non-jury week, but not decided about. I can't remember whose statements they were, but some of the wiretap statements we had kind of gotten partway through and gotten, I think it's fair to say, probably bogged down on one particular call and whether there's hearsay within hearsay and whether it qualifies under 801 D2E. So we'll circle back on that issue and maybe make our way a little bit more through that. And then I would like for us to at least start on what's everybody's understanding of which exhibits have been admitted and which haven't, kind of what the status is of the exhibits so far. I covered everything that anybody's forwarded. Is there anything else? There might be.
I haven't yet seen, but I know that they probably are in my inbox. So we'll, since we should be, I guess, ready to respond to the motions in limine, if they're new.
Well, the one of them I think is new about the autopsy photos. The other one's kind of just a follow up on some of them. Yes, sir.
And we filed a brief on that yesterday, I believe.
On what?
So I just want to make
Maybe
sure that
that's
you.
what I'm thinking of. Is the Williams motion limine separate than the Mr. Nichols brief
Yes.
on that?
Yes.
Two separate issues
Yes.
or the same issue?
I did not repeat what the Honorable Mr.
But
Nichols
is it
lawyer
the same
said.
topic?
Yes.
Okay,
I just added
All right.
other law.
all right. All right. And honestly, that'll probably carry us through the day. We probably won't even get through all of it. Any other topics or items we need to be thinking about?
Could the court just inquire who's the next several witnesses? It got kind of,
Sure.
I know it's a witness issue, I was told.
Yeah, so Thursday and Friday, who do y'all anticipate your witnesses being?
Second, let me get that list. Officer Adrian Pitts. Miss Sharon.
When you want privacy to be fun and simple, Surfshark has got you covered.
Turner Bell and who?
Hill.
Hill?
Officer Sean Hill.
Okay. All right.
Crime Scene Tech Jenkins. Detective Thorpe.
Okay, that, we won't get through all of those in 2 days, so that'll give y'all the list of the next several. All right.
And the one main one, if we, the one that has.
It's just the gremlins that are apparently in residence here in 1C. That one doesn't seem to be working at all. We may need to put new batteries in some of these.
If another witness that we had on our list is available, that we had mentioned last week, that we had approached the bench about regarding a condition that they had, a lay witness.
I can't remember. Do they know who you're talking about? I can't remember. Do y'all know who we're?
Your Honor, I'm going to
talking
withdraw that. We'll leave it at where we have it right now.
Okay.
I'll speak to anybody who asks about that, but we're
Mr.
good.
Weinstein, you seem to want to say something.
Normally it's that I have to use the restroom, but actually it's on a different subject
All
matter.
right.
Just briefly, I'm not going to be here, Your Honor, tomorrow. Ms. Singerty is.
Okay.
But I guess I'm going to go back to the old saw that I keep bringing up, Your Honor. And just briefly, just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
1 minute. I'm going to renew my motion for the court to limit the state's time. I'm going to cite your authority under 244403, 246611, and I'm just going to ask you, please read, if you haven't already, US v. Reeves.
I've read it.
I think it's very persuasive on your ability and the logic and reasoning behind putting a time limit on the state. We just got through with a witness, Your Honor, that the state said was going to take 3 hours. And we spent, now that was just 3 hours on direct. And we just spent a week on that witness, Your Honor.
Well,
So
we had 2 witnesses this week.
5 days. And then, yes, Your Honor, I'm not going to disagree
Well,
with you.
wait, no, this is only, what
When
is today? This is only
it was
Tuesday.
Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Monday, but whatever. It was far, far longer than 3 hours. So please look at Reeves again and consider it, Your Honor.
So I am reticent to say, for this witness, you can only have X amount of time.
No, I'm asking for.
However, okay, we've got how many count indictment here? With at least 8, in addition to the RICO count, 8 different sets of crimes. And the case law also provides that the state is entitled to, and it is, a violation to prevent them from being able to present their case. And I know that's not what you're asking, but how am I to know how long it is going to take them to efficiently present the amount of evidence to cover all of the things that are in this indictment. That being said, I will say that not so much, honestly, even the amount of time that was taken up with Mr. Sledge, because I assume the 3-hour estimate was thinking Mr. Sledge was going to be a cooperative witness, and Mr. Sledge didn't ultimately end up being so much of a cooperative witness. But y'all, I mean, the amount of time that was taken up by everybody with Mr. Wright was probably a bit excessive. And I put everybody who asked questions almost in that category. I do think that the state needs to, I don't know, get more targeted and focused with the examinations. And then there seems to be redirects take almost as long as the directs, and that should not usually be the case. And nobody ought to be rehashing things that have already been established, either at, I mean, a little bit of leeway every once in a while to, okay, let me refamiliarize you to this as I lead into what I want to get to. But like a 5-question, you know, there's this, there's that, there's the other that everybody's already heard, and I'm addressing this to everybody who might need to hear it. That we don't need. And we just don't need to be rehashing everything. And we also need to think redirect is supposed to only cover things that are in cross, and recross is only supposed to cover things that were in redirect. So please get more focused, and to the extent that people make the 403 waste of time objection, I'm going to take it seriously.
Well, you know, I think Reeves addresses, I guess, a lot of that and the need for us to raise 403 by eliminating that and eliminating the courts, or reducing, according to the judge in that case, you know, eliminating the need for the court to spend a lot of time on 403s, because it forces the state to be more efficient in their presentation of the case. And to say that the state is moving with any degree of efficiency or I just don't know what to say about the plotting rate that the state plows through the direct examination. And I don't see anything. I mean, we're 100 witnesses in. We got 100 witnesses to go. I know that's a rough number.
I'm hoping we don't actually have 100 witnesses to
Well,
go.
that seems
I
to be
really
a
would
bottom.
like that to be narrowed down, but I don't think we've gotten to the point yet where we can turn to that topic. But I mean, I've said a couple of times that the state needs to take a very close and careful look at the witness list that still exists and do everything you can to make sure that we're not being cumulative with our witnesses. And I hear you saying maybe we should be doing the same thing about a time limit. And y'all, I mean, you know, I mean, I know it's not a trial, but incredibly important issues get decided in appellate courts all the time. And you get, you know, 20 minutes to talk about something that could be groundbreakingly different. So, you know, I'm not saying that at some point I might not just say, all right, you've got 5 hours for this witness's direct and you can do it in that amount of time. I'll need to know more about what you need to cover with that witness, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. I do think that given how long Mr. Copen was on the stand, that we've made real progress in that we've now been able to finish 2 witnesses in far less time than that. But yeah, I hope 3 witnesses in far less time than that. So I feel like it is progress, but we could probably get more targeted than we are.
Okay.
So
I can, and in as much as this, I'm probably the most verbose of us all, but I can make my questions tighter.
Okay.
The intent on redirect has always been to respond to things that I hear brought up on cross, and to the extent that I can be more precise in pointing out the specific question that was raised on cross that I'm trying now to have the witness explain further or give an explanation for, I will do that as well.
All right. And I do not want to call anybody out in front of the jury. I also don't want to excuse the jury constantly. That takes a lot of time just for them to even file in there and file back. So, you know, I'm telling you all this now in the strong hope that what you're saying you're going to do, you're actually going to do. But if I see that it still is as, I don't know the right words, but depending upon what I see, I may have to deal with it further.
Okay, thank you, Honor. And I wouldn't keep raising this if my client wasn't stuck at Wright Street. So that's the reason I bring this up every once in a
Well,
while.
I mean, I think it's fair to bring up
Thank you.
regardless.
Thank you, Honor.
So-
I appreciate you hearing me
Okay.
out.
And Your Honor, I also, just for the record, and so that the victims that are named in our cases are aware, we are appreciative of the courts affording the state the opportunity to effectively present to the jury all the evidence that we have in this case without being cumulative and without being redundant. But our victims obviously deserve every bit of attention that we have to offer to this. And I appreciate the court's willingness to afford that to the state.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing else, then let's convene at 9 tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm uploading some. Hold on. Angel, do y'all see that y'all up?
Yeah, I have something to say, but it's not about the case.
Go ahead.
So I was gonna send it to you, but you did this. So with so with the rich home keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
What do you
Allegedly.
mean?
Well, I don't want to say allegedly.
Okay.
They released that his go in the house and connect to Wi-Fi. I've been sitting in my
Is that her stuff? Listen up.
Oh yeah, that's Angel. Angel talking right now.
Yeah, I have to run in the house. I have been sitting in my car to connect to the
Okay.
Wi-Fi. So they said that his brother found him on the floor at 3 a.m. with food like in his mouth. I think they're trying to say he was unconscious at the time. I'm not too sure. So his brother took his body and put him on the couch. Now, I would think any sane person would have called 911 at that time. They never said if like the brother tried to like check for a pulse. They don't clarify that. But I don't know. If I found my sibling on the floor with like food in their mouth, but they're not really fully responsive, I would have called 911.
Angel, are you telling me that we're now to believe, and I know that this is all alleged, so I'm just trying to make sense of it. We're all to believe that his brother found him at 3 a.m. on the floor, food in his mouth, put him on the couch, and didn't say anything to that girlfriend?
No, that like no, as in like agreeing, like
Wait, so you know how, if that's what you're saying, it almost makes me understand why people were saying the girlfriend didn't sound very distraught in the 911 call.
it probably. So initially, I work in law enforcement in an
Mhm.
area of it. People's reaction is going to be different. Like, you can't judge somebody for their reaction if you've never found somebody that's allegedly unalived.
Gotcha.
Like you can't like she could have been thinking anything like what if he's done this before? Like he had a history of being on a multitude of
It
things.
comments to Angel that they found him like that before, so that's why they didn't think anything of it.
Yeah, I'm not saying they had, but like maybe because he was on stuff for a period of time, she could have like probably was like, what if she was used to it? So she didn't have a frantic reaction. It's a whole bunch of things. So her reaction shouldn't be in question. What needs to be in question, somebody said it was common. Well, look, there that is. But what needs to be in question is when the brother found him, you put him on the couch. Even if you didn't call 911, you did not go wake that lady up. You just put him on the couch, didn't say nothing. She finds him at 11. So I'm thinking in my head like, could he have been saved at 3 a.m.? Like, or had he been
I can't believe
unalived since 3 a.m.? Because allegedly, I haven't seen a police report. But what's being reported is by the time she found him at 11, he was already cold, which means, in my mind, he was already unalive at 3 because you don't get cold that fast. Like, you don't get cold in like an hour or two. He had to be unalive, deceased for a period of time. So he really could have been deceased before 3. But the brother just picked him up and put him on the couch. But again, they didn't clarify like whether maybe he had signs of life when the brother picked him up and put him on the couch. But yeah, this it's very when I read that mail, I'm not even gonna hold you. My heart broke because you just put your sibling on the couch and just said whatever.
It just doesn't sound, it just sounds strange. And I see people in the chat saying like this is very common. I've never had to deal with a sibling with a substance abuse issue to that extent or anything like that. So, maybe this was normal for them. I don't know, but I don't know. I think that would have made me contact the authorities or at least the ambulance to see what was going on. My first thought would not have been to put him on the couch. But I have a question for you guys because the chat is saying like two. Yeah, I get that. And Key, I see Key saying that they don't suspect foul play. I don't. It sounds like exactly what we thought it was initially. Just maybe the time frame is different. But are you guys saying that 911 call was at 4:30 a.m. or was that call like around 10 or 11? Am I right there?
By what's being reported, she got up at 6:45, took
Okay.
the kids, went back, came back home, didn't, I don't want to say she didn't check on them, but she took the kids at 6:45, but her call was around 11.
Okay, so Mo Beauty, Mo, you're saying it was at 4:30 a.m. What was at 4:30 a.m.? The article said 11. Okay, Tisha, I think this Tisha. She said that it was said at 11. No, because if they didn't look like they were puking, you make sure you're on their side. Okay, I think April's responding to something. Okay, hold up. They said Jasmine saying in the report circulating, the brother Dre said it was unusual because of food being in his mouth, the whole thing. Man, I just wonder.
If it's unusual, why didn't you call for help?
I guess.
Like that's, and I don't blame victims of addiction. I do not. I do a little bit. My uncle was a crack addict, so I have personal experience. I feel like it's a partial blame. But this man has interviews saying he was doing he was doing things. He's had multiple interviews. I don't know. I don't know. If I find my sibling, even the ones I don't really like too much, I don't care if I found him on the floor 9, 12, 72 times. I'm calling for help. Like,
I kind of think that would be my first reaction.
someone
Now
said
I will
don't
tell
judge
you,
the brother. I'm not judging the brother. I'm judging the decision making.
yeah, when the girlfriend checked on him, it was 6:45. No, Area sounds like maybe it to me, Area, what it sounds like is happening. She may have been in bed because she got to get up and
She
get the
said, yes, she said get the kids ready, so it had to been earlier. Kids don't go to school at no 11 o'clock.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, she was probably in bed. She wakes up to find him on the couch, thinks he's sleeping, unaware of what the brother had experienced with him earlier in that morning. So I think that's what it was. I mean, like you guys are saying, sad situation all around. It's really sad. Really
Right,
sad.
and already knowing that, like, it's a norm for them, it's sad too because
Mm-hmm.
I just want to tell a quick little story or whatever. There was this guy that was here in the city that I live in, and he was on live.
Hold on, who's
He
talking?
Maya.
Okay, Maya, it's not like, like pulsating to let me know which person's talking. Hey,
It was
Maya.
confusing me too. Hey, girls.
Okay, all right.
So in the city that I live in, the guys are on parentheses bad as well. So this one particular guy, he was on Facebook Live, and it would be a norm for him to be, reacting to the parentheses, like itching real bad, saying that he effed up or whatever. So this day, he was actually in the process of being unalived on live, Facebook Live. So he like, y'all, these parentheses is messing me up. They're messing me up. I'm itching real bad, da da da. Whole time his girlfriend is in the passenger seat and she just aggravated with him because it's the norm to her. So he's on the live for maybe like 2 hours. So he ends up being unalive within 30 minutes after he got off the live. and she was saying that he went in the room and just passed out sleep. But that was the norm for her because that's normally what he did when he was on parentheses, not knowing that he was in the process of being unalive. So she didn't think to call the authorities, or she didn't think to do anything frantically, because it was the norm for her, which is again just sad all around. So I get why the brother did it, but like you said, it's like it's just tough. It's just a tough situation.
It's tough, and that's why I think people were saying in the comments as well that you can't blame the person. I know people go through their own things. I'm like you guys, it's just a sad situation all around. And I just hate that happen. What always bothers me when people leave young, especially when people are like, well known. I'm always so bothered when they leave this way because they had so much life ahead, Like it's
He
just
was only like what, 34?
34.
And
34.
I'm 29, so I turned 30 in November. And people in their 30s always used to tell me, you don't live life until your 30s. You don't live it. And I literally feel like, dang, 30 ain't that old. Like, it's not that old. 34 isn't even old. Like, there's so much you can still do. You can literally restart your life and go after something completely different in your 30s.
Yep.
Like, he was so young.
He was so young. And let me say before I forget, Maya, thank you for saying parentheses. I was over here tickled on mute when you said parentheses.
I said I got to use male terminology over here.
I was tickled, but Angel, you are so right. And not even that, guys. When I would feel down about myself and how, oh my God, I'm not happy about where my life is, blah blah blah. What would always bring me comfort is looking at people like Oprah, people like Warren Buffett, and you kind of see the time their lives just really just started going up. They were in their 30s, some 40s, some people 50. So to Angel's point, that man was 34. 34. So young.
Yeah, that was my secretarial duty for the day. I didn't find nothing. I was like, dang, Mel gonna ask me where I am. And then that came out. It came out like at the end of court too.
We've been on here since y'all we're going 4 hours now. So we've been on here since maybe right when break started, because I've been off all day. This morning I had something to do. So we just been in here streaming and kicking this, and I hadn't even been checking my messages because we've been on the stream really.
Y'all, and another sad thing is, after the guy that I was referring to that in my city, you would think that it would be a wake up call for his friends.
Nope.
And it was not. And I'm like, this was y'all best friend, and it was not a wake up call to you guys. Like, what in the world? It's just so sad. It's really sad and disheartening.
It is. I did bring some other people up. How you guys doing? I'm gonna remove this so I can see names. Alexandria. Oh, it's just us. I thought I added some more people.
And
Kai.
help me join the chat, because I can only talk like this, and I want to be in the comments.
Why can you guys help Maya out? Why can't she
Mine just says it says join the chat, and then it says connect to YouTube, but I don't know. I just downloaded the little whatever app this is.
Child, I come on my phone and then I use my iPad to look at the YouTube shit.
I am weak, girl.
Because it's so much. Like, it says join the chat, but I don't want to click that and it do something weird. So I just look at the actual for real chat on my iPad.
Miss Sheila, I just put the link in the chat. Guys, I've got the link in the chat. Please feel free to come up. Just remember, let's not curse. Somebody gotta go on mute. That's not me, is it? Okay, thank you. Just remember, guys, just like on TikTok, be mindful of what you say, especially curse words. Let's find another way to say what we're trying to say. I just downloaded the YouTube rules, so I'll have some more specifics for you guys. I can't imagine YouTube is as strict as TikTok, but we're gonna make sure we're gonna figure it out. But yeah, so please feel free, click the link, come on up. I'm gonna make sure that, especially in the chat right now, that we kind of keep the focus, things surrounding YSL trial. Y'all know we do stray away, but if we stray away, guys, let's just make sure it's still some type of clean content, something that we can I'll talk about. So yes, and please, y'all, can y'all tell me how many likes we are on the live right now? Because I can't see it. Y'all can put it in the chat
So
for me.
Mel, you're on StreamYard or YouTube?
I'm on StreamYard. I can't.
Me
That's
too.
why I
Me
can't
too.
see.
I don't know nothing.
I can't see. I can't see the likes. 115. This is crazy. Like the live, y'all. It's real quick. It's real quick, y'all. Like the live. Please like the live.
Well, like maybe because like I'm on StreamYard as well. Once you sent the link, it took me to StreamYard to download the app.
Really?
So I don't see a way to even like it on the StreamYard app.
So are you saying that when I'm putting that link in the live, it's making you guys download StreamYard?
Yeah, well, it gave me an option to go through Google Chrome or Safari, and then when I click that, you know how it pops up a banner, it just tells you to download the app. So I was just like, let me just download the app so I'm not streaming it on
Okay,
my
thank you.
Safari.
Okay. India said that YouTube Live does not allow you to do panel, because I was going to suggest going to YouTube, but thank you, India. I'll stay here. I am still learning, guys. I am still learning over here. But okay, yeah. So that's all I had to say, guys. So I'm gonna go back on mute. So if you guys have anything to say, Miss Sheila, I'm gonna go ahead and bring you up. Ariel, bring you up. And Miss Sheila, if you just go on mute for me, and we'll go. If Alexandria has anything, and then I got Ariel. Ariel here too.
So I did just discover that I can swipe up out of StreamYard and go to YouTube and like at the same time. So you know how you could have YouTube in the bottom corner?
Mm-hmm.
If I swipe up out of StreamYard and go to YouTube, I can still like that way. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. Thank you so much, Maya. I don't know if you were done. I just wanted to say that for people entering the live now. So I'll go back on mute, and then I'm gonna tell you how I see it, guys, so we can go in this order. And unless I see more people, we'll just keep the panel up here. Ariel, I thought I added you. Oh shoot. Sorry, Ariel. So I've got 6 people. I can have 6 people up at a time. It's Alexandria, Maya, Ariel, Miss Sheila, and then Kaya. So guys, just be mindful of time, and I'm gonna go on mute so you can chit chat.
I'm gonna go in the chat, y'all.
Okay.
Thank you,
And my
Maya.
first, I'm sorry, my thing went out. I can't remember if you called me to go.
Yes, Alexandra, you're next. Hey, Alexandria. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, something happened with her. So Kaya, are you there?
I am. Hi, Mel.
How are you?
Let me just say, you one of my favorites on TikTok, honey.
Show you my face, girl, because I was smiling big back.
Yes, you're one of my favorites. So let me
you.
just say thank you for even catching me up, because when this whole trial started, I tuned it out.
Mm-hmm.
But your commentary pulled me back in to where I was like, wait a minute.
Period.
What's going on?
Thank you.
So, okay, let me just start with, I think all of us in the chat on your YouTube were saying the same thing, but to preface it, Miss Heartbreak, I can't even call her Miss Love, Miss Heartbreak. She was in court today. Mind you, her attitude was a bit better. I guess she knew who she was speaking with today.
You said her attitude was a bit better?
Better than it was with Moonfun, because she was hollering at him all yesterday.
I got you.
Her attitude was a little better. She kept her voice at a decent rate today, and I guess it's just based off of who she was speaking to. But when I'm looking at this trial, I'm trying to piece together where the real evidence is, not the factual evidence from the plea deals, but like, you know how when you go to trial, you usually have phone records, text messages, pictures of these people together during the stint of whatever they were doing at this time.
And all I've really been hearing being said, and if I'm wrong, y'all in the chat correct me, and I don't mind being corrected. All I've been hearing is that, were you told by someone else? So you knew that. And to me, this is the same objection, Miss Heartbreak, you done been giving this whole trial, hearsay. Because everything you done put together in these pleas, along with these people, we just confirmed that Moon never talked to you to get the information that you're talking about. We don't know where any of this information came from. And I want to touch on that just real quick because I know we don't bring him up often, but we don't know where any of this information came from Miss Fani or you to have put in here, but we're basing it as fact without any actual fact evidence. So that's where I struggle with her at, because anybody who goes to court knows it's beyond a reasonable doubt. And
Say
this
it one more time for me, friend.
yeah, like
I can hear you. It's what?
Beyond a reasonable doubt. So that means you have to fingerprints, the pium had they DNA, all of that has to be given.
And you have none of that.
You have circumstantial evidence.
And
it's not even evidence because we can't even tell if that's the right car. So we don't know what's going on. So if we're as lost being someone as the viewer, can you imagine what the jury is going through?
So you answer that for me. And y'all, I'm texting my daughter if I'm looking down, but you answer that for me. You tell me what you think the jury's thinking right now, especially today.
For me, after today, if I'm a juror, first of all, she would have lost me 100 and how long would this been going on? She would have lost me 101 days ago. That would be first and foremost. Because what are we talking about for 126 days that we're here? But on top of that, just by to me, if I was a juror, and mind you, I'm just as lost as the jury, because besides knowing who Young Thug was, Jeffrey was, I didn't know anybody else who was on this trial, had no clue who they were. Me listening to every single testimony, everything that's been said, the lawyer today proving the fact that, Miss Heartbreak, you did a quick switcheroo. We asked you to change something. I assumed you changed it based on our email communication. You did change it, but what you changed it to was just adding something else, moving what we asked you to change down to down a number, and then sending it back because you knew we did not have enough time to actually process this information before he had to sign it. So it was kind of like you were coercing my person, my client at the time. You could either take this how we giving it to you, or you could take it to trial. Because her saying that they have enough time were those their only two options, to go to trial or take the plea? I'm going to be honest with y'all, just by having to go through a court case personally, yes, that's usually how it goes. If the plea comes, you only really have the time they're giving you to take that plea before if you tell them you don't want to take the plea, they're going to make you go to trial. So those aren't really your two options, which we know he couldn't have done. So me as a juror, I'd be sitting back right now and thinking like, so the state really basically penny pinched all these people and said, you're going to get up here and say what's in these documents, because if you don't, we're going to send you away for a while. And for a while, we mean football numbers.
I just feel like, and you can tell me how you feel, even after Mr. Wright, he really tried to testify that he didn't feel that his client was being pressured, right? But you tell me what you're thinking. If I don't get this final plea deal until the day before, I've got all of this stuff going on and I have to sign it. I love that Max Sharp brought up the fact that this man, it really wasn't like a true meeting. I'm talking to you through a glass wall right before we go, right the day before. So it's like, if you were in that situation, what would you have been advising your client? He probably did tell that man, we may not get something better than this. And I don't care what he didn't say on that stand. He's not going to make me think otherwise.
In his, from what he said on the stand, I'm going to be completely honest with you. He not forced, but he also worked in the coercion as well, because you heard what he said about, truth be told, this case would have bankrupted me had I would have taken it to trial.
Didn't he say that?
Yet, when she asked him if his client wanted to take this case to trial, would he do so? And he said this trial, I cannot quote him directly, but I know he did mention the word bankrupt. I caught that part.
He definitely said that because he said being in this trial would take him away from other trials. And that's
Exactly.
he
And you
definitely
don't get
said,
paid to sit in the courtroom, right? So to
definitely
me,
said
it
that.
seems like he was just like, you my client of 15 years, bro. We done seen each other through some stuff. I know this is stuff you probably done did. You saying you trying to get home to your mama, I understand that, but I'm not finna. It seemed like it was just like, I ain't finna go back and forth with Miss Love to be changing all this stuff. So let's take what we can get while the getting is good, or what he considered good. Go ahead and sign this. You could go home. Yeah, you'll be able to explain it if they ever bring you to trial. And he probably told him, I don't think there'll be a need for you at this trial, which is why Moontoot was so like, I didn't think I was going to even be called, which is why.
You better clock it, Miss Kaya. Thank you, because I got to stop you there because I got
Yep,
to the stage. But I think you made some really valid points. And look at the chat. The chat is definitely agreeing with you. So thank you so much for those. And then you can come back once we swap a few times too.
Absolutely. Thank you, love.
Thank you. See you later. Hello, Miss Ariel. And I'm gonna add, I'm gonna add Miss Sheila. I'm adding Hey Krona. I am adding Miss Krona up. I see Mikey has been waiting. And let me tell you guys the new rotation. Ariel, I'm gonna let Miss Sheila go first. I don't know how she dropped down. When she dropped down, but I'm gonna let Miss Sheila go. Then we're gonna go to Ariel, then Krona, then Mikey. That'll be the rotation that we'll do on here right now, guys. And before you go, Miss Sheila, I just want to make sure I don't have anyone waiting. I'm going to add Taylor too. Well, Taylor won't let me add you right now. So once you get that fixed, I'll add you up too. Hey, Miss Sheila girl.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hearing an echo on my end.
I'm going to go on mute.
Hey, I cannot complain. Look, yeah, it's me. It got to be me. But look, y'all were talking earlier about Rich Homie Quan, but here's my thing on that. My daughter passed June the 22nd, 2021. My nephew was in prison. When he got out, I guess it was weighing on him because he was not here when she passed.
I'm sorry, lost Miss Sheila. I don't want to interrupt you.
So,
Sorry.
uh-huh. Go ahead, because it's an echo on my end. It's not you.
It's okay, Miss Sheila. I was just giving you my condolences.
Oh,
I didn't want you to get like down in your story and then I bring you back. So I'm sorry. I'm just saying I'm sorry for your loss.
but no, and he was, and it was eating him. So he got out of prison on Mother's Day of last year, and he passed away on Christmas Day due to an overdose. He took the wrong pill, and it's different things that make people do drugs.
Miss Sheila.
And
Miss
yes,
Sheila, they said close out the YouTube. The YouTube in the background is probably why you have the echo.
okay, hold on.
Okay, while I wait for Miss Sheila to come, come back up, guys, because I think she dropped off. I'm gonna go ahead and let Ariel go, and if Miss Sheila doesn't come right back, we'll just go in our same rotation: Ariel, Crona, then Mikey.
Hey Mel.
Hi.
I'm not gonna speak too much on the case today. I'm gonna go off the rich homie first. I feel like it's complacency. Like if you have a loved one that's doing rugs, you can never be complacent. Because you just never know the effects that the body will take. Today you can take 30 rugs and be okay, and tomorrow you can take one, and you can ultimately lose your life. And that's just even with alcohol. I have a coworker, for her niece's 21st birthday, they went out and had drinks, not even drunk. She ultimately lost her life that night, and she did because alcohol poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, and
wow.
and just a matter of they found her foaming out the mouth like 3 hours after they had gotten home, and they when the autopsy came back, it was ultimately alcohol poisoning. It wasn't because she excessively drink. It was just literally alcohol poisoning, and that's why I say it's complacency. When people are drinking or on drugs or anything around me, they call me the auntie of the crew. If my friends are drinking a lot, I'm the one that will not drink a lot, because someone has to be there to ensure that everyone's okay, because I don't know what your body would react to. So if, for instance, if the person I'm with is on drugs, I would never in my life leave home, come back, and just look at him and lay on the sofa. And that's not taking anything from her. That's just complacency. You can't say because a person is always like that. Sometimes you'll be like, okay, my car, I know my car. I know my car. But then your car break down. So you don't know your car that day. So you can never be complacent when it comes to things like that, especially when it comes to, someone's life. Like, no. Like, I'm to the point where I literally, like, if I keep a baby, Mel, I'm always checking their nose. I have to make sure they still alive. Like,
Someone say, listen, Ariel, I'm glad you said that. There was something on Facebook, Ariel, where a lady she was trying to talk about the fact that the young lady said she put the blanket on him and left. This particular person said when she is with her significant other, every 2 hours she checks their pulse. And one of my friends is a nurse, and she said, "Child, that man must be in ICU." But she literally does this. She checks on him multiple
every
times throughout the night. So I'm not sure what happened, because I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I would do that, but
I don't drink. I let me put it like this: any alcohol, I hate the taste of it. But my boyfriend will drink, or my fiance rather, he'll drink. But if he doesn't eat, I see him shake like he was sleeping. Like, it's not excessively shaking, but he'll shake. Okay, so guess what I did? I started researching it. That means his blood sugar is too low. When you start shaking it, like when you're drinking and you're asleep and you have a little shake, that means your blood sugar is too low. If your blood sugar is too low, you can go in a diabetic coma. It's better for your blood sugar to be high than low. So you have to just know what you're dealing with. Like, if I know I'm around people that drink, if I know I'm around people on drugs, I get familiar with all the symptoms, because you would not lose your life around me. Maybe I'm just an old fashioned type of girl, but that's just what it is.
that could be it though, because I know I'm not doing all of that. So I understand. I understand there.
Well, I guess being working at the prison, that I think that's changed me. I've seen so many people lose their lives to like ice, and I worked on the medical floor there. Oh my God, you would only imagine how many people I've seen lose their life, and I had to be there when the coroner came. So I think that probably gave me PTSD. So, but on the actual case, oh shit, on the actual case today, y'all, you know what I think gonna come back up, Mel? Can you hear me?
I was on mute. I'm like, huh? I'm like, what? You didn't see me? I was like, what? I was on mute though.
India, I'm not judging her at all. I said what I would do, and I just think it comes to complacency. We all can get complacent. We get complacent at work. We get complacent with driving with our phones in our hand. That's just complacency to me. It's not judgment. It's just reality. But what I was gonna say about the case today, the only thing I got out of this is Mr. Wright finna come from his love. Because when he was like, huh?
You think well, I'm gonna say this area. I said this the other day when he was on the stand. Was it yesterday, his first day? You are crazy to think that that man is not gonna get back at that lady for trying to embarrass him on that stand.
You know what's going to be very interesting. He said he wants to see the time. He wants to know when the time of the trial and when the time of that plea was sent. So if that plea was sent after the plea arraignment, can that plea be null and void? Because they had no time to see the official plea.
I think he has said on the stand and proven that there was definitely some time restraints on him and his client. And the state, I mean, they had the police. So who do you blame for the time restraints? The state.
No, what I'm saying is he's saying basically the day of the plea arrangement, the plea that was handed to him, he thought that was the same plea that they had agreed to, but they didn't officially send him the plea. He doesn't know when the official plea was actually sent to his email.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I'm agreeing with you. Let me say that. I'm agreeing with what you're saying. And saying this to say he could not control when he received this information. So they put a limit on him and what he can do because they had everything.
Right. And did you watch day one? Do you remember that day you said you was what? Did you finish it?
I did not finish it. I started.
No.
I did not.
Did you catch Steele when he automatically did a mistrial on day one?
No.
So on day one, I went back and watched it. On day one, her opening statement calls for Steele to get up and do a mistrial, and it was so many objections in your opening statement on day one. And then you could tell this case is more about Steele because Judge Glanville had already ruled that Steele's name could not come up, and if it was causing for it to come up, that it needs to be presented to him to rule on it. And her opening statement, she had Steele's name on the paperwork. She said Steele's name, so he got up and did a mistrial. So she want to beat Steele. It ain't about nothing else but beating Steele because of his reputation. She wants to beat Steele.
I think a lot of them want to. Miss Sheila, I do see you back down. So yeah, I'm gonna swap out Ariel too.
Okay.
You're not going nowhere, so I'm gonna bring you back. I'm gonna swap out to keep the rotation. But I think you're absolutely right, Ariel. Miss Sheila, I'm gonna bring you up, and Krona, I'm gonna let Miss Sheila go, and then Krona, you'll be next. All right, Miss Sheila.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, but yeah, before he passed, his girlfriend was saying, hey, he was talking about my daughter, this, that, and the third. And I was just like, well, why y'all didn't call me so I could, reassure him that, everything's fine. Our mama had always told us, God know when, where, and how he wants you. And you never question him. And we didn't know. Y'all always know y'all can call me. Even the smaller kids know. It can be 12 o'clock in the morning. Y'all can call me. Now, I ain't saying I'm getting up out my bed, but I'll lay in the bed and talk to you. But
Miss Sheila, but I'm going to tell you, you make me feel like if you need to get out the bed, you're going to get out the bed.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting out the bed. And when I come, whoever there better be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, in Memphis, you ain't got to get ready. You're going to stay ready because it's already there.
Okay.
You got to already stay ready. But no, these past couple of days in the trial has just been a whole nothing. There's nothing that had to do with YSL. And she was just like, oh, we don't want Jeffrey. But the whole indictment is Jeffrey Williams et al.
Wasn't that crazy, Miss Sheila? Did you see?
I'm like, really?
See, when they asked that question and she's like, how dare they say that we wanted Jeffrey more than these people? Ma'am, because that's what your indictment says.
The indictment, and I was just like, and Paige just going right along with her. And I'm like, Paige, if you don't sit down, this woman called 41 objections when they were doing their cross.
41?
41.
Miss Love gonna have to sit down. Someone on Twitter
Cat Show actually counts up how many objections she does when the defense gets up.
41 is insane.
41. They couldn't get a word out. That when it started with whoever was cross-examining him first, and then it just kept on going. But she can get up there and talk about anything she wants to. Go around the bush 3-4 times, and I'm surprised that man sat there and let her talk to him all three, like he was dumb. Well, did you not see it? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I think she's trying to get his bar card took because she got exposed.
Well, in the chat, they seem to think she might be doing the same. He might be doing the same thing to her. So Ariel brought up something that I'm very interested to see play out. This whole plea agreement, the time that they gave it to him, I'm very interested to see, because that really could be problematic. So I'm interested to see where that goes.
But somebody said even a judge that even sits before that ain't gonna want to touch that plea deal, because once they get through reading it, they're gonna be like, oh no, they ain't gonna want to touch it. He still be on probation. They just ain't gonna send him to jail. There's not a judge in Fulton County that's gonna send that man to jail over that. And they watching this case too.
Krona, can you send me this clip you're talking about on Twitter? Well, or you can send it to me on Instagram. Either one, because girl, we want to see it. I mean, not Krona, sorry, Keith.
It ain't the one with Miss Love talking about she'll be a good DA and fight crime and go against all the gangs that's ravaging the neighborhoods.
Oh,
Don't let it be that one. Don't let it be that one.
Miss Sheila. Riri, Miss Sheila from she from Memphis. And guess what? Miss Sheila, this is my little sister. What barbecue did you say was the best again?
Central Barbecue, because I get they barbecue portobello mushroom sandwich.
No, ma'am. You like my mama. No, ma'am. Ain't no barbecue, baby. Ain't no.
I am I'm almost probably your mama age. I'm 50. So you know we set on what we like to eat. I'm 50. I like what I eat. But yeah, it was just strange to me. It wasn't given. Then she brought the guy out from the car dealership. Dude, you're a mechanic. You are a mechanic. That's all you are.
Miss Sheila, if we want to talk about how to change some oil, how to change the ignition, not ignition, the engine, what is it, y'all? The transmission, we will call you. But
because you can't look at that blurry picture and tell me that that's an infinity. That's something that they told you to say. There's no way on God's green earth.
You can't tell me that. Miss Sheila, what's your TikTok? They want to know if you're on TikTok.
Sheila Green, SHELIA, Green, GREENE.
Miss Sheila, they want to see you, so I need you to get on your Zoom. Get on your Zoom, Miss Sheila.
What? I thought I am. Don't you see me on the camera?
Oh Lord, y'all, Miss Sheila, it's a saying. When I say get on your Zoom, I'm saying to y'all, did y'all see Miss Sheila said, I thought I am on here. It's a saying. So what I'm saying is people want to see more of you, so you need to post more on social media. That's what
I did tell y'all I was 50, right? Okay. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Let that sink. When I get done doing a whole lot of FedEx work, because right now I've been at work for 11 hours and I'm sitting in my driveway.
Miss Sheila, you work at the hub, or you work in the corporate office at Fed?
I work in the hub, but I work in an office in my own desk, making my own coffee with my own coffee pot, my own little refrigerator. I don't want to associate with those people.
Well, you know, Miss Sheila, they say, now I've never worked at Fed, but they say you're not from Memphis for real if you never worked at Fed. But I mean, my mom has. My mom worked at Fed before.
I've been there going on 10 years in November. Okay. Tell me I'm not ready. No, let me tell you about my coworker. And then I'm going to be done, y'all, because I'm not supposed to be gossiping. This man finally sat down. He had started limping and everything. He was still coming to work. This man retired on the same day that FedEx turned 50, and he'd been there 50 years.
Are you serious?
He was there when FedEx was not giving out paychecks, wasn't able to pay the workers. They were giving them stocks.
What?
And be like, take this stock as your payment. We can't pay you this week.
Oh, I know he's sitting good
He
right now.
had been there that long.
How old is he, Miss Sheila? I mean,
look, I don't know. He's sitting so good in East Tennessee with a swimming pool and a lake.
Oh, Miss Sheila, I should have met you a couple years sooner and get him a young tender. Him with the young tender, okay? Because I
I ain't been play with you. Yeah, he stayed with the company 50 years.
that is amazing. That's
And
amazing.
I got some coworkers talking about, well, I've been here 42 and 40. What? Y'all don't kill y'all asses home.
42. That's crazy.
42 years, 36 years, and I'd be like, whew,
Taylor,
y'all
I'm
some
bringing
good ones.
They
They
said
some
Miss
good.
Sheila, they said this your second day cutting up. Miss Sheila reminds me of home, y'all. I feel like
I am not cutting up. Now
all
see,
my
if I was cutting up,
is.
I'll go around the corner and find Glow and see if she's shooting one of these ghetto hood videos.
Oh, by Miss Sheila.
Cause she normally somewhere around Fraser around here shooting her videos.
Oh, by Miss Sheila.
Bye. Y'all have a good one.
Key, why you get Miss Sheila started? Okay, Corona girl, how are you doing homework? Because you look like you're at a desk.
I am absolutely doing homework.
Trying to stop putting me to shame, okay? I'm not sure if God put you in my life to put me to shame every day, but it's definitely feeling like it.
You are how I get my homework done.
Lord,
I either have the trial on, or I'm listening to you yap, and then I'm just typing away all day. So I apologize if you can hear my dog. He found his voice recently.
Corona, why would I feel any way about a dog when y'all have to hear barking all day?
You're right.
You have to hear her
So
all day.
I have 2 points. I had to take notes because someone had brought it up.
Period.
So for Wright, remember how I said yesterday that I think he came into that meeting under the premise of good faith, and then she pulled the okey doke on him? I feel like that when I was watching trial today, that's the feeling that I got, especially when it came down to that change of number 8. And he was like, well, when did you send it? I don't remember seeing it. How did I miss it? He was like, I got the sense that his whole vibe was, I make mistakes, but I don't make these kind of mistakes.
I agree.
So I really do think that's what she was doing, is operate like they're going to think I'm coming under good faith. They came to the table, communicating, sending emails, being transparent. And then she pulled the good one. She pulled one over on them. And that's what I really think. And then in regards to, I can't remember, I think it was maybe Ariel, she said about Steele. If you remember yesterday during trial, when she was doing a recross on Muntuk, she kept saying, Steele asked you this, Steele asked you that. And Muntuk was like, hold up, no, that was Mr. Sharp. Like, that wasn't even Mr. Steele.
He had to correct her because her little notes weren't even right.
Correct. And I think she was just blaming, it sounded like she was just blaming Steele. I was like, lady, can you get it together? Because it looks really biased. Particularly since, I don't know if it was you that said it or somebody else had said it, that I guess Paige is sweet on Mr. Sharp, on Max.
They were saying it in the chat today too.
So that's why they have Max standing and doing all of the objections. And then, then Brian Steele, I'll add on to what he just said.
Because who can't stand up? Who can't stand up is my boo Keith Adams. He just gonna have to stand out. She is not showing him any love.
No, none whatsoever.
My boo can't stand up. I don't know if he wearing the wrong cologne or something in that courthouse, but he can't do it.
So they put Max up there, and Max is handling all of it for them. So those were the only 2 points I wanted to make. I'll let somebody else go.
I love the fact that you came with notes. This is what I love about y'all. We are serious in here. I love it. Ariel,
because what somebody was talking, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I was like, oh, I got to say something on that too.
Baby, I love to see it. I love to see it. Thank you. And Krona, I'm telling you, I'm going to get off this live because at this point, y'all, this is crazy. We have been streaming for 4 hours and 48 minutes. So I'm going to get off the live probably about 7:30, but we have been talking about a lot. So you definitely need some notes.
Consider me your homework accountability buddy.
Well, Krona, you know what? I need one. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to let you upstage me today. I'm going to get off and I'm going to let you know what assignments I got done today.
I'll be very proud of you. Thank you very much.
Bye, girl.
All
I'll
right.
see you later.
Bye.
All right. I love y'all. I mean, it's like, look at that. I got a homework accountability partner. Y'all gonna make sure I'm watching trial, make sure I post. Like, what would I be doing without y'all? Let me see who we got up here now. Hi,
Hey, how you doing?
Mikey. Mikey, Mike, is this a male or a female?
It's a girl. It's called Mickey.
It's Mickey. I was expecting a deep voice. Hi, Mickey. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you.
I just wanted to say hey to you first of all because you got me back into this trial and I living
Okay,
around it.
period.
But the first thing with the rich homie Corn, when she said about his friends getting started doing the drugs again, that it wasn't a wake up call.
Mm-hmm.
It's not gonna be a wake up call because first of all, their friend just died, and if your friend just died, you're gonna go back to your coping mechanism, and that's gonna be the pills, that's gonna be the drugs. And even though it's not helping the situation, it's helping it mentally because you're not really thinking about it while you're high. And then my my second thing was for the trial. Love is really trying to fight this case with nothing but breadcrumbs and stitches. Like
But when are the breadcrumbs going to lead us somewhere?
it's not those breadcrumbs not gonna make a loaf, nor is it gonna feed anybody because the jury, in my opinion, is already confused and she's losing them by the day. The longer this trial goes on, she's gonna keep losing them.
I don't think the jury is confused. I think they confused. They are confused.
Very confused.
I think you make a great point, but I just have to think. One, I told you I think the jury's watching this trial and they've already made up in their mind what they're going to do. I personally believe that. No one's going to change my mind on that. But two, if we just think for a second they aren't watching and listening, I agree with you. The jury is just as confused as us.
Yeah, because when you look at it, I feel like it really shifted when Glanville and Woody got on the stand. That's when all the confusion and all the did this really happen? Is this how the state is really working this case by intimidation and time limits on things? Because there's only so many times you can hear the defense or you can hear something out the way about the state and be like, how were they running this case when they got it? Even if Love say, oh, I wasn't on this case when they first on day one, you was in the building. You had your ear to the streets to even know what was really going on with this case. So when you hopped on it, it wasn't like it was a brand new case. Even with Paige, when she said she don't really know what was going on, you can't tell me you stay in the city of Atlanta and don't know nothing about this trial.
Agreed. That's what someone said in the comment. Maya was just saying if they don't watch it, they people watch it. And I agree.
People is watching.
I agree.
And you can't tell me they not coming in your ear talking about, did you hear this? Did you pay attention to this? And back to their notebooks, when I tell you they had to go through at least 2-3 of them at this point.
2-3, they may have had 5 to 10.
Because if it's not just the drawing when they got bored in court or when they had to go in and out of court, they had to stretch out so many things that the state was trying to say these are evidence and not my assumptions that I put on this case.
I agree.
Because this whole case is that. And my third and final thing was with Wright, I just don't understand how I can understand that I had a time limit or that it was presented as a time limit, but I don't understand how you've been with this man so long and this is the probation or the plea deal you advised him on. 35
Mickey,
years.
I'm trying to understand that too, Mickey. What I'm trying to understand is him saying he doesn't know how he missed such an important part of that plea deal. Sir, I don't know either. I don't like it. Like I pay you to know. That's the right. I pay you to know.
That's my only question for him.
That you missed it? Come on.
My only question for him is he a public lawyer or a private lawyer? Because ain't no way you got my private money and this is what I end up with.
It's too much.
But other than that, you and
Thank
your commentary on
you.
this case is chef kiss to me.
Girl, I just love that. Y'all listen to this girl from Memphis get on here and just talk all day because this is what I love to do. So
Of
I
course, because you
appreciate.
related to us.
Girl, we cousins, we family. I told
Of
y'all,
course.
that y'all can't get rid of me now. Thank you so
Thank you.
much, Mickey.
Thank you.
All right, all right. So Mickey's I think Mickey's gonna hop down. Now we have, I hope it's Shan, and then Taylor's up here. I'm gonna add misunderstanding and San, but we're gonna go in the rotation of Shan, Taylor, then San, and then misunderstanding. Guys, I put the link in the chat again if you want to come up. We're trying to do about 2 to 3 minutes just to keep the rotation going. Luckily, it's still a small amount of us on here, so we can just keep rotating it out. Hey,
Hi.
Shan, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. It's nice to meet you.
It's nice meeting you.
Thank
One,
you.
I just wanted to start off by telling you thank you
Oh,
for
you.
opening up to your gift and allowing us to see your personality and being who you are.
Oh,
I'm
thank
a
don't
realtor.
I'll be crying. Don't do that. But thank
I'm
you.
a realtor outside of North Carolina. So I live in North Carolina. And I just wanted to let you know that I also started a trucking company. I taught a class about trucking company.
Uh-huh.
And so don't stop people from reaching out to you about the IRS, about
Thank you.
starting YouTube, about starting anything. I saw you like address some negative comment, but what I'm gonna say is they're going to be negative comments. I made $50,000 teaching people how to start trucking companies. When people in my hometown was like, how you starting that when you're a realtor? And I have a trucking company. I'm like, what? So don't let it stop you because of
Girl, thank you.
because of a negative comment. Like keep going. Like
Miss
it's always
Sheila in the chat. Miss Sheila, tell them I'm from Memphis. We
look like just keep going.
We built Memphis. We built different, girl. If you can survive growing up in Memphis with the way they check all day, you good.
Yeah, like it's just like whatever. We can make our money. We can help somebody else, and that's what it is. It's like somebody seeing your story, somebody seeing who you are, your personality, and then like learning from it. So that's what it's about. But
Thank you.
I think Ariel addressed it, but Miss Love objected to still being the lawyer on this case in the beginning of the trial.
Yep.
And I've been watching from the beginning of the trial, and she objected to still being on the trial because she wanted to call him as a witness. So she filed a motion to stop him from trying to be the lawyer on Thug's case.
Yep, she did. I remember that. And then you remember it came back up a couple of weeks ago when she wanted to like let Paige know that was going on.
Yeah, but that didn't go through. Thankfully, Glanville didn't allow that, but Glanville was like negative in the beginning because that's crazy. I think she's going tit for tat with the whole admonish them and all of this, like rebuke them, please. Like I think it's just going tit for tat. She don't want to be the only lawyer that was rebuked, so I think she wants them to be rebuked as well. What else? I took kind of notes.
I was just about to say, where your notes at?
Yes.
Baby, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell you what's funny and what's going to start happening on these lives. When we catch up, y'all going to be popping on here like, let me go back and look at my notes. I love that for us.
I think
y'all see, I have to go pull up my TikTok to remember what was happening in court. Y'all better get them notes out.
I think with the Rich Homie Quan thing, they're not going to be able to bring him up because he can't state his opinion at this time. I just don't think like
what
he
do you mean? Are you talking about Rich Homie?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to even bring that into the trial. Like, I don't think they're going to comment on any of that. But that is so far what I had to say. I just wanted to let you know that people are going to reach out to you for advice and for many other things, and don't limit yourself to providing advice, providing a class, providing whatever you want to go next from this because of one comment, because of one person saying. I don't care if it was 2 people on when Attorney Starr was on. and you wanted to celebrate your win, you can celebrate that.
That's what I was trying to tell them. I'm not trying to
This
disrespect.
wasn't her page, and she invited you on.
Yeah, I just wanted
invited her on.
I just wanted people in the chat like to know, she was a guest on the channel. Love the star and stuff. But listen, y'all, okay? Y'all, the people that tune in, y'all talking about Maya said she feel like she know me. I feel like I know y'all. Right. And when I don't see y'all, oh baby, I miss y'all. Like I'm like, where's so and so at? Angel. When Angel wasn't commenting, I happened to see her on Instagram and I was like, girl, where you been all day? So I appreciate that so much. I thank you for
celebrate your wins always.
I had to tell them, listen. I know
celebrate all your wins. We love that for you. It can be two comments saying, no, we want to hear the attorney. Go on her page. You can hear her all day. And you promote their pages. It's not like you don't promote their pages. However, this is your page. And if you want to celebrate your win, celebrate that at any time.
I'm always gonna do that.
And that's on period. We stepping behind you. So
I thank God for y'all. I was my friend while we were on live. My friend called and she was like, I was on your live. I was seeing your people. I said, listen, I don't know what I did to deserve like so many great people around me, but I do thank God for you guys because I mean, it may be so small to y'all, but it means a lot that you guys give me encouraging words, and I do my best to try to like give as much back as I can because I mean, y'all are the people that got me to the followers I have. You guys are getting me noticed, child. I hope y'all get me noticed by. I mean, I'm in Atlanta, Tyler Perry. What's up? But I appreciate
you.
I love y'all. I love y'all. So I thank you so much. And I also want to say I wish you continued success because I heard you say you're a realtor too. Girl, I'm going back and forth with real estate right now, but I do I appreciate that and all of your kind words.
Yes, I'm a realtor. My mentor actually passed away when she was in Colombia trying to get more real estate deals. So what I want to say is like keep going no matter what. I do dibbling and trucking. I do a lot of different things. But what I know
is do for the people, if it's cool with you, one day, I don't know if you're talking. I'm sorry, I heard echo. I wasn't trying to. One day, maybe if you're up to it, there may be some people in the chat that are probably interested in it. Maybe we could do like a quick live or something.
There's some home buyers for us. Let's go.
Let's can you when we get off, send me your number and stuff on TikTok?
Of course, I will.
Yeah, send it to me, and then let's try to set something.
Hey, your mom blocked me one time because on my Instagram, it's not. It's a user ID number, right? She blocked me one time.
Oh, on TikTok.
On TikTok. But what I want to
say, crazy were you? Because I be telling them. Get them.
I got blocked. But what I want to say is, of course, I will send you all my information. Yes. I definitely want first-time home buyers for us, or not even first-time home buyers, like veterans, anybody that want to buy a house. Let's talk about it. Whatever state you're in, let's do that. You have a license though, so never like let that go.
I'm never gonna let it go. What I regret. I let my real estate, my insurance license lapse because I was just depressed and I'm like, I'm not using it. I hate that I did that. Now I had it for 12 years. I hate that I did that. So I'll never do that again.
Okay. Well, let's have like.
Yes, we will. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
YSL is just one avenue, right? Like,
I say it all the time. YSL is like, it's the stepping stone, and I thank God for it because it's helped me find my people and see that what I saw in myself a long time ago, it was always there.
Yes.
So thank you.
You're very welcome. Somebody else can speak, but I appreciate you. I love what you're doing. Keep going.
Thank you.
Your daughter is amazing. Your children are amazing. You're doing an amazing job as a.
Thank you. Oh, see now, I'm sorry, y'all don't play that licking me in the face. That's why y'all always see me back from this dog.
Barty, what you doing?
Barty doing too much. Look, it's human. But thank you.
Okay, I love y'all. Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Okay, I gotta put this comment down. Hey, Taylor.
Hey, friend. How are you?
How you doing?
I have the best day today. I was a little under the weather, but I made it.
Oh no, I'm I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. You need to ask Miss Love what she took yesterday so you can have a speedy recovery.
A guy told me I was being ugly when I made that comment yesterday. And now I'm on extra congested, so you know how that goes. But Miss Love, Miss Love.
Listen, Miss Love was doing a lot.
Miss Love is a mole rat. She a mole because all she keep doing is digging herself deeper and deeper and deeper into a hole. Girl, you wanted to submit those pleas, but now you want to tell me what type of admission was she trying to do at the end of court? Everybody like, what? What is
I
that?
don't even know what she was trying to have admitted, but Bag Shark said it's a no for him, and the fact that he's gonna trust the state to make the redactions, no, no.
Not at all. Not at all. And then at the beginning, when she was like she was going to do that open review of the emails, honey, you couldn't read a Brady violation. We pointed it out to you. So why would I trust that you gonna go back and read this stuff and gonna tell me? Doug say I don't have the confidence that we're gonna get it. Can we get a day?
Can we get a day? And I believe, and I like Doug. One thing about Doug, and I know somebody's gonna say something on Twitter, and he's going to reshare it. Doug is petty, just like they said. He said, "Is my normal voice fine, or do you need me to shout again?" I said, "You know what, Doug? You know what, Doug?
I wasn't even gonna make a video, but when I heard Doug say that, I said, "Yeah, I gotta let the people know." Doug got her telling this morning. Doug
Um,
said it. And then Whittier at the end, she drives me crazy because now you a teacher. Now you want to teach somebody what they supposed to do on redirect and recross. You want to teach the state how to ask the questions. Then you want to every 5 seconds you want to say, "Well, you tell me," or "I can't help you prosecute your case." Woman, you running. I don't know what you're doing. You're running a freak show right now. Okay.
hold on. Key, did you send me that Twitter? Um, Ariel's asking about it. But yes, okay. Sorry about that, Taylor.
And
But
then
yeah,
one of my
I don't
friends,
know what
I'm
was
sorry,
going
Nia, I
on with
can't hear
that.
you.
I don't know what was going on with
Oh,
it.
I think y'all connect the car. Damn. Can you hear me?
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I had to make sure
Okay.
it was you.
My girl's going to dance, and so when they cut on the car, the audio switched from where we were to the car. So
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You fine.
um. Oh, what was I saying? I think I was saying.
We were just finishing talking about what we done talked about. Doug Weinstein court, her bringing stuff up at the end of court. Did someone say freak show? Wait a minute, the comments confusing me now because who said freak show?
I did. She running the freak show. We waiting on the flying trapeze. It's a circus. We waiting on the flying trapeze, the bearded lady, and the twin, the connected twins. That's what we waiting on to come out. Um, I think today. I think Love she just took a knife and dropped it on her own feet, and that's what we continuously see over and over again. And Doug wants it to be sped up, and in one breath, Whittier says she can't speed them up, and then another, she's saying that she's gonna take the 403 objection serious. But until she walking like she talking, baby, I ain't trying to hear it.
Don't make me pull the Migos out. I think that's exactly right. And I was saying that in my comments. I think it has gotten to a point where at first we thought she was serious. Oh, she's going to hold them accountable. She has not been doing that. So I think it's gotten to a point where people don't believe her. They don't trust her anymore.
Not at all. And I got two more things. I'm gonna try to go through them pretty quickly so I can get off here and let other people speak.
Mm-hmm.
One of my friends, they I call my people on my channel my friends. They said that Love was like, yes, girl, hey friend. What they was like, did you hear Love say she don't care about the jury hearing the truth? And I said, what?
I
And
didn't
they
get that.
yes, they tagged me in the video, and yes, she said too I can't remember the exact context, but she said to Whittier, "I don't care about the jury hearing the truth," and I think she was saying it in the context of I can submit this and they can see it to be the truth, but I don't care if it's the truth or not. I'm gonna tag
You
you
got
in
to
it.
send me the clip. Can you send it? Don't tag me.
Okay.
Because when I get tagged and stuff, it gets like jumbled up in the comments, and then I don't
Hmm.
see the tags. Like, only time I see them is if maybe people tag me while I'm on TikTok and I see it come up.
Okay. I'm gonna send you the clip then. So I'll send it to you.
And then the last thing is, I had my friends was on there and they was telling me like, Paige doesn't like Adams, and when I saw Adams stand up and talk, I admire him. He has so much confidence,
Oh, he
and
does.
he is so articulate, and his aura,
That's a
it
black
just screams,
king.
man.
That's a black king right there, baby. And I don't really typically like short-term men. I don't know why. Yeah, why do we do that? But God said you're gonna miss your blessing looking for a man that's 6 feet or taller. Baby, you can give me a Keith Adams and I'll be good. It's something about him. It's his swag, like I said, his aura, the way he exudes confidence when he speaks. And when he puts that hand in that pocket, I'll be like, okay, now.
Jesus. I said I need to start doing eye candy now, because this right here is too much for me today. It's
Yes,
too much
yes.
today. But I think that Max and Adams did a fantastic job today. Regardless, with the 80 million objections they had,
Oh
I
yeah.
think they did an amazing job of getting to the point, painting the picture, and letting the jury see the doubt that is already there. So, thank you so much for having me up, Mary.
Right. Thank you, Taylor. And make sure, listen, I say this all the time. Y'all put I don't know, the easiest way maybe to put your Instagram handles in the chat. Or not Instagram, TikTok handles, so that we can all follow each other. And y'all don't follow me. I do my best that when it's people I see all the time, I try to follow back. So if I'm not following you, don't call me a liar. Just give me a minute. Maybe something happens. My mind is short, but I am trying to make sure I follow and share your content when I am scrolling and I see it. Look what they say. Each one teach one. So yes, let's have a follow party too.
We definitely follow each other. I appreciate you. Like I told you before, you were one of the reasons why, the main reason I'll say that I even started producing my own content, because I was just watching it first. And then I was like, Mel doing it and she doing a good job. I want to do it too. And it was,
Thank
I admire
you.
your content still. And I always go back and watch everything you post for the day
Thank
after
you,
we get off the
Taylor.
lives and all of that. So,
Thank you,
thank
Taylor.
you.
I'm happy you started because, like I said, my little sister, she was like, Mel, post. And honestly, I always say it was never supposed to be about this trial. It was really a freak accident that this trial has taken my page and my social media handles to where it is. It was a freak accident. I had no clue what I wanted to talk about. I was just trying to stitch videos together and stuff, right? Who knew that this was going to be the lane? So if you are doing content, y'all just try really hard to find something. Don't be like me. And it was a freak accident. Put something into it, like Taylor's doing now. Like, I know Taylor for a fact because I see her content, and she tagged me one day, and that's how really I got on it. And put something into it, y'all. Like not just TikTok, but everywhere, because I've got to do better. I'm on TikTok a lot now, but I'm trying to post everywhere. But yeah.
Thank
Thank you,
y'all. Y'all have a
Taylor.
blessed day.
Oh, thank you, Mickey. Baby, I've had this personality my whole life. I thank my mama for that. I thank my mama for that. Thank you, Mickey. All right, we have Misunderstanding. I don't think I've seen you up here before. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
So first of all, disclaimer. I'm getting over like a flu, COVID. I don't know what it was. But so that's why my voice is a little bit hoarse. But I just stumbled across your channel while I was into my YouTube, and you were the first thing that came up, and I just joined in on the live
On YouTube.
on YouTube. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, on YouTube, it just came across my my homepage. So I guess the algorithm basically, because I've been following the trial, and there is a lot of my traction on YouTube is just YSL trial stuff. So you came up, and then I joined, and then I tuned in, and I was like, I was intrigued. So and so I was like, let me join this conversation.
Girl, we have so fun over here. I think we're pretty cool over here. That's just
I mean, I like so far so good. I like, I've been liking what I've been hearing. You know what I mean? Y'all got some sense. So
try to have some sense, but let me tell you, we cut up a little bit too. But don't hold us to that. Don't hold us
listen,
to
I ain't mad at it, honey. I am not mad at it. You know what I mean? Like it's all about informing, but also being entertaining at the same time. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that. And so yeah, I was like, let me call in and let me chime in a little bit because I know a little bit about a little.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying?
Something.
So just a little background. I by trade, yes, I am an attorney, but I don't practice actively anymore. But once you become an attorney, nobody can ever take that away from you.
You better
So,
say it.
so I graduated law school 10 years ago, and I practiced for several years and in different areas, but I have been following this trial very closely, and I have so many opinions about different things, but I will say one I wanted to address. I was hearing Taylor say something. The one of the previous speakers, she said something about Miss Love.
Don't mind me. Let me just get this out. If I'm laughing, it is not y'all. Well, y'all probably make me laugh too. This chat is insane.
What? Oh wait, what? Oh wait, I'm not even looking.
It's the chat said. I just posted it. They said you're an attorney. Muntu.
Oh my God, I hear that every day of my life. No, no. Don't hire me. But if you need a referral, I have a lot of people I can send you to. No, though Taylor said Miss Love is a mole, or and I have a combat to that. I don't think she's a mole. I think she's a troll. Like she just why? What is the reason? Like everything. Like her. She's repulsive. Her whole energy is so repulsive. And like I just don't why are you here? Why are we even the fact that we're even having this conversation is first of all indicative of the problem. Because
I need you to say that one more time for us.
The fact that we're even having this conversation about her, it shows that she is the problem. This trial is being watched all over the world. And I don't know anybody personally or just from things that I've seen and observed and read that has a liking to her. She is unlikable. Her energy it just turns you off. Everything about her disposition turns you off. So imagine us looking from the outside looking in, what the jurors sitting right there next to her and observing this like in real time. What do you think the jury thinks about her? Even if she did have a case, I feel like just her personality alone and her disposition and how she presents herself is so unlikable that she's doing herself a disservice and she's helping the defense with their case.
So let me ask you this then, because you brought that up. Are you because I think I mentioned this in one of my my videos that I think that Miss Love really needs to consider how she's being perceived by the jury.
Okay.
So are you of the belief that Miss Love's attitude is harming her case in terms of how, like, what if the jury is like one person and they just saying, you know what, I didn't like the way she did this person, so I'm gonna go this way. Like, do you think her attitude or the way people perceive her is going to affect the outcome of the trial? That's
100%. It already 100%. It already has affected the case. Like, and this is just my opinion, but I think that the jurors have already made up their mind about this case. So like she's just making it worse for herself. So like she's further because she's gotten worse over the course of the trial. You know what I mean? And so like yesterday with the ridiculousness that she distributed in the courtroom, yelling at Mung Tunk, and then even today yelling at his lawyer, like, girl, who you talking to? Girl, who are you talking to? I felt like she was yelling at me. I
Me
had to
too.
turn the TV down. I was like, girl, what?
You know, I'm real dramatic, so I'm watching trial like, what?
Listen, I'm dramatic. So okay, little sidebar. I just wanted to ask you, because like I said, I just came across your page. Are you a Libra?
No, I'm an Aries.
Okay. Well, I don't know. You give me Libra vibes, but that's
I
cool.
don't know what people mean when they say stuff like that. Look at me acting like Miss Love with this finger.
I know, right? So stop
People mean-
pointing at me.
But people, when people say stuff like that, I'm like, how do y'all know stuff? You know, like when people say, "Oh, you act like a Gemini."
Yeah. Well, we all know what Geminis act like, because they don't act like nothing, because they have two different personalities. So
I'm a nice Aries.
child, we all are bipolar, low key on so. So I don't put too much emphasis on signs like or anything like that, but I do think that there is some type of basis to your sign and when you're born and all that. But anyway, that was just a side note. But hell, I think Miss Love might be a Gemini. Okay, because she damn so. You saw how she switched up real quick yesterday.
Not sure what is going with. I just think this trial is stressing Mr. Love out, and yesterday showed it. I think she's stressed out, and they need to end it before that lady cracks.
No, she's already cracking. But the problem is that first of all, they're building this case as they go along.
Ooh.
The fact that they just called his attorney as a witness yesterday, added him to the already extensive witness list. But you know what I mean? It just shows that they are building their case as they go along. So that the term indefinite is very very apparent in this case. Indefinite is because y'all don't know what you're doing. You're just going with the flow. You don't.
So you tell me this: if you were trying this case,
Sure.
Or as
from what side though? From what side?
Let's go from the prosecution side. Let's also take into account. My question is not if you were trying this case, as you've seen this case being tried. You've already. It looks like they're they're making things up as they go. What would be the procedure, or how do you feel? Because how do you feel it should have gone? In my mind, I think we should be being told a story. We should follow along. And so what I've heard is that we're supposed to be going down the indictments, but I feel like we jump around so much. I don't know the story.
Exactly.
So should you be telling a story?
And yes. So that's the point. If you're going to present an effective case to be persuasive, that's the most effective way, is to go in chronological order, or like you tell a story. That's not what has happened. It's because they didn't have a solid case to begin with. So that's the first problem. So they started off already with a flat tire. So now, like, you driving with one flat tire, and now as the trial is progressing, is another flat tire. Then the back tire then got blown out. Now you driving on hubcaps. So like, what? Like they have They have nothing. They have nothing, and they're reaching so far. The desperation is oozing from the screen. Is
it giving Miss Love was on her knees begging Woody for real?
It's giving hands on your knees, like, yes, it's giving, yes, desperation. That's what Woody said. He said, yeah, she acted like she wanted to get on her knees. She probably did. Okay. And outside of the courtroom, she probably would have. Okay, like
it's too much. It's too much. And I see. Hold on just a second. I see Indian Angel. I'm about to get ready to swap out again and bring you guys up. I just want to let you know I do see you guys waiting.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know I got other people waiting. Like I said, I'm new to this channel or to
Thank
you, and I'm
you.
gonna subscribe
Thank
and
you.
then continue to engage in the conversation.
And
And
I'll be sure if you can. Are you on TikTok?
I do have a TikTok, but I'm not like engaged on TikTok. Like I don't have any content on TikTok.
Okay, because the reason I asked guys, and I'll say this on here too, it is so hard. I have not figured out how to search and follow and subscribe back to your channels. So I would like to subscribe back to channels, especially people who are building their YouTube channels. If y'all can just now send it to my TikTok. I actually do like daily try to check my messages and check my inbox as much as I can. And eventually I'm going to see it. I'm going to make sure I subscribe back. So you can send it on TikTok or my Instagram so I can subscribe back.
Okay, so I have a TikTok account. Like I said, I don't have content on there. I have an Instagram. I'm not active on social media at all.
Okay. That makes sense.
I did start a YouTube channel like 4 years ago, but I never did anything with it. That's where the misunderstanding comes from, because the name of my YouTube channel is The Misunderstanding Show.
Start it back, friend. This your sign. Start it back.
Huh?
This is your sign. I said start
This
it
is
back.
my sign. Oh my God. Look at Oh my God. Well, I think that off of live, if we can connect somehow.
Yeah, message me on Instagram.
Okay. So what's your Instagram?
It's Millionaire Mail, just like the YouTube.
Just like the YouTube? Okay. I'll send you a message on there, and then we can have a conversation off the live. So I'll give other people an opportunity to speak, but I appreciate you allowing me to come and speak, and
Thank you for coming.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I wish you nothing but the best with everything that you are planning to do with your platform.
Same. Thank you so much. And
You're welcome.
Your day.
Yeah. Thank you. You too.
All right. And don't forget, when y'all dropping YouTube names, please send them to my TikTok. My cousin, he messaged me yesterday morning after posting on Facebook. Y'all had the hardest time. I had to text him back, like, can you just text me the name of the YouTube? I haven't figured it out yet. How to in India. I might need to have you call me because you seem to know a lot of stuff about the social media stuff. But I haven't quite figured out how to just go through the list and subscribe to people. This is free. Subscribing is free. So yeah, I'm going to add, and Erica, I'm going to tell you now, before you get off that mute, that you're going to get out of this. You're going to be held in contempt for getting on this chat with a picture that says slat. I just can't believe. I saw the name afterward. I can't believe you got that on your page. That is hilarious.
What up, Slime? How's everyone doing?
Erica!
Shout out YSL Mail. I can't see the chat. I can just see the background, so I don't even know what y'all saying.
You
but
can't.
What up, Slime?
Chat, it's too much. Booty. I'm going to need you to stop, Booty. Yes,
what
ma'am.
Booty do?
Girl, so Erica, so what's on your mind today after? I guess it wasn't as interesting as what we've been seeing, but
You know what's crazy? I thought with this, you can't see me do quotations, but with this expert that they called, um, that I was going to be able to see some real court. That something like there was like a smoking gun was just there. There was not. Mr. DeVry looked at Adams and said, "Oh, this ain't the same car."
Erica,
what?
When he said that, first of all, when Keith Adams walked up there with those papers, I just knew he was going to do something like that. I just knew, I knew he was going to do something like that.
He said, "These ain't the same car." Now, I'm not gonna take away that you did the work. Congratulations on graduating. Um, Business administration. What the hell does that have to do with cars? That's not a no. You literally, and this is how I know what he said he did. You know when you make your appointment at the dealership to go get your oil change, tire change, he's the person that meets you. He's the liaison between the person who's gonna do the work to change your oil and you. He literally
But
checks
I
you
thought he
in.
was the mechanic.
No, he ain't even a mechanic.
He the front
He
desk person.
he's the person that meets you.
Yeah, well, you
So I have a Honda, so only Honda touches my truck. He is lit. So at Honda, you drop into um, a bay, and when you drive into the bay or the garage, excuse me, you drive into a garage. You drive into the garage. There's desks there. One of them will come meet you. What are you here for today? They check how many miles is on your car.
So
They offer you the stuff.
Eric, what you're telling me is they
Customer service.
he is an expert, but in customer service.
Customer service.
Now, baby, somebody go
So
Adrian Love.
so when the mechanic has your car up in the air and say, oh, they might want to change their filters too, they will tell him for him to come back and say, hey, they suggested that you change your filters as well. Would you like us to do that today? No, okay. They said don't do it. That's what he does.
Now somebody
But
go get funny on the phone because I know ain't no way Miss Love said this was her expert.
and y'all paid for him to come back to Georgia. Okay. And they made sure that he had some connection to Atlanta. He has no knowledge of this interaction, and he thought that he was looking at a video of the car that was in the picture, and it's not. That's crazy. Um, then what else happened today? It's just that threw me off. Did y'all hear Paige tell Love no in the middle of her objection?
She started and Paige just said no.
And then she was like, well, that's not what I was objecting to. Yes, it was. That's what you said.
Paige has a few times last week. Paige has just stopped Miss Love in her tracks, like cutting her off. Like even during her questioning, did you see she'd say when they would object, she'd say, "Get to the point." I think she's tired, just like us. I mean, I think she's tired, which is why a part of me believes she may consider 403 for real. The way some.
No, she don't take 4-3 as seriously as she takes Brady.
Oh well, you got a point there. Hold on, they said I don't know, Erica. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not.
Hell, Love don't either. Don't even worry about it. Love don't know. Paige don't know. Brian don't know. Doug don't know. Keith Adams don't know. Max don't know. Hell, the state of Georgia don't know. Bonnie don't know.
You're right.
No
I'm
one
not
knows.
even feel bad about it because I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It's like the minute you think something about to pop off and like make this change, make this this case change directions, nothing happens.
And I was slightly disappointed, but that's what I wanted to say to you. Um, who my guy that's in the win? Zachary.
Did you say
So
when?
in the win, whew, out of here. Gotta go slime. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm getting over the cold. I did not figure out what Love had, so I still have this cough. Um, so he has sickle cell allegedly. That's what they said.
Yeah, I heard.
Um, so this is a very stressful situation. If you look at how much stress Love and Hilton puts on the witnesses who are somehow connected to YSL, then you see their level of stress rise. Now, for someone who has sickle cell, the level of stress that he would be under could cause him to have an episode and trigger where it's very painful and he's going to end up back in the hospital. It also could affect his nervous system. So for his well-being, his physical well-being, his medical well-being, I wouldn't, if I was his doctor, you cannot be on the stand under these conditions.
Wait,
But I'm not a doctor.
do you think
You in front of your computer because I'm not in front of my laptop.
I would? Yes, I am.
Okay, go to Google and put in sickle cell um, stress. I think that's what I put in earlier. But it can affect his nervous system, and then it could trigger VCO,
Okay.
um, which could worsen his condition. So medically, I don't think it would be a wise decision for him to be put on the stand. And I think if they do find him and he does get on the stand, it will be very easy for him to speak with the doctor and say, "Hey, due to stress, I'm in pain," because sickle cell is very painful.
Y'all, you can just do what Erica just said. You can really just type in sickle cell and put stress in Google, and it will actually show you that one it has a negative impact on not only on their quality of life, and it just talks about all the things that can be affected by stress in a sickle cell when stress is caused to a sickle cell patient.
And just watching love stresses me out every day.
So I'm stressed.
Like between her demeanor and the aggression that she shows to people that you have called as witnesses.
Because do we
They're
need
not on trial.
look, Erica? Do we need to pull her up how she was talking to Mootalk yesterday?
Like the whole demeanor, like why are you being so aggressive? And why are you yelling at this? Like because he's not saying exactly what you want him to say. At the end of the day, he knows what you're trying to do. He's an attorney. He too lives in this life. Now, is he a good attorney? Absolutely not. Ineffective counsel. Like you basically brought him on the stand to show that he was an ineffective counsel. So you kind of, I don't be knowing if love is trying to help the defense or not. Like I be really confused at some of the things she does
Well,
because you really be helping them.
you've already said it, Erica. Miss Love confused, Fonny confused, the state of Georgia confused. I don't think she knows at this point.
I don't need the slime. Oh no, slime. It's crazy.
Oh my, I'm not dealing with this lady, y'all. I'm not dealing with this lady here. Yes, I'm not dealing with this lady at all.
What lady?
You?
What I do, slime?
Did you see me, Erica? Let me give you some Miss Love action up here. I'll give you some of this Miss Love action.
I object. 403. Wait a minute. You ain't wasting my time. I'm wasting your time.
Overruled. Booty said, "Why is Lil D so important?" Lil D is important because mostly he's mentioned so much. Y'all, if I'm going to see, I think this might be good. I'm gonna let Angel and India go, but y'all let me know in the chat because we don't have to do this. Y'all know we're a team, we're a group over here. But if you guys would like to hear, I'm not a lawyer, but break down, like give us the storyline of the case, then you can understand how everybody connects. The state is doing a very bad job, but I'm not a lawyer, but she made more sense to me than the state did as to why this case is where it is. So after India goes, if you guys would like, it's not very long, but if you guys like, we can I know it's on her YouTube. We can watch that, guys. And hopefully it will add some context for all of these names that you're hearing and these witnesses that so y'all, let's give me a 1 in the chat for yes, a 2 for no. If everybody doesn't want to watch it, we don't have to watch it. We can just keep doing what we're doing. But if you
Well,
guys,
I want to watch it. I can't get in the chat, but
you
my
can't
vote is to watch it. So I'm doing this on my phone and not my laptop. So if I do it, it won't let me do it.
okay.
But did Little D, did he take a plea? Do we know that?
Yes. That's why he's another important witness. Like, unlike Woody, who people, I don't know, for some reason thought he was like a defendant. He was never a defendant. Mook Tunk.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Wait a minute. India said yes. Go ahead, India. I'm just joking, baby. You popped that. You came out running.
Yeah, so Tick, what's the other one? The one, who was the other one?
Bean.
No, Bean was just a witness. The other one with the taper, the one who did the interview with Monda, DK. Tick, DK.
Wait, DK did an interview with Mondo?
Yeah, it's from like a year ago. It's on YouTube.
Okay, gotcha.
So those two, Monk Tunk and Little D, these are all people who were indicted that took pleas. So Little D is important because I mean I'm sure we've all heard how much his name has come up. So the fact that he took a plea and I think he also has like statements and stuff too. Unlike Monk Tunk. I don't believe ever spoke to the police or anything like that, which is why there were no police interviews or any recordings, unlike some other people. But I believe Little D does have statements and stuff.
I think he does too, Maya. I mean, not Maya. I'm sorry, India. I think he does as well, and that's also why Max Sharp wanted to bring up today that whatever that factual acknowledgement was initially that the state had, they're like, where did you get that from? If he didn't tell you and it's in those statements, so you're absolutely right.
And even if you guys remember when they were doing the motions that week that the jury was out, when they were listening to the wiretaps, I believe his phone was one of the phones that was tapped. I don't know because there's two Little D's, but I believe it's this one.
No, it's not this one. That person, I think, was that's Demetrius Garlington.
Oh,
yeah,
well,
it's that Little D. Yeah, it's that one.
Well, anyway, I don't know. I think it's an important person. They expect information to come out of him, and they're trying to get him there. And I think that's why there's so much stalling, because we did not need that expert today at all. And then did she decide not to call a lieutenant, or is she still calling that lieutenant? Like, what's going on?
You know what? You're right. India, did it swap at some point? You're right. I thought we were doing the lieutenant. So when he walked up and started saying he was the expert, I was confused. You are so right.
I think maybe they decided not to call her because maybe they got everything they needed, or they just thought it went far enough with the lawyer, so they didn't need her. Because the lieutenant they were calling was the other person present at the Starbucks meeting in June.
Oh, what was her name? Viverito or something?
No, that's not Viverito. It was some other lieutenant that worked with the DA's office.
Got you.
Viverito's definitely testifying because Viverito, I believe, is the one. Well, first of all, she had the interview with Woody. I believe she was involved in wiretaps and all of that, so she's definitely testifying. And I forgot what else I had to say, but because it's just so much.
Wait a minute, India. Let me just help you. I want you to help me iron something out. Viverito, she was at one point the probation officer, then she went and became a police officer or something, because they tried to make her the brain expert, and they said, listen, no, we've had 4. Is that the same person?
I mean, that's the name, but I don't know how she was involved in this case as a PO. I believe her involvement in this case was in her capacity as a detective or whatever her title is now. She's the
So
Hispanic.
she's the one who had the where Woody had on that white shirt and brown.
Yeah,
That one.
The Hispanic, like the light skinned lady, and she was saying how she helped him before and with his daughter and like stuff like that. It was the interview where he had like the Timbs on and stuff, I believe. That's her.
Got it. Okay, I got you.
So she's definitely coming. Now they might not let her come in as an expert because remember, Gaither, Dennis, all of them, a lot of the people who were on the gang unit, they were like using them for double duty. Like they were gang experts and they were fact witnesses. I don't think Whitaker is going to let them continue to be experts, but they still are going to be testifying to facts, as the facts of the investigation and stuff.
Yep, I think you're right. I'm gonna go on mute, y'all, because I'm gonna go pull up this video. So, Angel, I think Angel's up here and saying Erica, India, if you'll toss it to Angel, then you toss it to Sand while I get the video pulled up.
And
Oh,
we
India, you can keep going. I know you were still talking. You can keep going.
and I'm done.
Oh. I just wanted to say, the way Love be stressing Erica out, that's how Erica be stressing me out. Because we never know.
Erica, who?
Don't be no who out, Erica. You know you.
Wait a minute, who said that?
Angel.
Angel.
We never know
Listen,
what's gonna come out your mouth, Erica.
and whose fault is that?
I don't know whose it is, but Erica, you be having me stressed.
I ain't even did nothing. I just want everyone to remember that it's okay to laugh, and we're gonna have fun. And never take me serious because you're right. I will say anything.
But I
But
do
don't
agree with you,
stress.
though, Erica, because they got the service rep, the customer service guy, the valet guy. They should have went to go get somebody that makes the cars. Like he knows the car because he drive it to go get an oil change. No, y'all should have went to go get somebody out the factory. Well, are Infinities made in America? Well, hell, it
I don't
seems
think
like
we
Fulton County got a lot of money. If they had to go to China to get the guy, just go to China or wherever they make Infinities. That's who they should have got.
So first of all, Mikey, I can see the chat now because I pulled out my laptop and I did not forget my name. Thank you very much. Um, but I think the reason they called him was because the whenever this happened in 2015, the police came to him in 2016 to question him about, hey, this is not going to fit me. So I think that's
Erica,
why they called him. Huh?
Erica, Fulton County walked up to that dealership and saw the guy at the valet stand and said, "Hey, come answer this question real quick." They, I don't even think they went inside. They didn't talk to no manager, the store director. They picked the guy that was at the stand at the valet and asked for him.
But so I'm gonna have to go back because although valid, I think he said he was the service manager at the time. So somebody pointed them in his direction. Now, how much does a service person? I can say this. My cousin works at a
service
dealership.
person would know more than like somebody in the factory though, because in the factory they're just putting it together, but the service people actually work on the cars and see the cars day in and day out, so they do
But
know.
at
No,
least,
so the service advisor does not work on the car. He was a service advisor, which means he's the person who you meet to tell them what you need done, and then they drive the car to the back in order for the person who's going to fix it to do it. Now, my cousin works at a dealership, and he has to learn different things about the cars in order to sell them. But he he not remembering all this stuff. I know he not, and I love him like he my brother. That nigga ain't remembering all of this stuff. Ain't no way. I think he studied before he came because he knew what questions they were going to ask him.
but when I say get someone at the, well, what India was saying, the reason why I say go pull somebody out the factory, because somebody in the factory knows the design, and maybe not, maybe the person that actually does the designing isn't in the factory, but that's who I would have believed more, like someone that actually is designing or knows the ins and out, because they would be able to easily identify it, in my opinion, because they know the mock-ups, they know the draw ups, they know all of that. I don't want somebody like him, because I'm not gonna hold you. That man was lying when he said you could see it right there, the little emblem right there. Sir, I don't see anything.
I thought that was just a little glare,
That's why
but
the jury could see what they're looking at.
communication. Excuse me, what she say? I don't have a touch
What you
screen here.
say,
Wait a
India?
minute.
I said that's why it just comes down to like the jury have eyeballs. They know like I'm looking at it just like that person's looking at it. I don't see it, so how could he say he see it? They have eyes. Like I don't think they're that gullible. So that's why I don't even get the point of why they even brought them.
If that's the case, you could have went to go get somebody that still infinities frequently. They would know.
Did you say still?
I'm just saying. If you just needed somebody that can identify like the front of the car, you could have went to go pull anybody off the street. I don't. The purpose of him coming up was for him to definitively say that the car was XYZ 123. The reason why I don't think it helped, because you can't even prove the shots were fired from said infinity. That's what I want to know. If the car is driving by, you don't see, like Adams was saying, you don't see anybody hanging out the window, you don't see anybody hanging out the sunroof. So at what point were the shots fired? After it passed the camera? If it was after it passed the camera, then it could. I don't know. They're stuck on the infinity, and I want to know what proves the shots came out of the infinity. And they're not at that part, which goes back to, out of all of the indictment in the parts or whatever of it, they've only have two of them have addressed two of them, which is the unaliving of Donovan and the RICO. They're beating the RICO in the head. We get it. Like, all your evidence for the week, we got that. Can we move on to something else? So for them to say they have 99 witnesses, you have 99 more witnesses to prove at least 50 more counts on that indictment.
But that's the thing.
This is my question.
Some of the counts are so small. Like some of the counts are like as simple as having tattoos and different stuff like that. So and everything is supposed to tie back to the RICO. And that's why I think they're doing a bad job, because they're putting a lot of stuff out there, but they're not tying it together as they should. I don't know if this is y'all first trial y'all watched, or if any of y'all watched the Darrell Brooks trial on here. That was
Is that the one with that man that
ran
ran
over
up
the parade.
people?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
If you watch that trial, that was a very linear, it was a very easy case to follow. Like the way the prosecution presented the case, that was like a perfectly linear. Uh, you could follow this events like step by step. Like it was a very easy case to follow. This case is very convoluted, and the prosecution is not doing a good job at tying everything together the way it needs to be for it to make sense. It doesn't make any sense. It's like you're saying all this to say what?
Wasn't the PowerPoint in timeline order?
But they're not even following that at the
I
beginning.
know, that's what I'm
They
saying.
were
The
saying they
She
want
threw that out.
Well,
They can't use the PowerPoint.
they would have at least followed
but
the
that's what they're supposed
slides.
to use and to present their like that was the way they were supposed to be presenting their case, even though they couldn't use the actual PowerPoint.
So wait a minute,
And
y'all.
they weren't using it then.
Y'all finna stop y'all, because that's a perfect way to segue into the PowerPoint. Because so India has made an excellent point. Who else was it? Angel too, talking about this PowerPoint. So this PowerPoint, Miss Love, that they didn't allow in, like India said, it perfectly lays out the state's theory. You can follow along. You can follow along with this so well. So I'm gonna play the PowerPoint. And India, Angel, if you guys, I'm gonna just bring y'all down, but not remove you all. Okay.
Oh, that's fine.
So once we're done, I can just bring y'all back up to the stage, and then everybody else in the chat, when they're done commenting on this, then we can do a rotation again. So I'm gonna bring y'all down so I can play. I gotta share my screen, but I'm not removing you guys from the stage. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm just gonna bring y'all down to the I guess this is the waiting room or something. I'm gonna just bring y'all down there. I'm gonna play this PowerPoint. Now, chat. I'm gonna do my best. I'm not gonna stop and talk on it, but I'm in the chat with you guys, okay? Because it's a few minutes long. So if y'all feel like we need to chat about some, put chat in the chat, okay? That way we'll know. But this is going to really, it did for me. It made me really, I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm going to present it in building the case. So I'm going to present this, guys. What we're about to watch is that PowerPoint that was not admitted. Excuse me. And that PowerPoint is going to lay out the state's theory. It's going to tell us why we're here. And I had to watch it because I'm kind of I'm like maybe a couple months into this trial. So I had to watch it. I am adding it on now, guys. And remember, I'm not going to do a lot of starting stopping because we've heard this. We've talked about all this stuff, but it will connect the dots.
On the YSL RICO case, this might be the video for you. So day 110 of the YSL RICO trial ended with Kenneth Copeland and the jurors being sent home early so that Copeland could connect with his new attorney. The judge and the attorneys stay back to see what else they could tackle before going home, and the issue of a PowerPoint comes up. Context is, last week, Brian Steele submitted a motion in limine to have a PowerPoint that the state is trying to use excluded from the trial. And the thing behind this PowerPoint is that it's basically the state's whole theory on this case. Before I get into it, here's Brian Steele arguing why the PowerPoint is inadmissible.
I just don't see the admissibility. It's basically a closing argument. That's really the summary as I would give it. It is something that the state would over objection use in their closing argument, but for evidence coming in through a supposed gang expert. There are things, Mr. Williams' home was illegally searched on the July 15, 2015 date. They have slides in there referencing that. They have slides on information that has not come into this trial on supposed investigation and corroboration by law enforcement. I've never seen a corroboration. It's just like a trial by a theory, and I'm objecting to the entirety of it.
Your Honor, the presentation is meant as an aid for the jury to assist them or allow them to see how it is that Detective Dennis reached the conclusions that he expects will testify about in this case.
This appears to me to have maybe originally been some sort of a law enforcement briefing. Is that what this was? I mean, I'm just looking at one right now. It's, I think, slide number 36. It's got a lot of pictures, and it says a rap dispute between Lil Wayne and Birdman spilled over into Atlanta once rapper and YSL 30 Deep leader Young Thug got involved. I mean, how is that not totally conclusory and something that maybe this jury is supposed to be deciding?
Okay, I gave you enough setup, so let's get into what's in the actual PowerPoint to explain the state's theory. A lot of what's in this PowerPoint has also been referenced while Woody is on the stand, so a lot of it may feel familiar because you've heard them ask him questions about it, even when he doesn't recall. I did a live with my Patreon to go over this, so that's where these clips are coming from. And also, I'm just reading through the PowerPoint. So even if I'm not saying allegedly, it's all allegedly. There was a moment in which they talked about a PowerPoint. This is the PowerPoint. This is basically the state's theory on the whole case, okay? This is Atlanta Police Department's investigation into this case. So it says in January 2015, a gang war began between two rival gangs, YSL 30 Deep / IF, right? Or Inglewood Family Bloods. You got Rich Homie Quan, you got Jeffrey Williams. Several incidents occurred between the two gangs to start 2015 after the split of Duo Rich Gang, which we know Rich Gang was Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan when they had come together to make the music. An issue, a split of what started this is according to APD. The incident started as rap related, but quickly became gang related. And that, of course, is Donovan Thomas over here. The beef between Woody and Shell Kell is what fueled the ongoing beef. To APD's gang unit knowledge, one of the first documented incidents occurred at a gambling house, which you just heard her talking about the gambling house. This is the first known incident that kind of fueled this beef. During this incident, several shots were fired. January 6th, and it's important to start paying attention to dates, okay? So January 6th, 2015, Woody was assaulted while flashing a large sum of cash in club. It was crucial. And so he was assaulted by Shell Kell and other IF gang members. The incident escalated the ongoing feud. So we've heard him testify about this before, where he said he was at Crucial. He was flashing his money because that's what he do. Hit him on the back of the head. They start beating him up. And then they went outside and Bloody Jay was out there. That story they were just telling, that is this incident. So this is January 6th, 2015. It's discovered through APD's investigation, January 7th, the very next day, a studio, TIG Studios, which is frequented by IF gang members. So this is the people who beat up Woody. This is their studio. Think it's a game. TIG is think it's a game. So there is a drive-by shooting at this studio the very next day after Kenneth Copeland is jumped essentially at Crucial. And then it says, through statements obtained through other suspects, it was learned the shooter in this incident was Kenneth Copeland. So he's the one who did this, right? On the 10th, 3 days later, Donovan Thomas is shot and killed in a drive-by shooting that we all know. Peanut was a high-ranking IF gang blood member, said to be number 4 ranked blood member in the state of Georgia. We're following this timeline. Immediately after Peanut's death, social media started speaking about his death and the retaliation that was expected. So let's start reading the comments. The big homie sent the word out from behind G-Wall, and then they tag Woody. You see at Woody372 and at Young Thug's Instagram, y'all on the menu. So Thomas gets killed, and immediately they're tagging Woody and tagging Thug and saying y'all on the menu. This other one at the bottom in the middle. This is Bloody Jay. Bloody Jay is the one that they've been talking about. And then that last comment, Death to Snake, it says, F you, need answers. Big guns give you answers. And who do they tag? Thug. And then it says Thug and Woody is food. Y'all following? And then over here, it says retaliation is a must. It's where it needs to be some MFs die before my little bro hit the dirt. So this happens on the 10th. When Thomas dies. The day after Thomas's murder, Jeffrey Williams funded a trip for those members. Everybody goes to Miami. We've heard them talk about this. During several interviews, it was said that Williams wanted to get his people out of Atlanta. And then this says Peanut's funeral was treated as if he was royalty. Over 2,000 people showed up. So this is his funeral. IF gang members began to make direct threats toward Copeland, Jeffrey Williams, and other YSL members, right? You know, you set that man up or know who did it because his team jumped on one of your teammates. That's how this ish started. He was trying to squash it, but your FS set him up, rolled by the barber shop and killed him. So you, meaning Thug, and Birdman, stop posting fake ass rip pic of a real nigga, rip nut. And then let's keep going. Immediately after the murder of Thomas, there were 8 drive-by shootings directed toward YSL and the other gang members and their families. Police recovered over 300 shell casings of numerous calibers of weapons, including high-power assault rifles. Okay, so obviously this is just pictures of that. I don't understand how people just be in their kitchen with big-ass guns. Initially, it was believed that it was IF gang shooting at YSL, but we soon learned that it was an all-out war as YSL members began to target IF gang members and their families as well. Okay, and so this is the setup. We've heard this testimony, right? Donovan Thomas is on the left. There's a man named Greedy, Marquavius Curtis. Nut and Greedy have the same father. Greedy and Shell Kell have the same mother. So even though Donovan Thomas and Shell Kell are not directly related, because Donovan Thomas's half brother has another half brother, which is Shell Kell, they basically call each other family, but they don't have any actual parents that are in line. So here you have Woody having a beef with Shell Kell, who's half brother-ish, not same parent, but kinda, because they have this shared brother. Donovan Thomas, who is a big name in IF gang, number 4 ranking. So he comes with the power of the gang behind him. This is their actual point. They just haven't done a good job of showing it because their witnesses aren't cooperating, but this is what they're trying to get across. Okay, so then more pictures of, this is the pictures of the brothers, essentially, and like their people. And you see YF and Lucci, and it says Lucci is a rap artist that Peanut has managed since the beginning of his career. Funded by Thomas, Lucci's rap career has been able to turn illegal money to a legitimate business. And then on January 22nd, okay, so this is after some of these shootings are happening, right? The first of 2 shootings occurred at 1006 Hill Street, which is the home of Rayshawn Lucci Bennett's mother. Here it is, January 22nd, suspect vehicle fired at the home of Rayshawn Bennett, which is Lucci's mom's house. According to witnesses, a second vehicle was shooting back at the suspects. So Baines, Watts, and Hardiman, so these 3, were stopped with 3 weapons and only 2 suspects were charged. Kelvin Watts, pled to the guns in state court, and then the other one was charged federally and then changed his plea, and then gunshot residue came back to Baines and Watts. So what happens after that, though, is according to Woody, he felt in one of his statements, he felt it was safe to go out as he believed Kelvin Watts was in jail. So because they got caught, he thought that they were in jail. He did not know that Watts had bonded out of Fulton County Jail. February 10th, 2015, Woody and his brother were followed, we've heard this testimony, by another car as they left a hotel party downtown. Once they exited the highway at University, shots were fired into their vehicle. The next morning, an Instagram post confirmed that Haiti Gang, which is a subset of IF, carried out the shooting. And so you can see here, this is IF, this is the post. Big shootout on the highway, Savage hanging out the window, letting it ride sideways. And then here you go. Lucci's mother and her boyfriend were shot. So here you go. And then what is this? 5 days later, because that was the 22nd. So January 27th, Trevante Turner was shot. He is an associate of YSL. And if that name is familiar, it's because that is the name that Woody brought up in his testimony this week. The very next day, a drive-by shooting at 2905 Springdale Road. Ballistics shows that this incident has matching shell cases to 2 other shootings. So at this point, they're able to start matching some of the shell casings. So people who shot a week ago, these are the same shell casings that shot on this day. On February 10th, while driving through YSL territory, he gets shot. He was arrested for a probation violation the same night. So in retaliation of Shell being shot, a drive-by shooting occurred at Hendricks Avenue, which is the residence of Kenneth Copeland's brother that same night. They've talked about his brother, his house getting shot up. February 19th, more shots fired. Kenneth Copeland, his girlfriend, we know this story. Kenneth Copeland, his girlfriend, and their infant child were victims of a drive-by shooting. Copeland returned fire, causing the suspects to crash. So we know about that. Him and his baby mama, they was walking out the house. Baby was screaming, headed to the hospital. They come shooting and he shoots back, hides his kid. So that happens after Shell had been shot. U.S. Marshals executed an arrest warrant, which is the home of IF Gang, Haiti Gang member Darren Mills, who is over here. A search warrant was executed and these items were recovered. So they execute this search warrant and they get a bunch of bullets and some big guns and some license plates. Tariq Rivers was shot and killed on April 2nd, 2015. He was a YSL member and his murder is still unsolved. And then we know this story on April 12th, Dexter Montgomery was shot in the head with an AR-15 by YSL members at the gas station. And remember who was there? It was Nard and DK were there. He had the big gun. Remember they had the video, him with the big gun. This is that story. So on the 26th of April, you have Lil Wayne's tour bus shooting. Jimmy Whittenfree, who we've talked about, is already in jail, or he had a plea to that, which again, they're saying is related. Here, they kind of insert that storyline. Rappers Birdman and Young Thug allegedly linked to Lil Wayne's tour bus shooting. And so it says a rap dispute between Lil Wayne and Birdman. They never really say what their dispute is. It just says that it spilled over into Atlanta once YSL member Young Thug got involved. And that's basically Thug gets involved with Birdman because Birdman is beefing with Wayne. When Wayne comes to Atlanta, they're saying YSL and Thug basically.
I'm pausing to go back because Erica asked the question and I just really can't remember the answer, Erica. But I'm gonna go back to the young man with he's already testified though. Right here with half the head. So it shows us, Nard and DK, Erica. But I'll let you hear it.
And remember who was there? It was Nard and DK were there. He had the big gun. Remember they had the video, him with the big gun. This is that story. So on the 26th of April, you have Lil Wayne's tour bus shooting. Jimmy Whittenfree, who we've talked about, is already in jail, or he had a plea to that, which again, they're saying is related. Here, they kind of insert that storyline. Rappers Birdman and Young Thug allegedly linked to Lil Wayne's tour bus shooting. And so it says a rap dispute between Lil Wayne and Birdman. They never really say what their dispute is. It just says that it spilled over into Atlanta once YSL member Young Thug got involved. And that's basically Thug gets involved with Birdman because Birdman is beefing with Wayne. When Wayne comes to Atlanta, they're saying YSL and Thug basically, well, Thug wasn't there, but YSL kind of pull up on him basically to defend and kind of, be on the side of Birdman. 428, there's more drive-by shootings. 1, 2, 3, 4 places. 3 YSL members were charged with these incidents. And you see this person in the middle is Quindarius Zachary, who is supposed to be testifying very soon. Antonio Sledge is supposed to be next after Kenneth Copeland, and then Quindarius Zachary. And then you've heard a ton about Demekion Garlington. Now you have Kenneth Copeland again. This is the weapon they talked about Lil D or whatever purchased you a gun. This is that. This is the story they talk about. He was like at a youth center or something and they pulled up in there and got him on a gun he had in his bag. Zachary, this is Lil D, is arrested for weapons possession. Ballistics testing showed that this weapon matches the drive-by shooting at 1006 Hill Street. And if you remember, 1006 Hill Street was wife and Lucci Mama's house. So, or Little D is caught with this gun, and it matches the one from months ago when Lucci's mama's house got shot up. And now we got Tick, May 17th, drive-by shooting at Macon Drive, which is the residence of Tick's house. So you guys kind of get the point. I don't necessarily have to go through everything. They went through another studio. They get $43,000 in cash, some handguns, and this man, Rico Ritchie, is arrested. This is on July. So we are in July. Remember, this started, the big one was at the end, I think, of 14, but really it's Nuts' death in January. An arrest warrant is executed at Jeffrey Williams' house, and Williams and Randrick Knowlton are arrested for weapons and drug possession. They get 2 rifles, a handgun, cocaine, and some other stuff. So this is Shannon Stillwell. Okay, this is Max Shart's client. On, what is that, September 13th, a drive-by shooting at 322 Glen Street, which is the green store that they've talked about. The intended target was Shannon Stillwell. According to a witness, if gang members were responsible, Jackson fled the scene before police arrived. Jackson was grazed, I think that's supposed to be grazed, on the forehead by gunfire. So he's at the green store, he gets shot. Pope, a couple days later, is shot 8 times and carjacked. Known drug supplier, if gang. These people are charged with that. Okay, so this one, Tiara Jones, was murdered. And this is really sad because she was giving Shannon Jackson, okay, Shannon Stillwell, Max Sharp's client, and his girlfriend, this woman here, this woman was just giving them a ride, and they pulled up and shot at them, and they were trying to get Shannon Stillwell, but she was shot with a high-powered assault rifle. And these 3, including Shell Kell, were charged in that murder. September 30th, there is this Magic City strip club. There's an incident with Duke, who is YSL. He gets assaulted by Kelvin Watts, and Duke is a Wrapped on YSL record label. After Arnold was assaulted, so after that incident we just talked about at Magic City, Arnold calls Diamante Kendricks to assist in a retaliatory shooting on If gang members. So that happens. He gets, Shell Kell jumps him or whatever at Magic City. He then calls Yak Gotti, Diamante Kendrick, to basically retaliate. What happens is police stop them. They attempt to conduct a traffic stop. They run, but when they finally, you see police apprehended both males. So these 2 run, but then the police eventually catch them, and they recover an assault rifle, handgun, mask, and bandana. And during an interview, it says that Diamante Kendrick confirmed their motive and intent. So there's more. Okay, you guys are kind of getting the point. OG Bentley, we've heard his name before. So these are the evidence. These are the shootings, the homicide. It's kind of all of everything we went through. They just kind of put it in writing and who the people are. And then you go here, and these are the people. And then you got If gang members down here. You got Shell Kell, obviously, Archillian Bennett, who has testified. This is the war room that was created for the investigation. So this is how APD put together this storyline. They put the people, they put the dates, this is how they built their case. That is the state story. So the state is trying to use it, and the defense said not so fast.
How you feeling? Is everybody okay?
Lots of stuff to talk about from that PowerPoint. So I still got Maya, Erica, Angel bringing you guys back up to the stage. I'll put the link in the chat. Yeah, that was a lot, but put a 1 in the chat if it makes more sense to you now after watching that. And the 2 of y'all still like, I still don't get it. But it absolutely made more sense to me. I don't think they have the evidence, but it made more sense to me. Oh, India, you got to explain this too.
I think the PowerPoint was nice and everything. Well, actually, it wasn't nice. It was. I didn't like it.
I mean, India said it was nice and everything.
But I mean, I don't think they've even stuck to they stuck to that theory loosely, but I don't really feel like that's what they've been showing. I feel like their theory is constantly changing.
Oh, no, India. Maybe you misunderstood. Does the PowerPoint help you understand the theory? Not what they've shown in court, but at least why they brought the case to trial.
No, because I think it's BS.
Oh, I'm gonna say, I think it definitely made me understand. It very much seems like something going on between two groups of people. Now the evidence has shown me that it seemed like more personal beefs than a group thing. You get what I'm saying?
I got two issues
Hold
with
on,
this.
hold on, Erica. India. After India, we're gonna roll it to Erica because I'm sorry, I was trying to ask India a question, but go ahead, India.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I just feel like um while they have a case, I don't think the evidence in that PowerPoint makes sense for the case that they put together. Like I don't understand how it's a RICO. I don't understand how they're tying it to Jeffrey Williams specifically. Like I don't understand why they put it together the way they did. I guess is my point. Like I understand it seems like there's a rivalry between two groups of people, but I don't understand how they tied it up into like these overt acts and the in this type of case. I just that just doesn't make sense to me.
I think it's a stretch, and maybe guys, we can after we're done with this panel and talking about the PowerPoint, maybe what made me understand why they wanted it to be a RICO is actually looking at the RICO statute and kind of seeing, what constitutes RICO. But I get why they thought it. Let me say that, but not why they charged it because I don't think it went that far. Like I think Attorney Starr has said there has to be a goal. Nobody's goal seems to be the same in this group. I don't think that at all. I don't. I understand RICO, and I had to look at it to see why they would even attempt it, but why they follow through with it, I don't know.
It's a catch-all because they couldn't prove a lot of these cases without a beyond a reasonable doubt individually. So they're putting them all into this RICO basket, and they have the leeway to do so because the Georgia law is so loose.
You're right. You're right there, India. I think everyone has said, and Attorney Starr loves to say it, that Georgia's RICO statute is way too broad. It's way too broad, and I think that sucks. But I do. It's way too broad. It was a catch-all BR. I agree with that too. India, did you have more to contribute, or do you want to wait and add on to someone?
I'll wait and let some other people talk.
Okay, so we'll go with Erica. You were about to start, and Erica, you can throw it to Maya. Maya, you can throw it to Angel when you're done.
You could just put me in the backstage. I'm just chilling. I
Oh,
just won't let
okay.
me be up here unless I'm on the little stage thing.
Okay, it's cool, Maya. I'm gonna just move you from the stage, okay? So that means
Slime.
you know what, Erica? I'm not playing with you. Let's talk about it.
Other than the first couple slides,
Mm-hmm.
what the hell does Jeffrey have to do with this? That man just want to sing his songs, take care of his family, and show his people there's another way. We can get real money if we do it this way.
Not only
Like,
did you catch where they can't tell us why the rap beef started? For sure, you can't. You're sitting here representing that there was a rap beef that is turned into this internal like rivalry thing. What was the rap beef about? They can't even tell us in that PowerPoint.
because according to Rich Homie Quan in these interviews, and I think still referenced some other interviews, either yesterday, what's today? Is today Wednesday? Yeah, yesterday or day before yesterday, whatever day he referenced. Um, him and Doug were cool. Like he he didn't have an issue with Doug. Like
I think let
I
me see.
don't
Seven's in here. Seven says she's from Atlanta. They definitely don't mess with each other. I just think how you don't mess with somebody, but you ain't beefing with them. I think that's what it. I think that's in Seven. You're in here. You can better explain it for us, but I think that's what she was saying. They didn't hate each other, but they definitely weren't messing with each other. Maybe when Thug got out of jail, maybe they would have, worked it out. But they definitely weren't. And I don't think Brian still was saying they were buddy buddy, but I think he was saying like
It's a mutual respect.
Yes, that's Erica.
We can be cordial. Like, you know, how many people, for instance, me and the girl that I was best friends with for years, we were best friends through high school. She went her way, I went my way. We came back together as adults. We fell out, we outgrew each other, and we can literally be at the same event in the same room. We not gonna fight. We also not gonna speak. Like it's a mutual like, okay, I have a love for you. I just don't rock with you no more. I can't get down like that no more. Like it's a mutual respect that they have for each other. But the PowerPoint definitely made me see more of what that theory was. My issue is this timeline is from so long. Like, how many years were they under investigation? Because we still in 2015. Is everything that we're going to talk about in this entire case from 2015, or are we coming to the present?
I don't know,
Because
Erica, but I
I,
think it
I
gets
can't
just
say
like
It's from 2015. Well,
all of it.
yeah,
no,
the majority.
yeah,
Like
majority, yeah.
the majority of it is 2015, 2014. That's why I know y'all remember like a couple weeks ago when Love was wanting to add stuff
Mm-hmm.
like recent, which was like all of the stuff, the finding the rugs in the cell and all that. She wanted to try to bring that up, and then they couldn't. But the majority of this is 2015. And to answer your other question, when I believe his name was Howard, they brought it to him. So I'm gonna assume before Woody popped this all off, because he's the one that popped it off, that they probably had stuff prior 2014, but I don't think they could have brought it up.
Yeah, the RICO statute, I think it's 10 years if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
So he had some stuff, but even the stuff that he possibly had before 2014, like that wasn't even enough. That's why he said he didn't want to mess with a RICO with YSL.
And
So
Okay, now
I don't want to like, don't y'all quote me on this, but I want to say Ashley Merchant said one of the things she knew for a fact is that Paul Howard said that Woody was not a credible witness and he could
He
not
did
rest it.
say that. He did
Okay,
say that.
okay.
He did none of the stuff, none of those interviews that this is Shay. He said that none of those,
Hold on, Shay. When
none of
you
the,
finish that, we'll kick. I'm gonna kick it back to Erica. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Erica.
go ahead, baby.
He said that none of those interviews that Woody did were credible, that he lied, they couldn't trust him, and they knew it would not hold up in court, and he did not want to waste Fulton County's money, which they came to him several times. He refused to put it to court because of Woody was not reliable. Also, before Woody was going, Mondo was with Fonnie Willis. She was representing Mondo, the co-founder of YSL, before she went to be a DA. She was a defense attorney. So she was very cozy with Mondo. If you listen to Mondo talk about her, he talked about her like they were dating.
Oh, and he had so much to say about her. I'm like, wait a
She
minute.
got him out of felony gun charges, and all he did was went to a drug rehab, and he didn't have a drug charge.
Well, I'm gonna say this: Woody, Shell Kell, and Threat. They were around there hitting licks. If you don't know what hitting licks is, ask one of your grandkids.
That's a Memphis word,
They,
Miss.
they had a falling out over some of the stuff they got from hitting them licks. And
Yep.
then Woody turned around and he robbed Nut. Nut called his
Yep.
phone. Woody answered. Woody had to get that stuff
Why?
back. It was already Woody. They after you, Woody. So what did Woody do? I'm gonna go run around thugging them. They ain't gonna touch all them because they cool. Nut and Thug was just together 2 days before Nut got killed. You ain't finna sit here and tell me that they had a beef. They
Nope,
on
they didn't.
video together.
Yep, they
Miss
didn't.
Sheila, since you brought that out, Did y'all hear that in the PowerPoint? Because I didn't see that in the PowerPoint.
And they
They
ain't
didn't
gonna
put
bring
them.
it up in the PowerPoint.
They're not going to bring that up.
They're
Mm-mm.
not.
Mm-mm. They're
Because
not going to bring it up.
think about it. They don't gave Woody one of Atlanta's top 10 on the FBI most dangerous men immunity from anything that he did in the past. Now make that make sense.
And
Yep.
if you look at that PowerPoint, when I first saw it, immediately I said, "This sounds like a beef between Shell, Kel, and Woody." That's
It
what
was
I saw in the
it was
PowerPoint.
Shell, Carol, and Woody. They would
Yeah,
go out
Chef
and rob.
Carolyn,
They
no
would go
joke.
out and rob people and get their stuff. Did you not hear the detectives in one of the interrogation videos where Woody say, "Woody, you had all that stolen stuff in your house."
The girlfriend house. They kicked her door in and got it.
Now
Woody,
Woody said he ain't never been no thief. I said, "Nigga,
He said
no,
he never. He
no,
said he never lifted.
yeah, he said he never stole from a store.
you're right." He said because I think that's what I said in my video. Woody said, "If y'all mentioning boosters, don't put his name in the mix."
Yeah, he don't steal from stores, but he steal. So him and Shell Kell had a falling out about that, and that Woody was in the club by himself. He went and told Threat. Threat said, "Okay, I got them." And Threat rolled up on them at that barber shop.
I'm
And
gonna
Shell
say that
Kell came out.
Miss Sheila's theory makes sense because if we hitting licks together and then we in the club and you got this money, I am finna bop you upside your head because give me my money. Like you over here flashing this money and we ain't even where my
Well, we know
cut
he
of lick.
flashed money. We know he flashed money.
That's all he
Yeah,
do. Somebody said he flashing all that money but asked for a public defender.
right,
Crazy.
right.
Penny Angel went to jail.
But
So
but
Chris still gonna give me
but
$20,000.
y'all also got to keep in mind. Woody said he get a check every month, and out of that check, he got two
Not no
girls.
more. Not no more.
No, they stopped giving it to him. Kayla helping him like get all that back. Like he just got his license or trying to get. Y'all,
He
Woody
got his
was on.
license last week.
Yes, Woody was on live at the DMV, and the lady's telling him like, "You owe child support. Like you can't get your license until you pay it." And I'm like, Woody, please mute it. We don't need to know all your business. He
He
just
probably
be
What
on
happened?
live.
What
anyway.
happened to the baby mama that passed? Does anybody know?
She
Uh,
was, I believe, she was unalive.
that he never talks about her. But I promise you, with Deshaun in that first one, he gonna still protect them wholeheartedly. She got two more kids and a whole nother man, but he gonna lay down his life for her.
He loved Deshaun. He
He ain't
loved
He
gonna
should.
he ain't playing with y'all about Deshaun.
She sat on them phone calls while he was lying, like,
But baby, if you
mm-hmm.
look at Deshaun, he regrets that he messed up. Deshaun is a beautiful woman, and probably could go toe to toe with him in a fight. That's
She
probably
sure
why he
is.
protected her.
Yeah, she's pretty. She is beautiful.
Yeah, she
That,
is.
that's probably why, because she could go toe to toe with him on any given night.
She
But
like, I'm
Mel, I
over
wanted
it.
to answer your question. You said, does the PowerPoint help their theory? I'm going to tell you yes and no. I'm going to say no because I did get from the PowerPoint like YSL if gang, like they were doing stuff. But also you see that it wasn't to further a conspiracy. If you started off how you started it with Woody did this, if you would have started it off like Woody and Shell Kel was really arguing over hitting the lick, okay, we could go there. But you started off with personal beef between them. Like, okay, that's personal. What
To be
about
honest, every beef that these guys have had, it was all done on their behalf. When Thug was on that phone and he told them, "Hey y'all, we getting money now. Y'all ain't got to be out here in these streets." They chose the streets, especially Tick, because it took a toll on Tick. Tick just ain't Tick.
Why you
Tick
Yeah,
really,
on him
I
this
feel sorry.
Tick,
I feel sorry for him. I really do. I
Tick,
feel sorry
Tick,
for
Tick
him.
look like he's still using.
Yep, he do. I said that.
Tick look like he's still using. And Mr. Bean came on the stand high as a kite
he
and
said that.
told Judge Glanville, "Ma'am, how's the kite?" Look, Judge Glanville still made him stay on the stand. I'm still confused.
Okay, I don't work particularly in the court system a little, but if somebody says they're under the influence, I would think their testimony would be null and void.
They supposed to have got him off the stand and immediately took them straight to jail because that's bringing contraband into a federal facility. But Glanville just let everything ride. Yeah, they said Miss Love looked like his wife. That's probably why he let her get away with so much stuff.
Ooh, that's
Miss
funny.
Sheila looked like she done took a shower, got comfortable, and
Sheila look comfortable, girl.
really
Damn.
just go and eat.
Yeah, let me
No, cause
tell
for real, is
y'all.
she naked? Miss Sheila, is you naked?
I have to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning to be at work by 3.
Oh,
I
okay.
am in the bed.
Yeah, what I think is
Is
sad,
she
what makes me
naked?
sad is they all come from the same community. They all pretty much have the same education, ninth grade, I think most of them 10th grade. And they just railroad and it's like they just do them any kind of way. And it's like they don't really have the vocabulary to, I mean, Woody can finesse, and that's his only thing. And I pray to God, she done already said he a potential suspect, and I have a feeling she gonna spin the block on him and call him back in there.
Oh, somebody in the comments said I'm speaking on Atlanta business. Baby, Atlanta ain't no worse than Memphis, baby. Everybody talks in the streets.
They sure do.
They talk. They already know who killed Nut. And the thing
Yeah, they
of it
know.
is, Shell Kell already in jail. They know it was him. They ain't gonna never implicate him in it.
Nope.
Why give a family a double dipping of misery?
So I have another question. Cause I'm gonna say who don't know who killed Nuts, Erica. Erica does not know. But how much of this stuff that we finna sit through this whole trial for is technically outside of the statute of limitations, other than the unalivings? Like,
Well, you know,
They
Erica,
can't
to
they
answer
can't
that,
go back more than 5 or 6 years on any crime that they've done. But murder is not a statute of limitations. But any other crime, they have 5 years from the date that it happened.
yes, and that's why
right?
Brian Steele, and that's why Miss Love was so upset because Brian Steele pointed that out. I don't know if you guys remember what he was saying was if, for instance, the jury finds them guilty of count 6, right? And count 6 is the statute of limitations have expired, then they can't find them guilty of count 1. That's why she was trying to get those other things added on too, so that she could have something within the statute of limitations too.
Now I'm not gonna fault Lil Rod. Lil Rod did the right thing. Now if his brothers came to help him out, Lil Rod 20 weighing maybe 101 pounds soaking wet. Somebody taking his commissary, his little road dogs ain't finna let that happen. Now if they pulled out a little something and did something to that man, Lil Rod didn't have nothing to do with that. That man was stealing from him. Y'all steal nobody commissary in jail. That's the same as on the street. But Love saying no, he did it because he wanted to do it. No, he didn't. No, he did
I got
not.
two things. I got two things. Um, Angel, I'm the one who stressed you out. Miss Sheila don't be stressing you out. I'm confused. And Mel, it's about to be 8 o'clock, sweetheart. We got studying to do. Just FYI, this your platform. I'm not trying to rush you. Do what you want to. Just wanted to send a reminder.
Okay, this is what we're about to do. I'm gonna rotate the stage then. Thank you, Erica. And everybody that's in the waiting room, we're gonna go ahead and let you guys come up. Then I'm gonna hop off because Erica is right. I didn't even know it was 8 o'clock.
Okay,
I
hold
want to
on,
say
Mel.
this.
Okay.
Bye,
Sorry to keep up.
Slime.
Bye. Y'all have a good
Bye,
one.
y'all.
Bye,
Hold
Sheila. Have a
on,
good
Mel.
one.
Bye,
Mel,
y'all.
I just
Kevin, we get what you say, Angel?
Mel, I just want you to know, never put me on the stage with Erica ever again. Not she been throwing me under the bus. All I said was she be stressing me out because her mouth, you just don't
Yeah,
know.
you got. That's like my son, y'all. I gotta be. I'm like, I don't know what he might say.
No,
Mel,
but
did you hear that they're vacating Little Rod's life sentence because they didn't Mirandize him? I thought
I
I
heard
heard
that.
somebody say that.
Yep, I heard that too.
He
Yep, I
needs
heard.
some therapy and some medication, and I pray to
Mhm.
God that he gets it.
Yep, I heard that too. I heard that too, Shay. I did hear that. And that's why I said he doesn't say much in there.
Yeah, he needs some help. But then I heard his dad on a podcast, and I was like, oh my God, please stop talking. He was going in on Fonnie
Oh,
Willis.
Shay, you have to find it for me and send it to me.
It's Miss Sylvia,
Oh, it's on
infamous
Infamous Sylvia.
Sylvia.
Okay,
It's on
cool.
Oh, he was going. I was like, your son is in that jail. Please be quiet.
Ooh, wait. I gotta go see it. I
Yeah.
gotta go see it. I gotta go see
I'm like,
that.
he's been in there since he was 15 years old. And I remember seeing a picture of him when he was missing at like 11. I remember that
Why
on the
was he
news.
missing? Do you know why he
He
was?
was, they just said he was on his bike and they just remember him riding his bike. This is like 9 o'clock at night and they couldn't find him. It was on Cleveland Avenue. That was the last time they saw him.
When was he found?
Maybe later that night sometime. So I don't know what the family of origin is, like where mom is, what that family is like. That's
Okay.
and at that time I'm sure they recruited him because he's young, and they got to have somebody to take them charges, so they're gonna get him young.
Oh wow. Wow,
He
wow,
was
wow.
he was like 11 then. He was around
I'm
11 years old. If you see those pictures, every time I see him in that courtroom, it brings tears to my eyes.
when I first started watching, I kept saying, "Who is this little
They
boy?"
said they put him in there to make him look guilty because he hasn't done anything.
Yeah, they
But
had to like his name.
like Shannon has all the charges. He has like 19 charges.
Wow,
Shannon has all the charges. Like armed robbery, murder. He has all the charges.
wow, Jakia, I'll make sure I don't watch it without you guys. When I do find it, we'll pick a day.
It's infamous Sylvia.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm gonna look for it and save it, and then we can, like on a Saturday or something, when we're not doing anything, y'all, we can pull it up and watch it.
And even on the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, they said that the coroner is saying that the shot came from the back. They were shooting from the inside of that barbershop, and there is a video showing that. And that was Shell Carroll that was in that barbershop shooting.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. ISIS.
They said that was the shot that did the unaliving. He locked that door.
I'm gonna have to. Are they gonna have the coroner speak about him, or
I
they?
don't, you don't, it's like 100 more people. Who knows?
Wow. Well, we can do this on our own then, guys.
Yeah,
Y'all know
that video, I saw that video this weekend and I'm like, why is he walking around shooting out that door? Why won't he open the door so people can run in? But they said he locked the door.
No,
But
wait.
they said if you look at the video before it happened, you could tell people knew something was going to get ready to happen. The
I'm gonna
people
have to
standing
watch.
around there, they
I'm gonna
said you can tell. You can tell they felt like it was an inside job.
Okay, I'm gonna find it, Miss. I'm gonna find it, Shay. But I'm gonna have you come
Yeah,
rotate, and I'm gonna have Tim and
yeah.
Lashana, and then y'all am gonna get
And
off.
I have to keep looking because I keep seeing different people talk about it, and they was like, just pay attention to this person, that person. They knew something was going to happen.
I'm gonna watch it. Are you talking about the actual barbershop video?
Yes, the
Okay,
barbershop video. There are a couple of them, but then you see the one where he's in there with this long gun shooting out.
okay.
Like, why?
We gonna find it, and then we're gonna watch it. Maybe let me see. I think yeah, y'all. Let's
We
see
just
right
gotta
now
pray,
tonight.
and I knew that's why Woody was saying he couldn't sleep and he's having nightmares. He's having a lot of nightmares and he's not sleeping.
Child, I think Woody done so much that they ain't letting him sleep.
Yeah, but he gotta pray. You know, all he can do is go to God, and
He said that.
yeah,
He said he did that.
yeah, and that's all he can do. But I think bringing him to court brought all that stuff back to him. Because I'm like, you can't. You're not created to take all that type of trauma in. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, I agree.
That's just not your makeup, and so that stuff is gonna seep out because just them asking him simple questions, he was so dysregulated on the stand. I'm like, they just asking you questions.
Yeah, it's. I think it's a lot, and when you are, I think when you already like don't want to say too much, or you nervous that you may
He
say.
said he put it behind him. And
Yep.
I think they got him counseling and he is in church. But then you gotta get serious because you the stuff you're doing, it's not lining up with what you say. You gotta get some stuff together.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Hey Tim.
Yeah, they said the mama don't come anymore. Donovan Thomas' mama stopped coming because she see it's like a circus. And they promised her they were gonna find whoever did it, and they already know. And she see they're not gonna do it.
Hold on, let me have this. I agree. I think when Miss Love tried to say that she's taking so long because she cares about the victims and they deserve to get justice, I was like, girl, ain't no way you gonna blame the victims for
Is
you.
Shell Kale in there for life?
I believe he is.
Who is he for that girl that was over near the stadium? Is he for that unaliving?
If that's the girl that was in a car with Shannon and his girl,
Yes, yes.
yes, yes.
How did he even know they were in that car? He followed them?
They probably would, in the neighborhood, riding around the neighborhood, happened to see him
That
out, and that's what they did.
that's why Woody said he gets tint on all his cars. And I'm like, why wouldn't you just get a car that they wouldn't even think that you would drive, like a Corolla or something, and drive in? I would. And I would tint all them windows. I would get something they wouldn't even think I would buy. Why you gotta keep buying a Hellcat? They know that's what you want.
Oh, hold on. I can't see where it's at. Thank you, Miss Shay. I agree though. Thank you, Miss Shay. I'm gonna kick it to Tam, and then Lashana after that. Hey Tam,
Hey,
how are you?
good. So
You
I
know,
wanted to.
sometimes I gotta be like this so y'all can see me. Hey girl.
I can't be on camera right now. I'm in
It's
camera
okay.
ready.
I gotta show my enthusiasm.
Okay, so I want to piggyback off of what Shay was saying about Lil Rod. So if y'all have ever watched like the opening arguments, and his lawyer kind of like told his backstory when she, did his portion of the opening statements, and it was almost like he was thrown away. His mother had him on the couch, and he never like really felt loved or nothing like that. So if we ever have time, we should watch the videos of the opening arguments from all of the defense attorneys.
Oh, we gonna have time because I'm not gonna share my screen now, friend.
I think that'll be a good watch. But I didn't really want to say nothing other than Woody. I love Woody, but he do look like he used to bite people. He looked like one of them bad kids that used to have the silver caps in his mouth.
Sam, I almost put that in the chat. That's what's so funny. When you said he used to bite people, he looks like he used to bite people. I laughed because I almost put in the chat. He did look like he was bad.
You know them little bad kids that had the silver caps on their teeth in like kindergarten.
My niece got him right now.
He looked like one of them kids that's like bad and always asking for some of your chips.
Oh, damn.
The ones that just walk up to you for no reason. I like chips.
Tam, I walked to the pool. It's so funny. I'm gonna have to show y'all my baby. You would not know she is this out of order. But I walked to the pool and I had like a popsicle. Baby, she in the pool like, TT, what's that? Baby, you know what this is. But she one of them silver cap kids, y'all. She really is. She's one of them silver cap kids that always ask you for whatever it is you got. Look, just so y'all, she not that bad. It's I don't know if y'all can see this. Hold up, how do I make it show? Okay, can y'all see her?
She cute.
She don't look like she that bad, but I'm telling you, Memphis has changed her. When she lived in Georgia, my girl wasn't this bad. She came back home. She throw finger signs, all type of stuff now. Memphis kids a little different.
I used to visit Memphis with my grandma every summer when I was a little girl. She from Mississippi, but a lot of her family members moved to Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
She only about 4.5 hours away, so we drive there often.
I love it. Memphis is really I mean, I know a lot of stuff goes on, and I ain't gonna lie to y'all, like I don't be scared going home now because it's too much. But I think Memphis has a very rich history. There are some really great people in Memphis, really smart, educated, talented people in Memphis. Sometimes it's just overshadowed by the crime and stuff like that. So I hate that for Memphis.
I think that's any city, just like Atlanta has a rich history. St. Louis, that's where I live in St. Louis. We have a rich history, but the crime here is horrible, child. It's bad.
It's bad. Yeah, Isis, my baby needs some help. But it's Memphis.
All right, well, go ahead. I'm gonna drop down. You get to study.
Okay,
Y'all have a
I am.
good day. We gonna
Thank
meet you
you.
in the chat in the morning.
In the morning. Lashana, I'm not sure what happened. I was gonna let you go ahead and go before I hopped off. Yes, Mikey, you went to TSU? Okay. So I'm assuming Lashana can't get up. So I am gonna go ahead. She hopped off now. Okay, so I am gonna go ahead and tell y'all good night because it is 8:10. And let me put my camera back on. And let me say thank you guys for being on this live with me. Some of y'all been on this live with me for 6 hours. I don't know why we like each other that much, but hey. But I'm gonna end the live. Thank you guys. I think I'll probably stream from lunch on. Or probably I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if y'all let me know. Do y'all want to stream from lunch on, or we can stream after court? Key, we gotta go do some work. We gotta go do some work, Key. I want you to get off the live and do some work. I do love y'all. I told y'all I talk to y'all all day. Mikey, it did. That's why I'm getting off right now. I'm getting off right now, Mikey. So yes, we'll do that. I don't see y'all ain't saying nothing in here. So I'll probably just do lunch on tomorrow. Okay, thank you. There goes somebody saying something. We'll do lunch on tomorrow, and then I'll do the first half. I'll just do my reviews because now I gotta do my homework and rewatch court. But yes, bye y'all. I love y'all. Have a good night. Be blessed. Sweet dreams and all of that good stuff. And I'm gonna see y'all bright and early. I'm gonna say by 8:45. I'm gonna try to make my first post by 8:45 because I have been trying to make sure I go to bed. I got to get up. So good night, everybody. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. Y'all been on live with me, so I hope y'all done ate. I was in here snacking on these little true fruit strawberries, but I'm gonna go get some food. But y'all, bye y'all. I'm gonna go study. I'll see y'all tomorrow.